What's up, folks? How is everyone doing today? Hope everyone's having a good, what the hell is today? Today's Friday. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Friday, everyone out there. Today, we're actually being joined by a special guest, so you guys don't get to pick the topic. Unfortunately, you're not allowed to do it today. We get to pick the topic. I don't know if you guys know him. He's literally the worst debater on the internet. We're joined by Divine Order, and we're doing abortion is child sacrifice. Can you talk so
Amen.
make sure that everyone can hear you?
Absolutely. I think everybody can hear me. They need to let me know.
Can y'all hear him,
Let's see.
chat? Can y'all hear him?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I don't even think I need your picture because you're on the TikTok. I don't need your picture up there. I could just remove that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's pretty awkward. It's just like
Pretty
sat
redundant.
on you.
Yeah, it's pretty redundant, right?
You can get rid of it on the TikTok, but it's still going to be on the YouTube, right?
Yeah. 100%. And I don't need to get square up there. There we go. All right, guys, smash the like button. I can read him? What is wrong with you? All right, but well, hold on. Before we go, guys.
Just keep it real. Big John Steel. Tell me how you feel.
Where's your intro song?
Just keep it real. Big John Steel. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top goes. Jesus is king. Big John Steel. Jesus is king. Big John Steel. Bro, you don't make any sense. Slow down a second, it's making you tense. When I be talking, just don't interrupt. I say the truth, you get salty for what? Give me an argument, not an assertion. I'm almost convinced that you're not a real person. Why are you galloping? What do you gish? Topic to topic, you flop like a fish. Say what you're meaning while being concise. Still got my taco, I ain't leaving.
Oh, it does look like a
Just
face.
listen, get wrecked by a Christian. I think you might have a special condition. I debate all of you Muslim and atheists, witches and wizards and new ages. I roll with Jesus, you still get defeated.
Your logo, if you squint, it looks like two eyes, a nose, and a mouth.
Yeah, and if you squint, Big John Steel looks attractive.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, I do.
Is that AI, by the way?
Nah, this is me, bro.
Give me some logic, I just wanna know why you so toxic, bro. I'm on a roll. You wanna troll me? I'm
Smash the
shutting
like
you
button,
down.
share the live,
I be too
guys. Let's
busy
get
to
this out to
suffer
the
a
people
clown.
that we need
Say
to get
that
out
you hold
to.
a position, defend it. Linda, I know you don't listen, let's
I gotta
end it.
open the
It's your fault
floodgates.
that
I always
you're
forget
stuck
to
in
do
your
that.
state. I just move on if you come in bad faith. Don't say that I mean, I say what I mean. I'm showing love, pull you away from the thief. You run away, you afraid or you weak. Bro, I don't play, I can make them retreat. You choose a deceit, ain't making me nervous. For those that I reach, I've been living my purpose. This ain't at all about the money. Money.
So real quick, chat. Did you guys like the new intro? What do you think of the new intro? Better than the old one? Abby didn't like the old one, so I had to switch it.
Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top goes. Jesus is king.
I worked hard on that. I lined it up. Oh, we also got the new camera and lens in. So this is like 4K. I just went out of focus. I should stay in focus now. Follow Divine Order at Divine Order. He's live right now. Go share the live. Don't push people onto his live. What are you doing? I mean, it's
Oh, wait,
on
is
my
that-
channel. What's that?
Yeah, I was gonna say that is actually AI, right?
No, it's me.
So you went to the studio and recorded that?
Yeah, can't you tell? Same voice.
What, because it's so ass?
Did you call it ass? Oh, hold on, we're gonna have to put him on timeout real quick.
Jesus is king.
He's on timeout. We can't hear him.
Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Jesus is king.
He's put on timeout.
Yo. Just for keep it real. Yo. Tell me how you feel. Come just.
All right, enough of that. Oh, played it twice. So nice, had to play it twice. All right, are you ready to behave?
Fine. I did have my own intro,
What's your own
but
intro?
the difference is I'll only play it for 30 seconds, not 5 minutes.
No, it was just 3
Are you,
minutes.
are you ready? It felt like 300. Are you ready?
Yeah, yeah, let's hear it.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I wonder if he knows we can't hear anything.
Screw you, man. Wait, can you not? Wait, could you not hear the music?
No.
Was it just voice isolation? Was it just silence?
It's just silence.
I think it's because my mic doesn't pick up background sometimes when I'm on certain apps.
That's funny.
So it was just my intro music and then it was just
And then nothing. I think just silence.
Wow.
And then
Kind of
just
like the
like, and I knew you were
Pro Choices, you know.
jamming out too, and that's the best part of it. I've done that before, where I was like, "How's my pen? What'd you do with my pen, bro?" Where I was like, I hit the music, but it wasn't playing for the stream, and it was only playing for me. So I'm sitting there like bobbing my head, and they're like,
and
"What?"
nobody can hear anything.
Nobody could hear anything. Everybody's
Wait,
like,
you spelled sacrifice wrong.
I always do. I always do. How do you spell it again?
Sacrifice. I'm sorry.
No, don't
I
be
shouldn't
sorry.
laugh.
I always do that. I'm very
Sacr.
very bad at spelling.
How did you spell it before? Sacrifice.
Yeah, I use an A instead of an I.
All right, guys, let's get those likes up to 10,000 on TikTok. We're at 3,000. We're slacking. Come on, now, everybody tap the screen. Wait, can they hear me on TikTok?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time getting that audio set up, so that way we can have guests.
Do you prefer streaming on YouTube or?
Definitely YouTube, 100%. YouTube is where it's at. And then right now, because we're streaming on the shorts. Once the shorts get going, we call that the floodgates because that's where all the scum come from. All the scum come from the shorts. But don't say YouTube because then you'll get us demonetized. I keep forgetting that.
Oop.
On TikTok, we say YT. Am I dyslexic, John?
YT.
Everybody keeps saying I am, so I must be. Guys,
Is that
smash the like
Coca-Cola?
button, share the live, do the things you need to do. I think we have a guest. Let's bring them in.
Do you still drink apple juice on stream?
No.
Hmm.
Because I do streams in the day. Who drinks apple juice in the day? Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Go get a real job, bum.
That doesn't answer how old you are. How old are you? Hello?
I said, go get a real job, bum.
Yeah, I heard you the first time. How old are you? I'm guessing 16? Am I that about in the right ballpark? No? All right, man. Appreciate your time.
I owe you this. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We got another guest. Let's bring him in. Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you? I'm 31.
All right, man. Abortion is just child sacrifice. Prove us wrong. And I think you're going to go at Divine right now.
I think child sacrifice is just a really extreme way to put it, especially when it's a choice you can make. And I think the argument I think gets put across is the fact that at what point would you consider it like okay to have the abortion, if that makes sense. And
It's
my
never
argument
okay.
is always never. Say again.
Yeah, it's never okay to kill innocent human beings. Abortion kills innocent human beings.
So
Therefore,
say if
it's
a
never okay.
child, say if it's like 2 weeks old, and it's still just kind of like a bit of mass. It's not really formed into a human being yet. You'd say that's not a thing. That's not okay.
It's a human being from conception.
On conception.
Yeah, human life begins at conception. Referring to it as a mass of cells, I could just refer to the host as a mass of cells. It wouldn't change anything about his species.
How big of a mass? You call me fat?
Like big. Well, he's a small mass in some areas, but he's a big mass mostly.
That's true. I have no ass.
That's not what I was. Anyway, yeah. So the point is that like it is obviously a human. I mean, if you don't think it's a human, do you like what species do you think it is?
I mean, I guess you're right. It is human, right? But I mean, in terms of like having sentience and having like a pulse and life,
What's
at that
sentience?
moment. Say again.
What is sentient?
The self-awareness. So are you gonna now argue and say like when do you get sentenced? Like 3-4 years old, right? So can you kill a 1-year-old?
No, that's not important. So you said that sentience is self-awareness.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. So, like, if somebody is, let's say, under general anesthetic, they aren't self-aware, can we kill them?
Yeah, but before that moment, they were aware. They've had sentience.
Okay, so if they were born into that state and they were going to wake up, then we can kill them.
What if they're born in an anesthetic state where they're actually put into like an anesthetic and they're born that way?
Let's say we had to induce them into a coma for like their first couple months of life. They never reach this sentience. They never hit self-awareness. They don't know they exist. They're unconscious. But good news, in a few months, they are going to be conscious. They are going to be self-aware, just like a fetus will if we don't kill it. Would it now be okay to kill that newborn?
Well, what if you know the newborn will never find sentience?
Well, that would be
Reversing the
more
argument,
analogous to...
would you-
Well, I would have no problem with pulling the plug. That would be analogous to a brain dead person. I think the host would agree with me that if somebody's never going to wake up if they're brain dead, then I don't see anything wrong about like pulling the plug there.
Yeah,
Okay.
somebody who's brain dead has already started the death processes, right? They've started their like unaliving happenings, right? Like what we're doing now is we're preventing the death process. We're not saving a life.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. I think my main thing with it really is just the fact that I don't think it's the reason it's so debatable and so kind of it has such kind of like conflicting ideas around this. I think it's because of it's never as kind of black and white as it can kind of come across because there's so many scenarios where that child is going to have either a miserable existence. It
It
could
is black and
endanger
white.
the life of someone that's going to deliver the baby.
It's absolutely black and white, right? So it's going to be wrong to kill innocent human beings. Abortion kills innocent human beings, therefore abortion's wrong. That is black and white to me. If you want to talk about like self-defense or things like that, well, we can talk about those situations, right? But obviously we know that that isn't the main reason for why women end pregnancies. Like, you can look at the data, only 0.3% of terminations, according to the Charlotte Losey Institute, or about 1% according to the Guttmacher Institute, are due to like a significant threat to the woman's life or significant bodily harm. So you'd still have to explain to us why in the vast majority of cases, abortion is not child sacrifice, which you haven't done.
So what is the main reason for abortion then?
Main reason for abortion is going to be due to social or economic inconveniences. So things like, oh, I'm not in the right financial state to raise a child. I just don't want a child because it would impact my life. Let's say I can't go partying as much. You can look at all the reasons given if you go to those sources I gave you.
Do you really think it because I can't party as much will be a reason why they get rid of a kid?
Yes.
Yep.
You really think that's like the main reason why people
Yeah,
have abortions?
I actually have known people who've done that in my own life. See, I worked in the bars for like 10 years and they would go get abortions because they wanted to continue to live the fun aspects of their life. They're like, I'm not ready to give up the fun parts of my life yet.
I'd say as a part of that, yeah. I think people have that experience, but I just think, like I said, it's so much more complicated than that. I think there's so many more people that have given it up for the financial reasons, as you mentioned before, for not being mentally and kind of ready for it as a young person.
Would it be
And
okay?
even-
Would it be okay to kill a newborn because of financial issues?
well, that's the thing. Like I kind of think, in my opinion, once it gets past the point of you've kind of got a life there that is got
You
the
already have a life when
heartbeat,
you're
is
pregnant.
now alive.
Well, first of all, it's alive even before heartbeats began. Life and heartbeat aren't mutually exclusive, right? So, like for example, they're not necessary. You don't need a heartbeat in order for something to be alive, right? Plants are alive. They don't require heartbeats in order to be considered alive.
I understand. So, at what point is it not alive then in the cycle?
When
Is
it's
it the
dead,
literal moment of conception? So the second the sperm fertilizes the egg, that moment, from that
Yeah.
moment on, you can no longer abort. Is your opinion?
No, because that would be a unique whole individual human organism. Human life should be protected regardless of how developed it is, and because we know it as a human being, it should be protected on that basis.
So even if the egg is literally like fertilized 10 seconds ago, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
we're here. you would
I
say
don't
that
care if you
that's-
I don't care if you're 10 seconds old, 10 years old, or 100 years old. You should be protected because you're a human being. That's the criteria for protection.
What if the baby offered severe danger towards the mom's life? Would it be self-defense in your opinion, or kind of like a defense of the mom's life to then evacuate him?
First of all, in the current world that we live in, I don't think there's a single medical condition that requires you intentionally kill a fetus.
In parts
I'll
of the
say
world,
that
though,
straight
still
up, right?
in most parts of the world, there's still like a big stat of a lot of women still die at childbirth because they're not developed enough to have that support and medical care that makes it safe to have kids.
Yeah,
in
the
a lot of
medical care
places
that
of the
they
world.
require, but the medical care they require is not an abortion.
But I mean, a lot of places, I mean, if they can get rid of it early and have abortion and have that procedure, it can mean the difference between life and death in some places, which is why a lot of them go down these really horrible dark routes of like black market abortions.
Again, 99+% of abortions have nothing to do with a threat to the woman's life or a significant threat to the woman's life. So again, you aren't really addressing the prompt. Second of all, if you're saying that the only time it's okay to kill a human being is when they pose a significant threat to your life, hypothetically, if for some reason that was the only way to save somebody, I would be in favor of it. I think if John's going to kill me, right, I think I can stop that even if it kills John, which he might do.
I mean, I think that even the
Outside of that,
terminology.
why is it okay to kill you? Why is it okay to kill your child? Like outside of, do you have an argument? Or?
Well, why it's okay to kill a child?
You don't get flagged for saying the K word on your live? You're not using
No,
on live?
John, no.
Okay. Well, lesson learned.
I read the guidelines like
I read the
everyone,
guidelines too. There is no words in the guidelines, but people will still flag you if you use words that trigger certain like bullying aspects.
I don't know. I mean, I've been using it for months now, never even had a violation. I could
Aren't
be
you
wrong. If
aren't you
want me to say no,
currently
I'm okay.
shadow banned?
No, I got on Shadowban a week ago.
But weren't you currently shadow banned?
That was because I was blacklisted as a business account.
Okay. All right. Keep going.
Yeah, so why
Sorry
is
about
abortion justified? Like, can you just tell me why?
I mean, I think it's an extreme choice that should not be taken lightly, and I feel like it should be an option because people should have the option to take control of their life, and women to have the choice to say, you know, I'm not ready for this. I
Should
don't
they
want
have?
this.
Should
I'm not
they be able to
comfortable
make
for it."
that choice at any stage in pregnancy?
Not any stage, no. I think there's got to be
Okay,
a
so you do
cut-off
want to
point.
restrict. So you do want to restrict what they can do.
To an extent, yeah. But I mean, isn't that the way
Okay,
of the world?
so-
Like, laws are restrictions.
I agree.
aren't they?
We should restrict people and stop them from killing their offspring. Like I agree. But at what point should we restrict that? When is the human in the womb? When are they valuable?
Just one sec, guys. Guys, we only got 12,000 likes, and that's insane. That is ridiculously low, and you're not doing your part, right? You need to do your part so we can stop these dirty heathens from unaliving their children. So do your part, smash the like button, break your thumbs. Let's go.
Dirty
Yeah,
heathens.
so-
Dirty
they are.
heathens of people.
Yeah.
Where
Yes.
does that come from? I mean, where is your morals coming from? Like, where do you get your moral compass, your ideas? Where they stem
All right,
from?
John. This is you now, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say from God.
From God.
Yep.
So I mean, one quick search of the Bible online, and you can look it up as well. You sure know this, right? I mean, God literally commanded the death of children and babies.
Yep.
In the Bible.
Yep.
And you say that's child sacrifice. So you think that is okay when God does it, right? But when a person wants to do it, take it in their own hands. I guess you're gonna say, well, you know, God has power over all, and God can make decisions that humans can't. But can't you see the kind of real
Right, so
twisted
let
nature of
me
that?
ask you a simple question. If I go fishing and I catch a fish, and then I put the fish in the bottom of my boat and I hit the fish in the head with a club, and then I eat the fish, have I done anything wrong?
But that's like hunting, though, isn't it? I mean, are you putting
Well,
animals
hold
in
on,
the same level as
just
humans?
answer the question. Have I done anything wrong?
I mean, I guess not. No.
Okay,
You're
if
eating the fish.
If I do the same thing to divine order, have I done something wrong?
Divine order. What do you mean? Sorry about that.
The other guy, the British guy.
Oh, yeah, murder.
Right. So I would have done something wrong if I did it divine. Why is it that I can do it to a fish, but I can't do it to divine?
What do you do? Do you do it to fishes? Do you eat fish?
Yes.
So,
He does it to me. That's why I'm so bad at debating.
I mean, the thing is, like, if you believe that all God's creatures are sacred, right?
But
and that
notice
you
how
kind
you're
of-
not answering the question. Why is it okay for me to do it to a fish and not do it to divine?
Because fish is a source of food, right? And I guess the argument would be morally that they haven't got sentience and they're part of the food chain, and you go down that route.
Fish have sentience.
But I
What
mean,
are you talking
Fish,
Say
about?
again?
fish do have sentience.
Yeah, but not-
Fish
not
have
like self-
sentience.
yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't personally eat a fish or kill a fish. I'm vegetarian, so I mean,
Yeah.
I'm part of the people that would not do that, right?
Sure,
So I've-
but you also agree. Like you think it might be bad to eat a fish, but you don't think it's bad as if I eat a human, right? I
No,
think
but
you'd
then what's
prefer
the-
that I would eat a fish over a human, right?
yeah, true. But why can God do it?
Yeah, because he's in a different category than us. He has authority over
Oh.
humanity, like we have authority over animals.
He has the complete control to allow him to do whatever he wants, and you're okay with that.
Yes, yeah, God is the author of life and death. He literally the only reason you die is because God has chosen that point, whether it's from old age, young age, whenever it is, and the method is because God has allowed it to happen that way.
Also,
He
you
is the
seem
author
to
of life and
understand. Also, JT, you seem to understand this concept for the fish analogy. but you don't seem to understand it for God, right? So obviously you agreed that we can kill fish, but not me, and we just apply the same logic to God. Like, what's the issue?
I understand what you're coming from. I think the problem is our difference in morals. That's the difference we have in terms of. I feel like the civilization we live in is
where do
kind
your
of been
morals come
established
from?
over years, right? Say again.
Where do your morals come from?
I guess a combination of things. I guess, but it's never perfect, is it? I think I'm in the belief that we're constantly adapting and learning how to be better humans. If we had the same
better
morals,
implies a progression towards something. What is that something you're progressing towards?
we're always progressing towards things as human beings. That's our nature.
Yeah,
That's
but
we've
what
done
is
for
that standard
generations.
that you're trying to achieve? Like you're trying, like you say, we're progressing, we're getting better. Then there's clearly a standard that you're trying
No,
to
we're
achieve.
not
What is
getting
that
better all
standard?
over. I think the beauty of life is we don't know.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding my rhetoric. What I'm
Say
saying
again,
is
sorry,
that
but not listen.
what I'm saying is that you have a goal. You want humanity to progress. Now, we might not achieve that, but we are trying to do that. We may fail in a lot of ways. My question for you is, what are we progressing towards? What is that ideal? And where does it come from and where is it grounded?
I'd say just as fair a life as possible. That suits the majority.
Why is
Is the
fair?
progression.
Why should we seek out fairness?
Because it means if things are fair, it means more people will have a better life or a decent or a good life.
Yeah, why should we seek out more people having a better life and a good life?
Because that's just what you want to see, don't you? I mean, we're the same.
Why do you want to see
human race.
that? It just sounds like it's your preference, right? Because if I prefer not to be fair and just seek out the betterment of my own life for the sake of your guys' life, what's wrong with me doing that? Like, let's say I want to just beat you up and take your wallet. It benefits me. Why can't I do that?
Because of laws and restrictions and things like that.
Yeah, there's laws,
And
but that's
and
only if I
morality,
get
right?
caught, right?
And the idea of morality.
Yeah, where's this morality coming from? Like, where is it grounded? Why is it
Depend-
wrong for me to do so?
Well, for you, I guess it comes from the Bible, right? For me, it's come
No,
from
I
lessons
didn't say
from my
say from the
parents,
Bible. I said from God.
From God, yeah. So
Yeah.
a God, right? Which God?
Yeah, I say Yahweh Vavhe. But either way, it doesn't matter. It just could be the idea of God, of this unbound being.
Because which one do you choose?
Yeah, so notice how you're not answering my questions and you're trying to shift.
Sorry, say the question again. Sorry, I'm just getting sidetracked.
Yeah. So where does your morality come from?
The desire to be a good person, I guess, and I think it also comes from just lessons
that's
I've learned
circular.
through life.
That's circular. You're saying the desire to be good because it's good, right? So where's your morality
Yeah.
coming from?
I mean, my job, I think, gives me a lot of morality. I think it gives me a lot of hope, and it gives me the desire to try and make or want things to be as good as possible for the
Yeah.
people
So
around
again,
me.
you're
and
giving me
people I
like a
see.
circular definition. You're just saying I want it to be good. What is good?
Where you are living a life that doesn't impact others in a negative fashion as often as possible.
So what is a negative fashion?
So hurting psychologically, physically,
Okay.
anything like that, any pain,
Okay.
trauma, and of
Right.
course, it's not
Right.
possible to make it
So
fully
let's
done.
let's
but
go back to the wallet analogy. I beat you up and I take your wallet. Why is that wrong?
because you've hurt someone, you stole, you've broke laws.
Why is it
you've
wrong?
been-
Yeah. So you're giving me descriptions, not you're giving me an is, not an ought. You're saying what has happened. I'm asking why is it wrong to do so?
You tell me the answer. Go on.
Well, no, I'm saying I have a reason to ground it because we're all the image bearers of God, and God is. We can even just hold the divine command theory, and that would have more explanatory power than just I don't feel like that's the way we should do it.
I mean, that feeling is a creative from a combination of like very complex factors that are created by society, right? Law, lessons from birth, learning from being around people, compassion, empathy, sympathy, human emotions.
Yeah. So
that
what do
we
you? So
develop
what?
over time.
So great. So a person who's a psychopath, they have no obligation or reason to be moral then, because
Well,
they don't
they've
have
got
those
obligation,
feelings.
but they choose not to, don't they? They haven't got the capacity to be. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, so there's no moral obligation for them to do those things. So technically, somebody is a psychopath. It wouldn't be wrong for them to beat you up and take their wallet because they don't have those feelings.
it'd be wrong because it's breaking a law as well. That's the other part of it. There's rules we follow.
Are
that we've
are
established
laws a
ourselves.
moral standard, or are they just arbitrary?
I think they are created to try and uphold a certain moral standard, right?
So what was it like? Back during like before Jim Crow, when chattel slavery was happening in the United States, and then people were taking slaves and escaping them to Canada. You know, one of the good things Canada has done. So taking slaves and escaping them to Canada on the Underground Railroad, they were technically breaking the law. So were they doing something immoral there?
No, that's because it was a good thing to do, right?
Okay,
And
so what's
that's the
wrong?
complicated
Yeah,
part of it.
so what's wrong with breaking the law then?
The law, like I said, it's not a perfect thing, is it? It will never be perfect, and there's always going to be people left out because there's loads of reasons why, right? But there's never going to be a perfect thing because what people see as bad,
Yeah,
some people
you're
see
saying
as
it's
bad,
not
someone sees
perfect. When you
good.
say it's not perfect, then you're stating that there is a perfect law out there. What is it?
No, I said it'll never be perfect.
Okay, so then there is no perfect law out there.
No,
Right, so then it's just your preferences.
I guess so. But the majority set the preferences, I guess, and sometimes it's not correct. But in majority, I think the goal is try and make everyone comfortable.
Well,
and
so
happy,
See,
right? And
when
have a
you when
decent
you
life.
say
Go ahead.
just when he says sorry that his preferences aren't always correct, you use the word correct there. You're assuming a moral standard. So I don't understand. You act like morals are more than your preferences, but then when John asks you what the standard is, you can't give a coherent answer. You said it was laws, but that's not obviously true, right? Like if something was legal, that doesn't automatically make it moral, right? Like a child marriage in the Middle East, right? That doesn't mean it's
Yeah.
moral to marry children. As John gave you the example when they helped slaves escape, even though it was illegal, that was still the right thing to do. So clearly we can see a difference. But when you do that, when you say
Yeah.
that was the right thing to do, now you're assuming a moral law that exists independent of just a piece of paper, like a law, and something that exists independent of your preferences. So John and me gave the grounding for ours. What's the grounding and justification for yours?
Like I said, it's a constant process, isn't it? The human morality,
That's not
where
answering
we're
the
at,
question.
how we adapt. Let me explain it. How we adapt and how we move forward. We're always looking to progress, right? And we evolve and change. But I know you've got your moral standing. But do you ever look back at the things that your moral standing has come from and feel like that it should change, or it's time to change some parts of it?
Because I have a standard to progress towards.
So for an example, right? So there's a very common kind of like Bible reference. I think it's Leviticus. I'm not a religious person, but about killing homosexuals or hating homosexuals or not accepting homosexuals. You stand by that even now as adult men.
Nope.
So
We're
you're
not under
changing
the
your.
Levitical law. The Levitical law wasn't a moral standard given for all time and all people. It was given to the Israelites for a specific goal to set them apart from the other nations. Now, obviously,
Given by who?
obviously we are Christians. We think homosexuality is a sin, right? But that doesn't
Okay.
mean that we should like stone them to death, right? So Jesus gave us a new law, a new standard, which is the progression that we're supposed to go to. So the ultimate progression that we're supposed to go to is where we were at, is the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden. That was the standard that God gave to us. We fell from that, and so now God is working with us. He's negotiating with us to progress us towards sanctification until we can actually be at the point where we're in the Garden of Eden again.
Also, John,
So
can I just
in-
quickly go and grab some water?
No.
Okay,
Yes, of course you can get water, little guy. Go ahead.
thank you.
Don't forget
So
your
I guess moving away a little bit from the sacrifice thing, but it does interest me. So in terms of the homosexual thing being sin now, right? What would if you had a son, and they came to you and said, "Dad, I'm gay," what would your response be, or would it have to be by your moral new standard of Jesus' message?
I tell them that's wrong. It's a sin and they shouldn't do it.
And if they said, "But it's just who I am,"
Yeah, I'd still say the same thing.
would you still accept them though? Take them in, father them?
What do you mean accept them? What do you mean by accept them?
So would you have them in your house and say, well, not accept them, but would you still be able to feed, clothe, look after them, and have them in your life with a,
Yes,
with a level that you can
I'd still take
father
care of
them?
my child. That's my duty as a father. Of course, I would do that. Now,
So they get married
now
to
for
them, would you go to the wedding?
example, I'm just going to tell you the things that you want to hear. If they got married to, like, if it was a boy and got married to a man, would I go to their wedding? No, absolutely not. I would not support that.
And you don't see that as like almost kind of like in terms of how we're progressing, moving forward and changing, you don't think that's kind of a real almost barbaric view and holding that view even now?
According to
You
what
don't
standard?
you don't want to learn to get better, like to see a different way.
According to
of
what
living.
standard?
Of the standard around us. I mean, look, the world changes and adapts and moves
So just
all the time.
popular vote?
That's evolution teaches that,
So
right?
just
We've
popular vote? Like I should bend my moral duties that I have to my God due to popular vote?
I just feel like when was the last time the Bible was updated with a thing you follow?
When was the last time the Bible was updated? The Bible doesn't get updated. That's the point.
So that's what I mean. So the last one, when was the last thing that you followed, the last law that Jesus or God put in there that you follow? When was it written? When was the last time?
What's like the last thing, like one of the books in the New Testament? I don't understand your point.
Yeah. So when was that? When was the last time? When was that first? Like, when was it finally pushed out? And it hasn't been changed since then. So you're following a book
So
from
this
what time
this
period?
been like the first and second century.
So first, second century,
Yeah.
and we've gone how far since then? And you don't think that things can change in terms of morals and the way we live our life and the way we
No, because
understand
I actually
ourselves
have an
as
objective
humans?
moral standard. I'm not just going off my preferences. You're going off your preferences. And if here's the thing, if you're just going to go off your preferences, I can just say my preference is to find homosexuality icky. And you can't tell me why that's wrong.
I just think we change, we evolve, we adapt. Right? I think that laws change for a lot of the time for a reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, that's what I
You've
keep
said,
saying, they're not
you've said
perfect, right?
17 times that we change, but that doesn't mean anything, right? If I change my underwear, that doesn't mean that the new underwear I'm wearing is better.
All I'm trying to get across and highlight to you is that what you think is negative now is it could come from a place that was basically established in the first century, wherever it was, and that's a belief you're still holding even now in a world that doesn't see it that way
Right. So
anymore.
again, you didn't hear the second part because I could just say that my preference is to find it icky and gross, and you can't tell me why it's wrong.
What's wrong, sorry?
Like if I just find homosexuality icky and gross for no reason, like I just don't like it, you can't tell me why that's wrong.
Why it's wrong for you not to like, for you to have the kind of idea of homophobia?
Yeah, let's just say I'm a straight up homophobe. Like, why is that wrong?
Because the world now has got a lot more homosexuals within it.
Okay.
It's became a modern, westernized idea that we're okay
Great.
with
So
that.
if the world all of a sudden has more serial killers in it, should I start liking serial killers?
Are you likening homosexuals to serial killers in the same level of kind of
I didn't say that
influence?
they're the same thing, did I? I said if the world.
It's an
I said
extreme
if the
jump,
world
isn't it?
grew. I'm just using I'm doing a reductio. I'm reducing it to absurdity to show that your logic doesn't work. Because if we take the most absurd viewpoint, as in serial killers start taking over the world, then should I start liking them? You would say no. So just simply saying there's more of them is not a reason to start liking them. So again, if I just find them icky because I find them icky, what's wrong with that?
But the fact you jump to absurdity to kind of make the point is kind of
It
also
doesn't
my
make
point.
the point. Do you know what a reductio is?
No, what I'm trying to say across.
You don't know what a
to you
reductio
that-
is?
Explain what a reductio is.
So
go
a
on.
reductio ad absurdum means to reduce to absurdity. It's to take your logic and apply it to the most absurd worldview you can think of and see if it's consistent. If it's not consistent, then you don't actually hold to it. Then if you're not holding to it in the most absurd worldview, then what you're doing is called special pleading. You're pleading that in this specific case, it's different just because.
I just don't think it's that simple. It really isn't that simple. Like
It really is that
from
simple.
from homosexuality to serial killer, it's the jump is just so wild.
Yeah, so
That-
just steel man what I said so I know you understood it.
Yeah, so you're saying that you use reductio to kind of like make the example that if you can go from that to the most extreme example and if it doesn't hold up, then it's not a point, right? That's what you said.
Kind of, yeah.
I see the
I'll
logic.
give you props. That was one of the better Steelmans people have given me. But yeah, so the idea is to see if the logic is consistent. Basically, when we're talking about logic or we're using like trying to come to conclusion things, we're doing basic mathematics. We're saying, if P, then Y, P, so Y, right? Or if P, then Y, if so not P, then not Y. So these would be like some basic ideas of logic. So I'm basically taking it and reducing it to math. So we're taking the scenario, you're saying homosexuality popular should like, right? I could just say, well, if A, then B, then Y. And so I'm just taking that same mathematic principle and I'm applying it to a different scenario and seeing if it holds up. And so you're saying in the second scenario, it doesn't hold up, not Y, right? So then therefore your math doesn't work.
And I think that this is where the difference is, right? While you make it a mathematical equation and formulaic in terms of this, this, and this, you're kind of almost pushing out the feeling, emotion, the romanticism that humanity and morals and life bring every single day. So when you say, for example, I don't like my son because God thinks if my son's gay, I don't like him.
Stick
because
to
God
the
makes it
actual
wrong.
analogy. I don't like homosexuals because I find them icky. What's wrong with
Okay.
that?
So that's fine. You can have that view, right? And you said we're using the circumstance again. It was your son, right? And you said to your son, "Look, son, not coming to your wedding because I find homosexuality icky.
Yep.
I'm not going to be there." That's your kind of logical idea. That's come from that idea, or things come from your religion, right?
No,
don't
let's
think
say
it's
I'm not
just
even
about you
religious.
thinking.
Like I don't like it. I find it gross and icky. So therefore I'm not going to participate in it. Why is that wrong?
But the knock-on effect of that would be your son will be either slightly traumatized, they'll be neglected, or
Yep.
they'll find it hurtful, and you've basically gone out your way to hurt a child and not accept them for who
Right,
they
but
truly are.
they hurt me by being a homosexual. So why aren't they being held to the same standard?
So it's an eye for an eye.
It's not eye for an eye. I'm just saying it's icky, so I'm not participating in it.
And he's saying, "But Dad, that's awful, please."
And I'm saying it, yeah, it's awful, please. Like we're in the same scenario. Why are you
But
taking
in
his
his-
side and not mine?
Because in today's society, the accepted thing is, thanks to progression and moving
Right, so,
on,
so
that
you're just
he's
going
right
back
and
to
you're wrong.
popular votes. And this will be, I'm not going to go full circle again. You're going back to popular vote, which we already agreed. Hey, if it's just popular vote, then we have to say like if the world all became serial killers, then I have to align with serial killers.
Wouldn't you also agree? I mean, like that to maybe get it through in like a real world scenario, not just the possible world. You'd also have to say that when slavery was the more popular view, right, to legalize it, because that was more popular, you would say slavery was moral. Like, that was okay.
But that's why-
Is that because John? Just so you know, I was getting water, so I kind of missed what he was saying.
Mm.
Did he just say that like what's moral is what's more popular?
Yeah,
Is-
because
is that
well,
just
basically the argument is this: is like if I just find homosexuality icky, what's wrong with that? And he says, well, because most people like homosexuals now.
So if most people didn't, then it'd be okay. Like,
No.
is he saying like if most people find something okay, then it's
My initial argument was, which was kind of pointed out, that we change and grow and adapt as human beings, and we kind of try and progress and go on a better path, right? And I feel that one of the kind of like good things that have came from that idea, there's not a lot of good things. No, it's not all good, right? But one of the good things is that there's a more acceptance now
what
for
makes
people who
something
didn't
good?
feel it in the past, and that would
Wait,
that also links back to slavery argument.
when you say good, you assume a standard. What makes something good?
Again, just being generally accepted and having everyone feel welcome, as long as the kind of thing that they are welcome for isn't harmful to other people. I don't think being gay
why is
really
harming
hurts other people.
why is harming other people bad?
Because as humans, we kind of have to, with the intelligence we're being gifted with in terms of through evolution, things like that, we can do better than to hurt each other.
Why? Why
I
is
mean,
it the
because
right thing
that-
to do? What do you mean by better? When you say better, you assume that one choice is like more correct than the other. That assumes a standard of morality which you haven't justified.
I mean, shouldn't you, when you're saying that, you know, in terms of slaying a life and protecting human life, shouldn't you be agreeing with me that hurting and not killing people is the good way to go?
Yes, because we have a standard. You don't.
I've got a standard.
What is it?
Yeah, what's the standard?
Be a good person, right? And then again, you're saying, "Well, what
What's
is a
circular
good
good?
person?" But that's
That's
came
that is
from my
I-
moral code, right? I don't. And this is the difference between us, I guess, and this is why we're
So
never going to see eye to
here's
eye.
what you're saying though. You were saying why be a good person? And you say to be a good person.
Yeah,
Dude, that's circular.
yeah.
That's
But,
yeah,
but
you're
with
not
that being
telling
said,
us
my
what it
friend,
means to be
with
good.
that being said, you have been voted off the island. So I do appreciate your time. You're very cordial. God bless you, and maybe we'll talk again in the future.
Yeah, good luck, I guess, guys. Thank you.
Peace.
Good day. Am I immune to that, John?
I don't know. Let's find out.
No, please, please. I told my following to come here today. I can't be bothered to. Bro, my breathing, my asthma is playing up, bro. I'm so glad we're doing a co-host right now.
Yeah. You can
I'm
just
like-
chill. You can chill today. You can relax.
Like I'm drinking my special teas behind the camera, bro.
There's something definitely special about you. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's my high IQ.
Nobody flexes IQ anymore. What are you doing? Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, good. I'm 19. I was born in 2006.
All right, man. Abortion is just child sacrifice. Prove us wrong.
Yeah, I think we are like a mind that begins to exist on the first subjective experience. So I don't think we exist until like 20 weeks in the womb or something. So I don't think abortion is wrong because it's not, we don't exist.
Divine?
Just take. Yeah, you want me to take this one?
Yeah. I did most last one.
All right, sounds good. What is this? Is this like a Is it going to have to stay balanced? If I do an extra minute than you,
Yeah, I'm timing
you have
this.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So cool. You said that in order for us to exist, we need a mind. Mind is dependent on subjective experience at 20 weeks. Yeah. What's the argument that in order to be morally considered, you need the subjective experience?
That's sort of like an axiom. I don't think I could reduce that.
So you don't have an argument for the proposition?
No, I'm saying it's an axiom. So asking me for an argument isn't really
Okay.
like the right question to ask.
All right. We shouldn't kill any human. Doesn't matter if they have a subjective experience, and that's just an axiom.
Yeah, we can just do the same thing. I don't understand.
Well, yeah, but if you hold to that view, then you would have to subscribe to the idea that hospitals are like holocausting people. So I don't think that's going to work for you.
What? How do we have to subscribe to that?
Because you realize hospitals kill humans.
Yeah. So my argument is we shouldn't do it to anyone.
Okay, so,
and that's an
so
axiom.
you understand now?
Yeah. So I'm saying they shouldn't do it.
So you're saying hospitals shouldn't unplug brain dead people?
No, nobody.
Nice.
Yeah,
Why am I wrong?
we'd be just as justified according to you by just calling it an axiom. I don't think just calling it an
Well-
axiom is going to justify the position you hold. That's like a cop out, in my opinion.
Well, look, if you seriously hold to that, that's a pretty dishonest thing to hold to, right? So I think that.
How do you know it's
dishonest?
Yeah, according to you.
because most reasonable people don't hold to that.
So just popular votes. So we're dishonest
Well-
because more people disagree with us.
To an extent, yeah.
What
there's-
happened to Divine? He left. What happened? He left. Okay, keep going.
It's not just popular vote. I think there's some sort of larger intuition that people share when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Is that just another axiom?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, so I have the axiom that they don't.
Right, and then I guess we can't really get anywhere in the conversation, but that's partly because I think you're being a bit dishonest.
I think you're being dishonest.
Okay.
Now what? Like, if that's all we're going to do is just make blanket assertions, I can do the same thing to you and we won't go anywhere.
Well, right, but I feel like in a society, more people are going to take my view seriously.
So just popular vote?
No, I think my view has more weight in a society objectively, right?
So that's popular vote.
Sure, yeah.
So just popular vote's right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so at one point slavery was good?
Well, I'm not saying it's right? I'm saying more people take it seriously.
So at one point slavery was good?
No, not according to me.
But you just said popular vote.
I didn't say it makes it right. I said more people take it seriously.
What does that even mean? More people take it seriously, so what?
So that doesn't mean anything further.
All right,
It
man.
just means my view has more weight.
How does it have... Okay, so at one point slavery was the good thing, had more weight? Because more people took
No,
it
I'm not
seriously?
saying it's
Can you hear
good.
me, by
I'm
the
just
way?
saying it has more weight in society.
Yeah. So at one point, like, what the heck's his name? Freaking guy
John,
who...
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, my power went. My bad.
No, you're good. So I'm trying to remember his name. Really famous Christian guy, really pushed in the United Kingdom to abolish slavery in legislation. He was constantly fought back by the popular vote. So are you saying that because more people in that area disagreed with him, they had a stronger argument? Wilberforce, thank you. Yeah, so Wilberforce.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Right?
What
I'm
the hell are you
is,
saying? It just sounds like you took
I'm
a big
saying
riff
that
and
what
you're
I'm
trying to come up with
currently
an argument.
saying. I'm saying that what I'm currently saying has more weight in society. That doesn't mean it's right or wrong, right?
That's
I'm saying
what I
that-
literally just asked. So Wilberforce had less weight in society.
Yeah.
Right. So therefore the argument was better, more
Okay, look,
stronger.
now
Hold
you're
on.
making
So
a moral
the
claim.
argument was better and stronger for slavery.
I never said that.
Oh my God,
By the
you're a
way,
silly goose.
can you bring up my account on TikTok? By the way,
You've been voted off the island anyways. God bless.
You're just
Yes, I can bring you up.
yeah, my bad, man. My power went and like my internet, like obviously everything just
Yeah, I get it.
went.
All right, let's try a guest on YT. Maybe we'll get something better than it's just true because it's true.
Yeah. Guys, make sure we're double tapping that phone screen over on TikTok. All right, let's get 75k likes on the stream.
G-Man, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? G-Man? Going once, going twice, and sold. Let me just test something real quick. Yep.
John, my view's justified if I call it an axiom.
Exactly. Adam, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Adam. Going once, going twice, and sold.
Bro bit the apple.
Chase, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 33.
All right, bro. Abortion is just child sacrifice. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, so at least the start of my argument is gonna be similar to the last guy. I don't think that, or I think personhood relies on conscious experience, which I don't think is present before 20 weeks. So you can't sacrifice. There is no such thing as a child 20 weeks in the or 19 weeks in the womb. So there's nothing there to sacrifice.
What's the argument that a conscious experience is necessary for them to be A, a child, or B, for it to be wrong to kill them?
Because you have to have a conscious experience to have moral consideration, at least to be, for something to be done wrong to you in and of itself. So for example, I think you would probably agree that you can't like torture a rock, right? Like you can't do something immoral to a rock for the rock's own sake. That wouldn't even make sense. Like you could say that it's immoral to break the rock because it belongs to someone and they like that rock, but you can't do something wrong to the rock for its own sake, right?
Sure, but I agree, right? You can't do something wrong to a rock. You can't harm a rock, or at least not in a morally significant way. However, that isn't why I think it's okay to like kick rock. I don't think it's okay to kick rocks because they don't have a conscious experience, right? That's the presumption you're making. So you would say that it's wrong to kill me, but not wrong to kick a rock, because I'm conscious, having a conscious experience, a rock isn't. I would say that doesn't really explain it. I don't agree to that. That what you've claimed. So I'm asking you, what is the argument for why you believe that conscious experience is necessary to be morally considered? You just repeated the claim that you think it is. You didn't tell me why it is.
Because morality deals with the treatment of conscious entities. It's with harm of conscious entities.
What's the argument for that?
I'm giving you a definition. That's what we're talking about. We're
No,
talking about morality.
I'm asking for the claim that in order to be morally considered, you need to be conscious. So morals deals with conscious being. I can give you many examples where A, that's clearly not true. But I'm asking for,
Where?
before I even jump to the reductios, I need your argument. Oh, where?
Yeah. What is an example of morality that doesn't deal with conscious entities?
Well, hold on. I don't want you to shift the
Sure.
burden. I actually want you to answer that question too. I'd like to hear the argument as well.
Okay. Yeah,
But
I just feel like
I
jumping to
don't-
reductios would be a bit boring.
Well, no. What I'm saying, Divine, is I want to hear Chase's argument.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, I don't want to jump to the reductio yet because it's just burden shifting.
No, I'm saying that what I'm saying is that we don't need an argument there because it's like if you're asking me what is the argument that health deals with the human body, I'm saying, well, that's by definition.
Sorry,
when we
sorry, I
use the
didn't
word
hear you.
health-
Can you say that again? What to the human body?
If you ask me what's the argument that health deals with like a living organism or the human body, I would say, well, there is no argument where we're defining health as like the homeostasis or like the state of a living organism.
Yeah, so you're just telling us what
you're
is
defining
something.
morality as the. I think we all define morality as like the treatment of conscious beings, even if we don't like directly acknowledge that.
No, I need an argument for that claim, but I can give you many examples where I don't think that's true, but I think would be even you would agree with that, or I think you'd fall to some absurdities if you didn't agree with me. But like John said, I don't want to burden shift so quickly. Can you just give the argument that in order to be morally considered, they have to be a conscious being?
Okay, I can't again because I would just say give me the argument that health deals with living bodies.
That's a burden
or with
shift.
living
That's a
organisms.
burden. That's a burden shift, right? So what you're doing is
I'm
me and
trying. I'm
John
not
could
burning.
easily-
I'm not
so-
shifting the burning. I'm saying that there no
so
argument is required. It's a definition.
Yeah, like me and John could just do this, right? So we could just say, in order to be morally considered, you have to have the capacity to flourish. Fetuses have the capacity to flourish, therefore they can be morally considered. Right? Like boom, right? And then you say, oh, what's the argument that fetuses can flourish? Or what's the argument that flourishment is what makes something morally considered? And I just say, oh, I don't need an argument for that. That's just a cop out.
No, I would ask you what you mean by flourish, and it would almost.
That's literally what he said you would do.
If you
No, but
exactly if your view
Well,
is
let me finish that
justified,
sentence, but go ahead.
but
I
well,
interrupted you,
I
go
didn't
ahead.
finish what I was saying actually. So if
Yeah, go
your view is justified by just saying I don't need an argument, then mine and John's view, a pro-life view, could be justified just as easily. That's why your view fails.
Yeah, but what I'm claiming is that we actually both share. I think we both share that same definition of morality. Like you just said, you just invoked flourishing, and I am certain that if we went down, if I asked you what flourishing meant, we would come to something that has to do with consciousness.
So you're just
Somewhere in that
intuition
definition.
pumped in. You're just assuming
Yeah,
that we share the same intuition.
Absolutely. If we don't,
fundamentally
we
di-
can't
I
have a conversation. If we
fundamentally-
don't share some base axiom, we can't have a conversation.
And
Yeah.
I fundamentally disagree that I would lead to the conclusion that in order to be able to flourish, you need to be a conscious individual.
If for it to be like the same relevant, for it to not be equivocating, to be the type of flourishing that we're like morally we consider morally worthwhile, I'm sure that we would somewhere something that requires consciousness.
No, absolutely not.
Something about
Garbage.
happiness, something about like
Nope.
strong relationships. All of that you have to have consciousness for these things.
No, that's again false, right? So like the things you described you might need consciousness for, but those things are not what flourishing is. And if I give you my understanding of flourishment and what it means to flourish, again, that still isn't justifying your view. I feel like you've somehow burden shifted without me even realizing. Can you just give me the argument for your initial claim, please?
I keep answering this question and you keep asking for an argument. I'm saying it's a definition, and I'm saying we actually do share that definition. And
why are you gaslighting me right now?
You try to give me an example of how we don't share that definition by invoking flourishing.
Okay.
I'm saying
so I'm just
that too relies on consciousness.
I'm just going to give your argument back to you. We're all members of rational kinds, and I think that's what's important. And so therefore, we protect that. And so a fetus is also a member of a rational kind. So.
Okay. Do you think that we now have to afford moral protections to ChatGPT?
Yeah, I don't think ChatGPT is rational.
You don't?
No.
I mean, it can answer, it can solve riddles, it can write essays. It seems to do a lot of things that are pretty rational.
Yeah, I think to be rational, you have to have like this. What do you call it?
Consciousness.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's a good word. Consciousness.
Oh. Okay, great. So we agree that consciousness is a necessity.
Nope, because it's what did I say was important? Did I say being rational is important, or what did I say?
You said of the rational kind, but you agree that that requires consciousness.
No, I said being a member of the rational kind.
Yeah, being a member of a rational kind doesn't mean you've actualized consciousness yourself. It just means you're the kind of being that does.
So you're just saying that because it has the potential to become conscious, it's a member of the rational kind.
I wouldn't say that's exactly what he's saying. But again, the point is that he could say that, and according to you, he would be justified in that, just as you're apparently justified in what you've said, even though you provided zero justification. Just to clarify, I would agree that what John's laid out so far, he hasn't provided a valid argument for. He's just doing what you're doing to show you that that doesn't lead to justification.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that this is a definition, and I'm still, so far, nothing has happened that has proven me wrong here. I think we actually do agree that consciousness is a requirement here.
There's nothing to prove wrong. You haven't given an argument. How can I prove something wrong if there's no argument?
I'm just going to bite the bullet.
Okay.
I'm just going to bite the bullet, and I'm going to accept your argument, and I'm just going to reject it. I'm just going to reject that consciousness is important.
Okay, so this is my point. Then this is what I was about to concede. I concede that if you actually, I think you actually do agree with me that consciousness is important. But if you actually fundamentally disagreed with me, I would not be able to give you a justified argument to why you should value consciousness. But I think you do.
An argument for your
so
position,
I think we can have our argument on those grounds.
But then you don't have an argument for your position. What you're saying is that you have no set of reasons that are going to favor a conclusion. That's what you just said. That's where an argument is.
No. If we
yes.
So every argument. Okay, so if you dig down farther enough, you always come to some axiom, base axiom. Like if I just ask you which position, that's why, eventually we get to an axiom. My
But
axiom
I haven't
is
even
that
asked why more than
consciousness is
once.
valuable.
I've asked why once.
Right, hold on. I know.
I agree. I agree with you. If I agree with you, if somebody says why, you're going to get down to a base axiom. I
Right.
agree. But I'm literally asking
Yes.
why at the first hurdle.
And here's
Yes,
the thing though. Hold on before you go. Axioms aren't just what you intuitively feel. Axioms are things that are evidentially are undisputably true.
Mm-hmm.
So they're so true that it's not disputed. Like 2 + 2 = 4. It just is. Like everybody knows it. And that's what an axiom is. But if we can get to the point where we're like, hey, that doesn't seem intuitionally, or that doesn't pump intuition for me, but it pumps intuition for you, you can't say it's an axiom.
Sure. Okay, that's fine. But my base assumption here is that consciousness is valuable, and I think you both agree with that. But if you don't, then I agree. I can't argue into that position.
To clarify, we can agree that consciousness is valuable and still agree abortion's morally impermissible, right? So agreeing consciousness is valuable is not the same as agreeing that consciousness is a necessary condition to be significantly harmed by death or to be morally considered.
Sorry, it is a requirement for moral consideration.
What's the argument for that?
Yeah, I also don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't. I think that's garbage.
Can you give me an example of something that has no consciousness or potential of consciousness that you consider morally
Well,
valuable?
potential of consciousness? Because a fetus has potential of consciousness.
Because we can get into the potential question later. I realize that's where this is going to lie, but I just want to know, just to nail down the consciousness thing first. Is there anything that is not related to consciousness that you find inherently morally valuable?
Yes.
Well, hold on. Not related to consciousness and not actualizing consciousness is two different things. You think that actualizing this trait you call consciousness is necessary for moral consideration. I don't agree to that. But I could agree there's something valuable about the conscious experience, and that one of the reasons why it could be wrong to kill John could be due to some deprivation to maybe future experiences he would have had, sure. But that's not the same as saying that consciousness must be actualized for moral consideration.
Sure,
That's
but I'm just trying to figure out
therefore
if we agree that like consciousness is the center of the bullseye here. Is there anything that is unrelated to consciousness that you find in and of itself morally valuable?
Sure, the ability to flourish.
And you think that is unrelated to consciousness?
In some ways, it can be.
Well,
Yeah, I think
the problem is in your question itself, right? You cannot even determine value without consciousness.
Agreed.
So it's like
Well,
it's a bit of a loaded question. Like you're asking us to determine value. Yeah, well, no, you're asking us to determine value with consciousness, saying how do you determine value without consciousness?
Yeah,
right?
but I'm asking. What I'm asking you, the method of determination is different from the thing itself. So yes, you need consciousness to determine what's valuable, but in theory,
what I'm saying is, what is value absent consciousness?
Yeah, but I'm saying that in theory, you could use your consciousness to determine that rocks are valuable and rocks are unrelated to consciousness.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can't
determine that. That doesn't mean that rocks are.
What I'm saying is value in itself is completely reliant on consciousness.
I agree.
So if there was no consciousness, there is no value.
Agreed.
Yeah,
100%.
we could also say abortion's wrong because there are some things that relate to consciousness. That's not an issue for us. Why would that be an
Yes,
issue?
I agree that there's more to argue about once we agree on this central claim. I just want to make sure we agree on that central claim.
What's the central claim we agree on?
That consciousness is the center of the bullseye for moral worth and moral value. That ultimately, when we're talking about morality, we're talking about things pertaining to or related to like conscious entities.
If you want to say consciousness is something that might sway our views on what we morally consider, or something that we should consider, I agree. If you're making the claim that consciousness is necessary to be morally considered, which you have done, then I disagree. That's the jump you make without justification.
For example, hold on, let me give you an example here. Like, let's say, I'm originally from Yukon, Canada, one of the most beautiful places in the world. I don't think I should destroy it because it is beautiful, but the territory itself doesn't have consciousness. Yeah, so it has value. It has value absence of consciousness, but value is only determined by consciousness. So I can assign value to a fetus, it being absent consciousness. There's no issue with that.
The Yukon is only valuable because of its impact on conscious beings, right? Like if there was no one in the universe there to appreciate the beauty of Yukon, it wouldn't matter, right? If there existed no consciousness anywhere in the universe, no God, no people.
Yeah, so but then I can still simply apply that to the fetus, and you can't tell me that's wrong. I could say I assign the value to the fetus. right? Through my own conscious experience, because I want to see it have a potential future.
Oh, sure. Yeah, in that case, if you wanted to see that particular fetus come to progress and I destroyed that fetus, I will have harmed you for sure.
Yeah, so the
Do you
value
think-
here is what I'm saying is like this value that you're saying the thing has to have consciousness. I don't see it.
Right, but I would have harmed you, not the fetus in that instance.
Wait, hold on. What's meant?
You value that.
hold on. So, great.
I disagree.
Yeah,
with
I
that.
disagree with that too. So why is it wrong to unalive me?
Because you're a conscious being.
That's circular. That's kind of like, or that's begging the question.
What do you mean?
We're arguing about the value
my
of consciousness. Why is it wrong to harm me? If
Well,
your
that was
simple
my
argument
central
is just
claim.
consciousness.
Well, yeah, my central claim was that consciousness is what bestows moral value.
Why is that the case?
Again, it's a definition. Like a healthy a body in
No,
homeostasis is a healthy
it's not
being.
it's not a definition. It's not a definition. It's a proposition.
Okay, can
I
you define morally valuable
disagree.
for me? When you're asking me why is it morally valuable, what do you mean by morally valuable?
No, that's what I'm asking you. You're saying the value, the moral
No, you're asking
valuability
me
comes
why
from
is
consciousness.
morally valuable.
Yes.
You're asking
Well,
me why
you
is
made-
consciousness morally valuable. Now I'm
Yes,
asking
you
what
made
do
you
mean
made the
by morally valuable.
well, you made the claim that it's necessary. You made the claim that if you kill the fetus, you're not harming the fetus, you're harming John, right? Because you wanted to see the fetus, like, I don't know, grow up, right? Can you just tell me what you mean by harm? Because you use that word.
Yeah. To harm something, you have to frustrate the desires of a conscious being or cause pain or suffering to a conscious being. That's what I mean by harm.
Okay, so if it doesn't meet those conditions, harm has not been caused?
Correct.
Okay, so if there was a case, I just want to see if he's consistent, just quickly, where there was like a newborn that had the brain development of like an 18-week-old fetus, and we knew its brain was going to develop to catch up to the where it should be in like a few months. Somebody has intercourse with the newborn and then smashes its brains in. Was anybody harmed?
No.
Okay, so I'd say that's absurd. Was it wrong to do that?
Wait, what was I absurd in that I'm being inconsistent, or absurd in that you don't find that right?
I think it's gross to say that if you have intercourse with a newborn baby and then kill it like a few weeks or months before it was going to have a conscious experience, there was no harm done there. I think that's obviously an absurdity. But you're being consistent.
Okay, but it wasn't
right?
inconsistent, right?
Well, an
I
argument
passed
being
the consistency
consistent
check,
doesn't.
didn't
An argument being consistent doesn't make it a good argument. For example, I could give
Oh,
an
for sure.
argument
Agreed.
that would be
It'd
consistent.
still be unsound.
That would well, it has to correspond with the moral law, not only the laws of logic. Your argument absolutely corresponds with, it doesn't contradict like the law of identity, law of exclusive middle, law of non-contradiction, chilling. However, it does not correspond with what is good, right? So there's the issue. It's like you can make an argument that slavery is justified, and just because it's logically consistent, that doesn't mean it's a good argument. So I'm going to need
Yeah,
like
I
you to
totally agree.
understand. Okay, great. So if you're saying that it's okay, there's no harm being done if you have intercourse with a newborn baby and then kill them, you're not harming the newborn itself.
Right.
If there was an example,
Wait, a
where
newborn.
there
Wait,
was-
hold on. Wait, well, that just changed it, right? We were talking about. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood the question. We were talking about something that was not like a fetus that wasn't conscious, not a newborn, right?
Well, that would be irrelevant. It doesn't meet your criteria for being harmed, whether it's a newborn or a 50-year-old man. If it doesn't meet your criteria,
Well, if it's a
which is
newborn,
pain,
I think those are conscious. I just want to make sure.
no, because they have the brain development of a 20-week-old fetus. I already stipulated, or 18-week-old fetus. I already stipulated.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay, yes, I will still assent to that. Obviously, that feels gross because that's not actually how things work in the real life, and you would see that.
I don't care if it feels gross. I just care if there's any harm being done.
Sure, yeah, no harm.
Okay, let's
being
take a
done in the
second newborn. Let's take a second newborn so the first newborn was going to be conscious in a few weeks and then was going to go on to, let's say, have 80 years of future conscious experiences. You don't think there's any harm being done when we kill it? Okay. Second newborn, it has been conscious before, but it's never going to be conscious ever again in 10 seconds. It's going to die. Which newborn would be harmed more by death? The one that's going to have 80 years of conscious experiences but's never had them before, or the one that's had 30 minutes of past conscious experience and has conscious experience now, but will never have it again after 10 seconds?
So The simple answer is the. How
According
dare
to you, according to you, a deprivation to 80 years of experiences is less harmful than a deprivation to 10 seconds. I
Yeah,
don't buy
so
that garbage.
that's why. Yeah, that's why I'm pausing here. Is because when you invoke this, like guaranteed, this will happen. Like you're bringing in something that I don't find to be like.
Yeah,
I
you're
think it's a
just
guarantee.
you're
I-
running from the question when you say that. It's a
I-
I'm not
reductio.
running
It's
from the
done in
question.
philosophy all the time. If you don't choose to engage in it, you're choosing your world. You're saying your worldview is inconsistent.
No, I'm not. I'm
Also,
saying that
or-
like it's kind of like invoke something like a soul. You're saying like, hey, this being, even though it's not conscious, it exists in some sense, and it will go on to have this life if we don't interfere with it. And I'm saying I don't think that's how the real
Uh-huh.
world works. I don't think.
Yeah,
that
when
there
you
is
say
a
that's not how the real world works, we agree. That's why it's called a reductio. It's to
Yeah, we're in
reduce
the
to
realm of
absurdity. It's absurd
we're in the
by
realm
definition.
we're in the realm of philosophy. As long as it's nomologically possible, there's no issue with this hypothetical. And also, if you want me to just change it to like we can make a probabilistic inference, like a, I don't know,
Well,
most features.
I could just give you a real world scenario right now. I fall asleep. Is it wrong to kill me?
Yes, because you
Wait,
have,
I would like him. I would like
because
him to
there's
answer
already a
this.
reference.
Sorry.
there.
I kind of jumped in Divine's middle
Yeah,
of
no,
Divine's
no,
argument.
it's okay. I just wanted him to give the answer. So I just want to clarify. So according to you, what's your name?
Chase.
What is his name? Chase.
Chase.
According to you, Chase, the second newborn would be harmed more than the first newborn.
Yeah, I
By
don't think the
death.
first newborn that has not yet begun to exist would be harmed at all.
Okay, so taking away 10 seconds of conscious experiences is more harmful than taking away 80 years. And the reason for that is
No,
because
10
one had
seconds,
30
taking away
minutes
10
of
seconds
consciousness.
is more harmful than taking away 0 seconds because I don't. Like
Wait, what?
this is
The being is on track to have those experiences in this hypothetical. That time still exists. What are you saying? Like time ceases to exist? I'm confused.
Hold on. If I just know that if we can just stipulate that at least one of these nights, if you were to make love to your wife, one of these nights they would be conceived and you would have a kid that went on to live 80 years. Are you doing something immoral by just telling your wife that you're not in the mood one of these days for the next week?
Okay, so A, that's a burden shift. B, no, you just compared something called active potentiality to passive. The case you gave would describe passive potentiality. The case I gave with a newborn would be active potentiality. Potentiality
How
that's
so?
active. Potentiality that's active is potentiality that's intrinsic to a being's nature. Passive is the kind of potentiality that's extrinsic to a being's nature. An example I would give is John, let's say John falls into a coma. He has, I would say it's wrong to deprive him of those future experiences because he has intrinsic potentiality. It's intrinsic to his nature. He has active potentiality, sorry, because it's intrinsic to his nature to wake up from the coma to have conscious experiences. Let's say a second case is, let's say there's a cat, and if you inject a cat with like a special serum, it will turn it into a human, and it will go on to have like valuable human experiences. Would it be wrong to refuse to inject the cat? I would say no, because the cat scenario describes what we call a passive potentiality. The coma describes an active. Therefore, the distinction between active and passive potentiality is morally relevant.
Sure. The particular egg that would have been fertilized in your wife's womb has the active potential that you're talking about.
No, it doesn't.
It's a passive
No, it
potential.
How is
Yeah.
that passive? That
it's
egg
yet to be
100% would have
fertilized.
gone on to be fertilized if you hadn't done what you hadn't decided.
That's a
that you didn't
passive
put in the mood
potential,
that
right?
night.
Like just like I could
How's
put
that?
on, I have the potential to put on a blue shirt or a green shirt this morning, right? Whichever one I choose is a passive potential. An active potentiality is intrinsic to my nature. So like growing
Sure, it is
facial hair.
intrinsic to the nature of the egg. It is intrinsic to the nature of the egg that if that
Yeah, it's
sperm had
intrinsic
met
to
with it, it
receive.
would have-
It's
it would have
intrinsic to
developed.
receive the sperm, but that doesn't mean it has to receive the sperm.
Yeah. So it's intrinsic to the
100%
egg.
guaranteed in this hypothetical that y'all are failing to engage with.
Hold on. It's intrinsic to the egg, right? That the sperm will reach it, and an egg in its maximum capacity will not have a flow, a future like ours. A sperm in its maximum capacity will not have a future like ours, because at the moment of conception, there's a distinction in the ontological nature of the being itself, right? The egg's
Why?
ontology, the sperm's ontology, is distinct to after conception, because we now have a brand new, unique whole human organism. Yeah, well, because I can trace your nature, I can trace you. You're the same being that you were when you were conceived. I can't trace you back to your dad's sperm.
Disagree.
Because you're not your dad's sperm.
Doesn't
But,
matter if you
hold on.
disagree. That is the consensus.
Yeah, you are. Wait, you are the
Oh,
same
so
being
it's
as when
by
you were
consensus
conceived.
now.
No. What I'm saying
no,
is that's the scientific consensus. That is what the data shows. Like you can disagree
No,
as
that's
much
not
as you
scientific
want.
consensus.
Yes, it is.
Hold
Hold
on.
on, both of you guys, real quick. That is the scientific consensus, right? That life begins at conception. I would actually challenge you. I'm actually going to challenge you to find me a source that disagrees with that, and I will PayPal you $20 right now.
Sure, this view is called animalism. I don't think that you are an animal. I think that you are a mind. I agree that the animal begins to exist at that moment, but not you.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is what makes you, right? All the components that make you go all the way back to the moment of conception. Before that, all the things that are out there are parts of a whole, not a whole, and that's what separates the two.
Yeah. Also, according to you,
but that is not the whole. That's my
okay,
point.
go
It's like the brain transplant thought experiment. Like if I were if your wife got into a car accident and we were able to transplant the brain to a new body, and you could either choose to take home the body or the brain in the old body, or you could take home the brain in the new body. Which one is actually your wife?
That doesn't happen in the real world. Sorry, Divine, cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the response we could give, like you. But this was a burden shift.
Well, I went on to answer the question. I said that didn't happen in the real world, and then I answered your question honestly.
Hold on.
Let him answer.
I have what I've done is throughout this whole conversation is I've said that's a burden shift, and then I've answered anyway. I feel like we're not going to keep doing that this whole debate. No, I don't think you have. Okay, so you conceded that it's not like it's worse to deprive 10 seconds rather than 80 years of conscious experiences. You then said there's no harm being done if you have sex with a newborn and then kill it.
Yeah,
like loads of things. We already got you to concede to absurdities, which you haven't done on our view. And then now you're burden shifting again because I asked you, are you the same being that was conceived in your mother, yes or no?
No.
Okay, would it have been possible to kill you prior to you having a mind while still allowing you to exist now?
No, of course. Wait, what? No.
Great, then you're the same being. Because if you weren't, I would have been able to separate you. I would have been able to kill you, stop that development, and you would still exist.
You can prevent me from ever beginning to exist. You can't kill me before I exist. That doesn't make sense.
You're not understanding the point. If I was to kill you in the womb, I would have stopped the person I'm speaking to right now, correct?
You would have prevented me from ever coming to exist.
If you weren't the same being, if you're a different being now than you were that was conceived, hypothetically, I should be able to kill the person in the womb, the being in the womb, and you still exist and talk to me now. The fact we can't do that proves that you are the same being. You're implying I can separate you when you say you're not the same being. There's a separation that you're.
Sure,
that's what you're implying.
If I killed your mom before she had you, you would never come to be. Are you now the same being as your mother in this by this line of logic?
What? No. If you killed me in the womb, you would have killed the same being as if you would kill me now.
That's not what I asked. If I killed your mother before she ever got pregnant with you,
hold on. Is it possible?
Would I have killed you?
Is it would it have been possible?
So can I just clarify, because I think you're talking a little bit past. So the being that's in the womb is going to be you, right? It's going to be you. That's not if
it's going to house me.
Yeah. So it house you, whatever it is, but it's going to be whatever you are today. Right?
It's not going to be what I am today. It's going to house what I am today.
Yeah. So okay. Right. I know you don't like the words that I'm using, but for all intents and purposes, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. For all intents and purposes, who you are today is going to happen, all things considered, as long as nothing prevents, the birth from taking place and you're going to come out. So whatever you are is going to be you today because of that being, right? With the stopping of the mother, you're not stopping that being. You're stopping a plethora of potential beings that could be. That's the difference.
I'm not sure how that's relevant though. Like, yes, she could have had more than one. Like, let's just stipulate that she was definitely going to have you. She wasn't going to have a potential of like many different possible kids. She was going to have you.
Yeah, no, that's implying that we could predict the future in this analogy. What I'm talking about in the real world scenario, and I'm not disregarding your analogy, I'm just saying it's not analogous to what we're talking about here. When you have the mother, right, and she's yet to conceive, she currently has the potential for a plethora of individual persons that can come from the pregnancy. But at the moment of conception, that potential is only you.
Not necessarily, because there's various different ways that development can go. And I think that based on like the gestation development and how it goes, the brain can end up being wired in different ways, and you might have had a different like conscious first-person conscious experience.
Yeah, that's why I said as long as there's no other hiccups that happen, right? No other complications
I don't
or
mean
disorder.
Hiccups. I don't mean like
I'm talking about being in. Yes, I agree. There's a certain aspect of like neuroplasticity that changes like areas of who you are and how you behave. But at the end of the day, it's still you.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how different my mind can be and it still be me, the same like first person conscious experience there.
Right.
I
So
don't.
okay. So if you're running down the street and then you get hit by a car and you end up with brain damage, do you cease to be you?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's not really an answer, man.
Of course it is. It's an honest answer. Like I don't know how much my conscious mind can change before I'm no longer the same like first person conscious
So you're saying,
experience.
you're saying that you don't. You're saying you don't know the answer to your view. If me or John gave an I don't know answer,
That's
I
not
would
the
say
answer
the
to my
view has
view. That's that
failed.
particular question.
Well, I would say that if me and John couldn't answer a question about our view would have failed.
If I can't ask, if I can find a single thing that about your worldview that you don't definitively know the answer to, you think it's failed?
Yes.
Well, I can say this: you've been voted off the island with an 81% vote. So I appreciate your time. God bless.
Ah, bye.
That's what
John,
happens when you argue in bad faith.
For real, you got to bring me back up on TikTok, man. My power went again. Luckily, my mobile data came in this time and kept me in the loop.
Chat,
my other
real
phone.
quick, everyone. Am I glitching for everybody? I notice on my end that some glitches keep happening. I'm wondering if it's the new camera or if it's something else. But let me know if I've been glitching. Let's bring up new person. No glitches. Good.
Bro, Quincy has been begging to debate me for like.
Well, now's his chance. Hello, Quincy. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 23. How are you?
Good, man. All right. Abortion is child sacrifice. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question because it's going to just be based off morality.
Can you take us off your Bluetooth or whatever you're using? It's hard to hear you.
Oh, you guys are in my headphone. My bad. Here, give me one second.
John, can I hit a self plug?
Yeah. You're gonna plug yourself on my live? That's gross, dude.
Oh, ouch! I just thought because
Yeah, of course you can self plug. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Hi, John's followers. I know a lot of you guys are on YouTube. But if
Don't
you want to
say
follow
that
me over
word.
on
You're gonna
TikTok,
get us demonetized.
No, I'm sorry. YT. I didn't
We
say
love
it. I didn't
TikTok
say it.
Shop. God bless our Chinese
Yes,
overlords. Socialism is amazing.
Yes, Xi Jinping. Anyway, is Lord apart from Jesus. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, to John's followers, on YouTube, on YT. No, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm stupid. On YT.
He's lost his right. I muted him. You're on timeout for 15 seconds. All right, go ahead.
Am I back?
You're back.
Okay, John's subscribers on YT. If you would like to follow me on TikTok, my name's Divine Order. You can follow me. I do abortion debates and I debate other topics, and it's appreciated. And anybody watching on TikTok, you can gift me on TikTok, which John also gets the majority of, I think. So it doesn't really matter. But you can go to the link.
I don't get any of your gifts, no.
Oh, then you can go to the link tree in my bio, and you can either donate through PayPal or you can gift on TikTok.
Speaking of which, just before you guys go, I got some super chats I forgot to get through because Abby's not here to remind me. God bless John. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Great to see you. Good afternoon. Great to see you as well. This guest is unaware that the alphabet community is now adding robots and animals. I wonder if he will stay consistent. Dang clankers. No son of mine is marrying a clanker. We change and grow. Have you looked at the third world countries, slavery, G-side, persecution, all relevant today? That is true. And he is attaching an ability to personhood, and that is a slippery slope. What is to stop society from attaching any ability to value? All right, Quincy, sorry about the delay. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. It's just a couple questions before I have to get back to work today, sadly. If you guys saw, let's just say it's like Roman times, because we're just going to go into a hypothetical real quick. If you saw an old man in Roman times steal a piece of bread, are you going to snitch on that person? Like, let's just say snitch or tell, or let's say even if you're the cop in the situation or guard, would you take that man into custody for stealing bread?
If I was a guard, yes.
Because him stealing bread is wrong.
No, I would do it because I've made an obligation to uphold the law, and that's breaking the law. So I've made a vow and a commitment to do something, and I'm going to uphold that.
Exactly, which means that he's breaking the law, which is bad, right?
No.
Breaking the law is good?
No, I don't think the law is synonymous with morality. What I'm saying is if I was a guard, I would turn him in because I made a vow to uphold the law. So I made an obligation towards that.
Okay, let's try not to be disingenuous for a second.
That's not disingenuous. That's the reason I would,
It
right?
is.
Because so what I hold to be like as a moral.
Still-
Well, hold on. Let me answer why it's not disingenuous. I'm a Christian, and one of the things that it says in Scripture is to be very careful about your vows because they're super important. They're one of there's something that you have to hold to. This is where the first
then you're not a
commandment kind of
god.
comes
Let's take
from.
that out of the hypothetical.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't snitch.
You wouldn't?
No.
Why? It says that sin it's a sin to steal,
Yes, I'm a virtue ethicist.
which is
Yeah, so I think that you're looking for the highest form of virtue, what's going to lead to the highest possible goods. It's not just an ought not situation. So you can look at each case scenario and you can try to look at what is the best possible good that can come from it, and you try to achieve that.
okay. So from this situation, what is the best good that can come from a man stealing bread from another person?
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to continue in his life. And I think the evil of taking that bread.
Nothing in the hypothetical yet says that he's going to starve from taking the bread.
Well, you were implying that he was hungry and he was starving.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, so he's
I
just
just said
taking
he
it for
stole
fun?
bread. Right now, in my hypothetical, yes, he's just taking it for fun.
Then I would turn him in.
Okay. So now with the additive into my hypothetical of saying, okay, this man is starving. Now you're changing towards the fact that, okay, this is for his own life and for himself. You wouldn't turn him in anymore?
No, I wouldn't turn him in because I think the greater good of him continuing his life outweighs the lesser evil of him taking a piece of bread.
So you'd say with added perspective onto somebody else's life, now your moral judgment on whether or not that person is doing a good or bad thing changes due to the
Yes, who
fact
knew
that you
that?
have. Oh,
But
exactly.
who
So
knew
it's
that
the
when
same
there's an
thing for the
overriding
people that are
principle?
doing.
Hold
It's
on.
the
Who
same.
knew that when there's an overriding principle, the answer changes? Like what? Like if you say there is no threat to
That's what
John's
I'm
life,
saying.
can he just kill a 20-year-old? No. There is a threat to his life. Can he in self-defense? Yes. That doesn't mean that like the nature of killing, whether it's good or bad, has changed. It means that there can be a lesser evil that's another option that he can take.
So self-defense in this case is stealing from another person that might have profited off of the bread that he might have been able to sell.
It's an example to explain that even though the nature of an action could stay not good, that due to certain circumstances, the action could be the lesser of two evils, or just, as we would say.
Exactly. So let's just take it in the perspective that without knowing the perspective of a mother who's having said child, why do you feel like it's okay to say that what she's doing is wrong, even though you have no idea of the circumstances behind what she's doing it for?
Well, because we don't know so you just
Yeah.
for one, you just
my
said we
exact
don't
point.
know the idea of the circumstances.
That's my exact point. Is
Yeah,
right
so
now
but
you're trying to
just
say
like
that it's bad to do something,
just like I don't
without
know
knowing the extent.
just like I don't know
That's
if
my
the guy
point.
walking down the street is going to jump me or not doesn't mean I can preemptively shoot him in the head.
Yeah, the Quincy, the
Hold on,
problem
I'll
is
be
with
right
your
back.
view.
You guys go.
Is no worries. Quincy, the problem is with this is that, according to you, if somebody rapes somebody, and I'm like, oh, that was evil, and you're like, well, you don't know their surrounding circumstances, so you can't make a moral judgment. In order to make a moral judgment, we don't have to know somebody's circumstances. We can just lay out a position. So we could say, killing human beings is prima facie wrong, which just means on the face of it, generally speaking, it's wrong in most cases. And since abortion in most cases doesn't meet the kind of criteria that would justify killing of a human being, therefore it's not justified in most cases. So saying we don't know her reasons,
That's again
we don't have
without.
to.
That's again
We just
without
have to
the perspective
hold on,
of what somebody else knows.
hold on. We don't need to know that. We just have to know the kind of things that would justify an action and the kind of things that wouldn't justify an action. Once we have that basis laid out, then we can just apply that. We don't have to know her personal circumstances. So we could just say, it's wrong to kill a human being unless it's in self-defense. So if this woman's circumstances doesn't meet that criteria of self-defense, then it would be unjust. Done.
So it again is just going to be according to a moral standard between person to person.
What? How does that engage in anything I just said? Do you have an argument for abortion, or are you just wasting my time?
I just gave it. I literally just gave it without knowing
You
the
didn't give an argument for
perspective of
abortion,
what
man. You didn't give an
I did.
argument for
I said
abortion.
without
No, you
knowing the
didn't.
I did. I just said without knowing the perspective of the person that's getting an abortion. Why do
We
you
don't
feel
have
like
to.
you're morally
We
obligated
don't have
to
to.
say
We
that
don't
they
have to.
can't get one?
We don't have to. We don't have to know everybody's circumstances.
Just
to know an
real
action's
quick,
wrong.
in the UK, do you call it soda or pop?
Pop.
Based.
Anyway, you threw me off. Yeah, so like for example, Quincy, okay, We don't have to know. Quincy, do you think in order to make the moral judgment that it's wrong to have intercourse, it's wrong to have intercourse with children, would you say that in order to make that moral judgment, that you have to know the circumstances of the man who had the intercourse with the child?
Not necessarily.
Great. So the same thing applies for abortion. We don't have to know the circumstances to know the action is wrong. We just have to have a basis for what would justify it and what wouldn't. Okay, so we just have to lay out that basis. Okay, we don't have to know everyone's like individual life. We could just say killing is prima facie wrong. Abortion would not meet the criteria that would justify killing in most cases. Therefore, abortion is wrong in most cases.
I don't know. See, the difference is that under your point of view, that you are willing to consider child rape and abortion in the same category of evils.
I'm not doing that. What are you talking about? I'm not doing that.
I'll actually bite that bullet and say it is in the same category of evil.
Yeah, I want to clarify. A, I do think that, but B, that's not what I'm doing in this conversation. I'm not comparing the evil of abortion to the evil of child rape, although both are evil. What I'm doing is I'm showing you that I don't need to know the child rapist's circumstances to know that child rape is wrong, just as I don't need to know a woman's circumstances to know that abortion is wrong. I just need to know a basis of what would justify an action and what wouldn't. Once I have that basis laid out, we're good, and I have that laid out.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it just doesn't. I just don't understand how the points connect from one wrong to the other when the circumstances are completely different.
That's not the comparison, man. Bro, I'm showing you that we don't need to know somebody's circumstances to know an action is wrong. You agree when it comes to child rape, but you don't agree for abortion.
Under
That's
this
special pleading.
specific circumstance.
That's special pleading.
All right.
There literally is, Quincy. I'm not pulling your leg right now. That by definition is.
No. I got you. I understand. Look, I'm going to keep because we've had a discussion more than once, Divine. I'm gonna keep coming back with different viewpoints and different sets because eventually I do think that there is going to be a way, and if there's not, there's not.
So I've been proven wrong 1,000 times, but eventually I'm going to be proven right.
Well, I said 2 times. I didn't say 1,000.
Just say abortion's wrong, man.
The first time he kicked me, but I just don't see it that way.
He can't kick you right now, so I have the power.
Yeah, but I did tell you that I need to get back to work today, so I do have to go. But
if you really believe this to be like a moral fight worth fighting for, you would skip work.
I also do want to just pick Divine's brain because he is a intellectual person, and I'm curious about the things that he has to say.
He does good for a Brit, but like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Quincy, somebody's atting you in the comments, spamming.
Let
me read it out loud. They're saying Divine Order has abuse allegations against him. Why are you debating him? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sorry. I abused the pro-choicers intellectually by blowing them out.
You have abuse allegations against you? What's going on?
I have no idea. This is what's funny. People DM me or write stuff in the comments, and I'm like, wait, what happened? I didn't know about this.
People tell me all the time that I beat my wife.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, Quincy. I appreciate you.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Divine, I'll be in your chat more. You'll see me.
Okay.
I'm coming for you. It's like you're his nemesis.
Come and take another L.
I'm coming to get you. No, people tell me I'm abusive to my wife all the time and I beat her. I mean, that might be true, but like they don't know that.
You know what's funny is somebody will say this guy's a misogynist, and I go, guys, I'm not a misogynist, and then I'll shout, woman, make me a sandwich right now, and I'll just wait for it to bring it, and then the allegations.
Well, the thing is, both me and my wife train martial arts, so like we spar. So technically, it's true that I do beat her. Technically,
interesting.
Technically,
but if she's asleep, then she's like not having an experience, so it's permissible. She doesn't.
Oh yeah, she's asleep. There's no consciousness there at the moment, so it's okay to do whatever you want at that point.
Wow,
all things are permissible.
Interesting view.
Well, that's not my view. That's the pro-choice view.
It's a great argument.
Roz, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Roz? Looks like you're trying to figure something out.
Bro said
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I am 27.
All right, bro. Abortion is child sacrifice. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
So I was more going to ask, and you, this might not be the sort of place you're going down. I was more going to ask, do you guys genuinely believe that abortion is child sacrifice?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Could I ask you to just sort of explain your reasoning behind it?
Yeah, you're basically giving up
go
the
ahead.
child for the sake of something else.
Mhm.
That's a
Okay, fair
sacrifice.
enough. Yeah. Do you guys support the death penalty?
Very, 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 very rare circumstances.
I'm against it.
Okay. So would you say there are situations where you can take a life and it can be moral?
I wouldn't say it's moral. I'd say it's justified. Those are like two different things.
So would you say if a woman is, if I'm a woman, I'm pregnant, and
Well, I didn't
I'm
assume
gonna
your
die
gender,
if
so you can, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. So if I was, say I'm a woman, I'm pregnant,
Mhm.
and I'm going to die if I have the baby.
Mhm.
Would you say you can justify aborting it?
No, I'd say you could do everything in your power to save both lives, and if you end up losing one life, that's a natural consequence.
Okay,
Wait, John,
so
you don't
basically,
agree with self-defense?
What?
Do you not agree with self-defense?
Yeah, so I say you could do everything in your power to save both
Uh-huh.
lives, but if you end up losing one life, that happens.
Wait,
So
it's
you-
like if a woman like removed it. So like if a woman removed it, but it was too early and the fetus died, you wouldn't say that's wrong.
No, I would say that's wrong. If they're not trying to save both lives, if that is the only option, like if that is literally the only option to try to save, like if you're going to lose both lives and you have to do that to save one, then yeah, I say you could do that in a case of like keeping your like self-preservation ideas. I forget what the word is, but like
Yeah.
there's a certain idea of like you have self-preservation and you can do everything in your power to self preserve. But with that being said, you cannot intentionally like kill an innocent person to save your own life.
Wait, hold on. Like, if you're trying to kill me with like a weapon, and I like kill you in self-defense, I intentionally kill you. I do it because, like, and to do it, let's say I return the blade in your
Yeah,
neck.
the word
But
I was doing there is innocent, right? If you're trying to kill me with a weapon, you're not innocent.
what if you were like sleepwalking?
Also, aren't we supposed to be
and,
on the
like-
same team?
I'm sorry. I just want to know. Like, okay, what if like you're sleepwalking?
Yeah. So the
and, like,
scenario I'll give you is that a person is drugged or given some stuff at a bar and they weren't aware of it and they end up in a manic state and they go to attack me. I can do everything in my power to preserve my own life, including up to unaliving them, but I cannot preemptively unalive them because they may or may not do it.
I think I disagree with that. Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. We can disagree on that for now. We need to focus on the guests.
So then, I guess basically what you're saying is, in the case of a woman who's in danger of death because of an abortion, basically you need to try everything up until the abortion, try all possible routes, but then say, I guess my question would be, who would you save if it comes down to a hypothetical situation? It's you save the mother or the child.
Yeah,
who do you pick?
that's going to be completely subjective, right? So, like for example, if a child's in a burning building, my child and a random child, I'm going to change my child. Everybody's going to have a different. Or I'm going to save my child. Sorry, everybody's going to have a different answer to that.
I'm not talking about like a random scenario. I'm talking about a mother who is pregnant, and say it comes down to, you are the arbiter.
Yeah,
do you
so
pick the mother or the
I'm saying that's
child?
purely subjective because they both have the same moral value. So me picking the person I want to save is going to be like off my subjective preference.
Yeah, but I'm interested though. Who would you pick?
Well, okay, so I know for a fact that my wife would rather me pick the child, but I would pick my wife.
What about with random people?
What's that?
Two random people. Well, a random woman and a random fetus.
Flip a coin.
Yeah, fair enough. It's just kind of, yeah. Well, fair enough. So are you basically entirely pro-life then? You see basically no possible avenues for pro-choice?
No.
Well, I don't think, it depends on what you mean by pro-choice, but I don't think you should intentionally unalive innocent human beings.
Yeah, no, when I say pro-choice, I'm talking about the ability for women to choose abortions, basically.
Yeah, I don't think women should have the ability to choose abortions, just like women shouldn't have the ability to choose to throw their 2-year-old into a volcano.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. But you do think the state should have the ability to kill certain people in certain situations?
Sorry, Divine, go ahead. I know you want to say something.
Sorry, I was just going to say the reasons why me and John would be against throwing 2-year-olds into volcanoes is the same
Mhm.
reasons we would be against a woman aborting her child, right? But yeah, go ahead and ask your question about the state. I think he's on about the death penalty.
So basically, the one thing I was going to say is there not a bit of incongruity here in the fact that you believe the state has the power and the authority, or you think the state should have the power and the authority to do this, but do you see that as the only possible way that can ever happen? You think it has to be,
And so
the state has to be the arbiter of life and death for it to be, I
so
guess maybe not
the
moral,
symmetry
but just.
the symmetry breaker is the innocence, right? So the person being put to death by the state has sacrificed their right to life, so-called right to life, by infringing on others' rights to life. So I'd say it'd be very rare circumstance. So like a circumstance where I'd say like the death penalty is like okay, in my personal perspective, is an unrepentant like genocider. This would be the only scenario.
You'd give Pol Pot the death penalty, for example.
Who?
Pol Pot, previous leader of Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge.
No idea who that is. Chat, just real quick. Our donor bar is looking a little short and we're running out of time. I'm just saying. Go ahead, guys.
Pol Pot, previous leader of Cambodia, murdered millions of people. Bad guy. He's quite an interesting read, to be fair. Pretty horrific. But
the key there is unrepentant too.
Yes, I don't think Pol Pot was repenting particularly, to be honest. He was.
Yeah, then he'd probably be one that I'd say is justified.
Fair enough. All right. Are you lads Christian then, I assume?
I am, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So I guess what is basically your reasoning rests on one, innocence, and two, kind of the intentionality of taking a life.
Well, I want to clarify. Mine and John's views are very similar, but I don't think they're identical. But yeah, generally we'd agree on most things. Like it's going to be wrong to kill innocent human beings. So yeah, sure.
Yeah, fair enough. So would you not then argue that there shouldn't be death penalty in case of, a case of not mistaken identity? That would be insane. But in case of someone getting it wrong.
Well, that's why John actually specifically said in very, 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 very specific cases. And that would obviously include like absolute proof that this individual did this, right? Like if we were like, I don't know, going off some grainy CCTV footage, I'm sure John would disagree with the death penalty. Which is actually one of the reasons why I'm agnostic as it relates to the death penalty when it comes to like pragmatism. It's like pragmatism is the application of like an ethical position in the real world. So like in theory, I agree with the death penalty for the same reasons John does, but I've seen some horror stories and I have some issues with how it would be applied. But in terms of like my normative view on it, so just in theory, yeah, I would say I agree with the death penalty. But I'm agnostic when it comes to like how we kind of apply that.
Yes, I get what you mean. So I don't personally agree with the death penalty in a wide general way. But I also think your point about how would you actually, in the real world, do it pragmatically. There's a great book by Camus called, it's like Revelations on the Guillotine that you lads should read. That's very interesting about that. It's quite an interesting one it's written by a French philosopher back in the day. You probably know him. But that's quite an interesting one to read. That can be worth it. But
just real quick, why is my chat so racist against the Brits? I keep seeing in my chat, get rid of the Brits from like different people. Why do you guys hate the British so much? Like what's going on?
You know what I'll say, John, you know what I'll say, and I think you might agree with me on this. The British females, in terms of debating, are worse than the American and the Canadian females.
Yes.
But the British males are better than the American males and Canadian males. When it comes to ops, they're more inclined, bro, philosophically. I'm telling you, like the English men, they're a little bit more, even if they say something dumb, it's fine because their accent makes them sound like 20%.
But that's what I'm saying is you guys get away with the accent makes you sound smarter. But like if I'm talking like if like written on paper, I think there's probably more.
I don't know, gentlemen. That's a little bit rude. I think I've been quite polite. Don't be slagging off the Brits too hard.
I'm not coming down on you guys. I literally invited a Brit up to co-host with me.
Yeah, I mean, don't be going that far.
Yeah, but he actually he looks after me well, John. He feeds me occasionally, so.
Good.
When do I get to come up for sunlight, by the way, John?
When you get sunlight?
Probably...
Never. You're British.
Lads, I'm probably going to scoot. I think I probably disagree with you quite heavily on a lot of things, but it's been nice to come and have a chat with you. And yeah, have a good day of it.
Thank you.
All right. God bless.
Somebody said I will believe anything out of a British man's mouth. Bro, John, my fan base and yours is like weird. Is yours weirdly sexual?
No.
Mine neither. I'm joking, they are. Like, I'll be live and they'll be like saying Daddy Divine, I love your accent. They're just weird. You
I
got
speak
$20.
for all of America, shouldn't have taxed RT. Get dunked red coats.
I read that before it said it.
Grifter. I have to be a
W.
grifter. If I need to, if I want to keep this channel running, I have to grift. It's just how it is. So that dono bar is looking a little slim right now.
What is your donut bar?
300.
Oh my gosh, bro! I made $1.82 today. Woo! My dono bars. Wait, what? I didn't even know. I didn't even have a dono bar. I should probably. I should probably have one. That's probably a good idea, man.
Well, I know it's like, you're like, oh my gosh, but like for me to do these lives as much as I do and to keep them going, that's the bare minimum to keep the channel running. That's not even to grow.
Wow.
That's just the bare minimum to keep it running.
Oh,
So-
I have an amount. I have an amount as well. I've never set one like on screen or
Yeah.
like, done it. Probably
So-
wise if I did.
So if everybody gave $1, we'd surpass our dono goal. Just saying that. All right, let's jump on to the...
I'm gonna set my own dono bar chat when I next go live. You guys are gonna see a dono bar, $5,000.
That's what Andrew Wilson does
5,000
per stream. $3,000 to $5,000 per stream.
Wow, I'm slacking. PayPal link in the bio. Oh my gosh, I gotta plug that. Bro, you know what I'm gonna do? You know my abortion background I usually use. I'm just gonna have the PayPal username just in big writing, but it's gonna overlap the abortion background.
Do it. I mean, all the debaters got, like, if you watch Dean's live, he's got his PayPal right above his head. Like,
Yeah.
hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 40. I'm great, and thank you for having me up.
No problem, man. All right, abortion is child sacrifice. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
I would say that abortion is an act of self-defense and is not sacrificed. First off, child sacrifice is a ritualistic smurdering. So
No.
what is the ritual?
No,
ritualistic nature of
sacrifice
abortion?
doesn't have to be ritual by any means. People sacrifice all the time. Like, we talk about sacrificing all sorts of things in life for the sake of other things. For, like, you buy a chocolate bar, you sacrifice your money for chocolate bar. Like, you're giving up something for the sake of something else.
So you define it as giving up something for something else, right?
Yeah.
So by that definition, is the crucifixion child sacrifice?
You're a silly goose.
Did the Father give up the Son in exchange for salvation for man?
Yeah, so it's a self-sacrifice.
Come on now, man.
Wait, linguistically, how is this story told?
Yeah, Jesus says, verbatim, no one lays down my life, I lay it down myself. And because I have laid it down, I will raise it up again.
Shoveling coal into the
So
engine
you
to
think
keep
that
the
child
ship
sacrifice
afloat.
is okay as long as the child is willing?
Yeah, I think self-sacrifice is okay, and Jesus wasn't a child.
At what age do we stop being our parents' child?
So if that's... Oh my God, this is like two brain cells wrestling for third place. Yeah, so like we're talking the what's the word I'm looking? The colloquial sense of child is like anybody under this specific age that is not like a full-grown adult.
And what does it mean in regards to the relationship to parents?
What do you mean?
Which would be relationally the same as like abortion, right? Like you're saying that it's child sacrifice because the mother is participating in the act. So when in regards to the crucifixion, it would be the same because it's the father who is participating in the act regarding the son.
Yeah, so I'll just concede your point. The father child sacrificed the son. What's your point?
So child sacrifice isn't inherently bad in the Christian worldview?
Yeah, so the God has a different ontological state than us, right? He's in a different category. He can do whatever he wants. We can't.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're saying that child sacrifice is okay in the
If God
Christian
does it,
worldview
yeah.
because
Now
it's
make
God.
your argument for abortion.
Okay, so how can you prove that every abortion isn't inspired by God?
That's actually a burden on you. You have to prove that it is. You have
No,
to prove.
you
You
just
have
said
to
that
prove.
it's
You
okay as
have
long
to
as
prove
God
to
does
me.
it.
You have to prove to me that God literally told all these women to sacrifice their children. Go ahead.
I don't have to prove anything. You just
Yes, you
said that
do.
it's
You made the
allowed.
claim.
It's
That's a claim.
allowable in the worldview.
That's a claim.
Yeah,
You
because
made
in
a
order-
claim.
Yeah.
So you just said it's allowable in the Christian worldview as long as God does it.
Yeah, if
So
God
now
does
can
it,
you
it's
prove that
okay.
God doesn't do it.
I can't prove that God doesn't do it, but you need to prove
So
that
then you have
every.
to be for it.
Hold on. Listen. I know thinking's really hard, but like, let's just focus, okay? You've made a claim that every one of these women are doing it because God told them to do it. You need to actually prove that.
Did I form it in the? Did I ask it in the form of a question or did I make a claim? Said, can you prove? Is
Can
that a
I
claim or
prove
a
that?
question?
Can I prove your ridiculous claim is false? No.
What was it? A claim or a question?
I just answered your question.
Right. The question was, can you prove that every abortion is not inspired by God?
No, I cannot
I
prove
didn't make
that.
a claim. Okay, so then you can't be anti-abortion
Why can't I?
because it's according to the Christian worldview, child sacrifice is allowable as long as God does it. You can't prove that God's not the one doing it.
You need to prove that God is the one doing it because in the Christian worldview, humans aren't allowed to do it.
Oh, okay, so it's allowable. So we can agree that you have already stated that child sacrifice is allowable in Christianity.
I said God can do whatever he wants. Humans can't. Category error.
And what does that mean? What does
Literally
that mean?
means
So,
exactly what I
child
say.
sacrifice is
God can do
allowable
whatever
in
he wants.
Christianity.
God can do whatever he wants. He can turn you into a pincushion of a torture device, right? And I can't say no. How are you going to say no to God? Humans can't do whatever they want.
Okay, so if God can participate in child sacrifice and it is not evil, then you must prove that it is not God initiating all these abortions.
No,
in order
I
for you to
don't.
call it evil.
No, I don't.
No.
You need to prove that it is God.
Yeah. My boy's got it twisted.
That's like saying you need to prove every single murder isn't an act of self-defense.
Yeah, that's really stupid.
You just admitted that child sacrifice is allowable in Christianity.
Are you just going to go first circle again, or are you going to actually add
Yeah.
something new to your argument?
Because I just want to make sure that this absurd worldview you have
Absurd?
is heard by
What's the
everybody
absurdity?
with 2 ears.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everybody's
I say
hearing it.
much more crazy things than that, man. Like if you think me saying something wild on the live is going to be shocking and that's what you're trying to catch me doing, like I've literally said the most racist crazy things on these lives and I'm going to keep doing crazy things. Like
Okay, then
make
just
an
say it, let's move
argument.
on. No, abortion is an act of self-defense.
Sorry
It's
to
not child
interrupt.
sacrifice.
Been
Okay, so
listening to
that's
you
your
for a
argument. Hold
while.
on.
I suppose I owe you at least this much. Keep being awesome and enjoy your weekend.
You are awesome, my friend. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very generous. Okay, so your
Actually,
argument
that would be my claim.
Your argument is that it's self-defense.
That would be my claim.
So your claim is it's self-defense. Now make the argument.
There's no such thing as a zero injury pregnancy, and since there's no way to predict the amount of injury that's going to be caused to the mother, the preemptive use of lethal force in self-defense is allowable.
Okay. So let me give you a hypothetical and see if you're consistent. A mother is on a boat with a child. The boat is stranded, right? And in that boat, the only access that child has to caloric intake is the mother's milk. Does the mother have an obligation to give it to the child?
I'm going to answer this question, but what does this do to go against self-defense justification?
Yeah, I'll explain that. Answer the question.
Okay, so is the mother required to give the milk to the child?
Does she have parental duty to do so?
Right. So, and in giving the milk, is that going to reduce her expectancy to life? Is it going to burn through her nutrition? So, is it going to reduce her survivability?
Yes.
Interesting. No.
Okay, so she can let her child starve.
Well, she's going to starve too.
But that's not the question I'm asking you. Can she let her child starve?
Well, so you said that because pregnancy has the ability for any level of injury. Okay, so even if the level of injury was like, I don't know, a bleeding nipple, you would still say she can starve her kid to death.
Wait, hold on. What, is abortion
That's what you
starving?
said.
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
I'm just
what?
just
Well,
real quick.
A,
Is
yes, the
abortion
abortion. Yes, abortion. The abortion pill starves the child of nutrients. Anyway, now, can you like? It's irrelevant the method of how we kill them, right? Like, can you just please engage?
so is a bleeding nipple worth starving the child? Is that the question?
You said that abortion is justified because every abortion counts as self-defense because pregnancy poses a risk of injury in every pregnancy, right?
Wait.
Now, like I would say that like the
Hold
threshold of
on,
what the injury
Divine.
is.
Can I just give a really ridiculous one? Let's say I got a
Well,
two.
hold on. This is where I was
just
going
real
with
quick,
the
real
pure
quick, real quick. It's
hypothetical.
just going to be really quick.
No,
I just
no.
hold on. No.
Is a bloody nipple equivalent to pregnancy or giving birth?
No. Let's just say I have a 2-year-old.
Absurd hypothetical number 3.
All right. So
We're going for the
I am more petty than you. I promise you. All right. So
doubt it.
I'll do it every time until I get my hypothetical. We could have been done by now, right? All right. I got it. Are you ready? All right. So I got a 2-year-old in my house, and every day it kicks me in the shin.
Are you familiar with the justifications for self-defense or the requirements that must be met in order to justify self-defense?
So just answer the
Would-
question.
would
I got a
that
2-year-old in my
hypothetical-
house, and every day it
Would
kicks me in the
that
shin.
hypothetical meet the requirements needed to justify self-defense? Yes
Just
or no?
answer the question. You don't get to ask my. You don't get to answer my question with a
No.
question. All right, that's
Can
not
you
how
get
it
up and
works.
walk
So
away from a 2-year-old.
my 2-year-old, I can't punt it
Get up and
into.
walk away from pregnancy.
Can you get up and walk away from pregnancy? No.
Right.
So you're saying I can get up and
walk away
hold
from a
on.
two-year-old?
So hold on. I can get up and just leave my house and abandon the 2-year-old in the house,
You can go in the other room.
but I got to eventually leave the room, right? And when I do, it's going to kick me in the shin.
Is this like experience? Is this what your child did to you?
I don't have a kid.
Interesting. It makes sense now that the hypothetical. With that hypothetical, it makes sense because a good parent could train their kid to not kick them.
Let's say I got a psychotic kid. Can I just abandon my
I
child?
wouldn't. The more I talk to you, the more I realize that that's a high likelihood when you do have kids.
Yeah, probably. So can I abandon it?
Can you legally or morally?
Can I just up and walk out of the room and leave the kid because it keeps kicking me in the shin?
Wait. So can you just go in the other room?
Oh my
at any
God. What
point
is
in
2
time?
plus 2?
16.
All right. Appreciate your time. God bless. Have yourself a great day. If you're incapable, why can't I kick him? Oh no, he's got power. If you're incapable of answering a direct question, you don't even get a chance to get voted off the island. You're just showing how disingenuous you are.
Also, his idea of self-defense was really flawed. He said that self-defense is when there's like, he said abortion is justified because every pregnancy carries like a risk of injury, right, John? So like, according to him, let's say like when you're driving, because another driver poses a risk of injury, it would be self-defense to like smash them off the road or shoot them. Like surely that would meet his criteria for self-defense.
Of course.
And obviously me and you would say that self-defense isn't just the risk of any injury.
Well, and he said also like any harm. So like the brain cells I lost talking to him was harm to me. So I should be allowed to unalive him.
Yeah, self-defense.
Self-defense.
Self-defense, exactly, man. I got a chicken burger on a brioche bun with cherry tomatoes and lettuce. Do you want to hear the first bite?
No, I'm gonna watch this. Also, guys, Divine Order has given up his live today for us, so make sure that you go over and subscribe to his channel because he is sacrificed for us. We also need to sacrifice for him and support the needy, which are the British. We need to be able to support the needy that are the British. All right, you're on. No.
Thank you.
As long as you're smacking your dude, I every time you eat on your live, I leave. Like I listen to your lives, and as soon as you start eating, I leave because you're right in the microphone with it. I can't do it. You done?
Yeah.
Like you can eat, but just like mute your microphone, bro. Casually toxic. I'm not casually toxic. I'm just toxic. People always throw that at you. It's like you're toxic and you're what are you? Emotionless or whatever it is, or psychopath. But then they can't tell you why it's wrong. Josh, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 22. I'm sorry, let me close out this other window. I'm a philosophy major at the University of Illinois. I do work in phenomenology and existentialism.
Okay.
I'm just curious if really quickly you could lay out for me, I guess what your position is, that abortion is human sacrifice. To be clear, do you mean that like you're sacrificing like a greater good for a lesser good, or like what's the issue here exactly that we're trying to pinpoint?
Divine, I've jumped over you a few times. You want to do this one?
Yeah. I'll wait. Wait. Let me finish the. Just hold on. Wait. Let me mute for 10 seconds.
I'm sorry. Listen. I love philosophy, guys, but I just got to say it because it's just itching in the back of my brain. Which Starbucks do you work at? No, I'm sorry.
I'm actually pre-law.
I know.
Right now I do like work in like sociology stuff, but
I'm just
this
teasing you, bro.
economy, man, philosophy is a hard major to have.
I agree with you. I think it's very, very challenging, and it's a difficult thing to get. So I'm just teasing you, but it's just that old trope.
Did you just
right?
say it's difficult to get a philosophy major?
No, it's just like the job market doesn't exactly value critical thought, and I don't know. God is dead and now capital is God. Philosophy
Well, if you're
doesn't serve
pro-choice,
capital.
if you're pro-choice, then critical thought must be lacking. Anyway, you asked me for why abortion's wrong.
Yeah.
Sure. Do you want my argument or John's? Me. You want me? John said me. John said me.
Yeah.
John said me. He said
Probably
me.
you. I
I'm
mean,
chosen.
either. I'll take anything.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah. So, no, stop. You thought the same thing as me.
I did not think the same thing until you giggled like a schoolgirl.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Anyway, yeah. Sure. So I'm gonna give you an argument. I'm gonna give you a formal argument in the form of a syllogism, where if the premises are true, then the conclusion is necessarily true only if the premises don't contradict each other. Okay. Gotta go full Philbro for the philosophy major, dude. All right. P1, if it's wrong to kill a newborn, it's wrong to kill a fetus. P2, it is wrong to kill a newborn. Conclusion, therefore, it's wrong to kill a fetus.
Okay. So are you like what's the relation between the newborn and the fetus that you're postulating?
Yeah,
What
it's
makes
going to
that
be
relation
that.
obtain?
Yeah, it's going to be that a modal property that we're going to call a future like ours is true of both beings, and we're going to make the abductive case that this best explains why death significantly harms a being. And since both beings, that modal property is true of both, they would both be significantly harmed by death, and they would both killing them would be wrong for the same reason. I would need an alternative posited to best explain why it's wrong to kill a newborn and a fetus, and I just don't think that exists.
And is your definition of harm grounded in the ontology of like what a person is? So could you harm someone in a way that doesn't in some way
Well,
like
just real quick, just to clarify, are you familiar with flow, right?
familiar with what?
Flow.
Flow?
Yeah, the future like ours. Yeah. So the future like ours, I forget which philosopher coined it.
I've read that paper.
Yeah.
Don Marquis.
Yeah.
So that's the whole idea. It's like why is it wrong to harm anybody? It's because of the future like ours.
I hear you. So you're treating like I'm sorry, give me just 1 second to collect my thoughts. Okay. The future like ours argument. Should we have permitted Hitler to live because as a Christian, I'm sure you believe
I'll get you to say
Smittler.
I'll get you to say Smittler, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Should we have permitted Smittler to live? Granted, ontologically, he does have, if you're a Christian, you acknowledge that he has the real possibility of moral redemption in Jesus Christ.
Yes.
We should have permitted Smittler to live.
If you're asking me, like, I don't know, permitted him to live, like, would it be okay to, like, burn baby Schmittler alive? No, I don't think that would be okay. I think the nature of the action is still wrong.
No.
I think he means. Yeah.
Maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Yeah. So what he's saying is Hitler, that's a Schmittler that's already done his crimes.
Oh, yeah, I think there could be justification for killing him. So flow, sorry, I misunderstood your question. Yeah, flow is a sufficient condition to explain why death is harmful and why it's wrong to kill. That doesn't mean that if flow is present, therefore all other overriding reasons can't justify killing. For example, if I killed John in self-defense, that technically would be depriving him of his flow, but due to the overriding principle, aka self-defense, it would be permissible.
Do you agree that ectopic pregnancies present a threat to the constitution of a woman's body?
Ectopic pregnancies aren't treated with an abortion because an abortion is the treatment in utero, and ectopic pregnancies don't happen in utero.
Okay. Supposing a woman is very poor and cannot afford like the right amount of food to sustain her own life, would the child effectively acting symbiotically as a parasite not present some kind of a threat to her own drive towards self-preservation?
No, I don't think that would meet that threshold. And even it depends what you mean by self-preservation, right? Because if self-preservation you mean some kind of like, I don't know, the drive towards being able to achieve your own goals, I think sometimes there are things you shouldn't be able to do, and you have to sacrifice that, I suppose, perseverance that you have towards a goal in order to do something good or to not do something wrong. But if you just mean self-preservation the way I understand it, which is like, to save your own life, to keep yourself alive, then I don't think that the average pregnancy meets that criteria.
I don't only mean like in matters of life or death, but I mean in other matters where any facet of our animal attributes are affected. So for example, something like slavery um confines one's ability to preserve oneself. One's body is co-opted by another. It subverts one's social relations. It subverts one's relations toward other people, and these are constitutive aspects of our being. If we're gonna like take like a picture like Kant's relational categories, the fact that beings like us are constituted by
I don't think
relations
slavery. I
toward
don't think
oneself,
slavery
toward
is
others,
analogous
toward
to. I don't think slavery is analogous to pregnancy, and I feel like you haven't engaged with the argument I gave.
the argument you gave. Okay.
I feel like it was
We care about a
ignored.
future like ours and moral deliberations, and that's what makes fetuses moral patience.
Well, the argument
What
specifically was
determines
that
that they have a future like ours?
but hold on. The argument specifically was that it's wrong. If it's wrong to kill newborns, it's wrong to kill fetuses. It is wrong to kill newborns, therefore it's wrong to kill fetuses. I posited an explanation. So I'm presenting an abductive case, which is basically saying that this is most likely the best explanation as to why this action is wrong. With an abductive case, unless you present an alternative explanation that best explains the data, my position is true by default.
True by default.
Yeah. So if you present an abductive argument and you aren't able to come up with an alternative explanation that best explains the data, then it would be the case that my explanation is the best.
I mean, like formally, but we haven't really like interrogated like what exactly constitutes the relation, which is, like you said, is like having a future like ours. But we haven't determined what, by virtue of what they do have a future like ours. Because the
Yeah, I don't
conditions of them
understand. I don't
having a
understand the
future like
contention.
ours
You're
are grounded
asking
always
me. You're
without
asking me.
themselves and like the total.
Yeah. Are you
that?
asking me? Yeah. I just want to clarify. What is the question?
By virtue of what, one, does having a future like ours constitute moral patience, and then two, by virtue of what do fetuses have futures like ours?
Yeah. So a future like ours. Do you know what a future like ours is?
Yeah, they
Okay.
have like the
So
potential to like, yeah.
yeah. So they are the kind of being that would go on to have these experiences, just like a newborn. So it's in virtue
In
of the
virtue of
fact that they're the same.
themselves?
Well, the fact that they're the same kind of being as a newborn, they are the same being as a newborn. And since a newborn will likely have those experiences, it will be true of a fetus as well. Because they are of the same nature.
But
Do you think they're
by
different beings?
necessity
Do
or
you think they're not
contingency?
humans?
By necessity or contingency?
Sorry, repeat the question. By necessity or
fetus, like its moral patience is grounded in it having a future like ours. That it has a future like ours, is that necessary or contingent?
It's a necessary quality.
It's a necessary
A
quality.
potential future like ours.
A potential future like
Yeah.
ours. So here's like the problem I find with like analytic traditions is that in reality, like the relations born to like the entire totality of like physical and ideal causes, if you're a Christian, is always a second place property. There are no essential properties. And I think if you like have an account of God as Trinity, you would be okay with acknowledging that like being has an attribute of like uh ecstasy or like relations born without itself as an essential attribute of what it is. And so like the thing with like a fetus is that it having a future like ours is not within the fetus itself. You could totally have like a fetus in like a vial.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
that,
not
but
like
it's not a future like ours. That's not what we're saying, right? That implies like a certainty. That's why we're talking about potentiality. Like it has the active potential to
potentiality.
have a future like ours.
I would
Yeah,
say
but it's also
so.
the case that like
We'd
plenty
make
of
it.
other
We'd make
things that
a.
aren't moral
Okay.
patients have that potency. So for example, like you can imagine a scenario where you have like a petri dish like with like an egg and like or like an embryo, right? Like
Yeah,
yes,
I would
it
say
like
that has
has
the
the
same
potency
moral
of
value.
like you can imagine you could like create like a golem or like an artificial person, like but like prior to the actual like realization of the attributes of like a person, like we probably wouldn't consider it a moral agent, like a bunch
I have
of
no
like cells
I
in
have
a
no
petri
idea
dish.
what you're trying to say here.
Yeah.
What I'm
Just to
saying
clarify
is
for the
that
guest, what's your name?
Josh.
Josh. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
confused on your contention. Maybe I'm not tracking very well. Maybe it's the burger that's stuffed in my mouth.
Uh,
Are you asking like just to me? It sounds like your question about the embryo and the petri dish doesn't make a lot of sense.
I guess I'm saying that like let me present like a simpler like thought experiment, I guess. Suppose that like through treatment according to like whatever number of processes, like you could take a germ and like produce a human being, right?
Hmm.
Yes, it's like trivially true that it has a potential future like ours, but like I don't think you would regard like the germ in the petri dish with the same moral.
Yeah, that's a passive potential, not an active potential.
What's the difference
Also,
between a passive potential and an active potential?
Passive potential is the kind of potentiality that's extrinsic to a being's nature. Active potential is the kind of potential that's intrinsic to a being's nature. I just want to clarify something. I said that the modal property, which is flow, is true of the fetus. You asked me something about whether it's contingent or necessary. Are you
I guess what
saying
I'm
like
getting at.
I didn't understand that contention. If you're asking me, is it necessary that all beings will go on to have a future like ours? The answer is no. If you're asking me, is a future like ours contingent upon the being itself? The answer would be yes.
Yeah, I guess what I'm
Because
getting
it's the
at
kind
is
of being
that
it is.
there is no active potency in anything. Everything is always like constantly involved in like the totality of causes in like the universe. Like like the being of the fetus itself as such as like a being with a future like ours is contingent upon the mother, is contingent upon like
Hold on.
whether
I don't think that works, right? Would you say the child has an active potency to be an adult?
no.
No, it doesn't. So it has a potential potency? Or sorry, a
It has a
passive
potential
potency?
potency
Sorry,
that needs to
passive.
be yeah, it has a passive potency that needs to be
Okay.
actualized like
So
through like
then
nutrition,
yeah.
through like
So then
community,
you're
etc.
saying active and passive potency. So for example, me becoming an adult is equivalent to like me putting on a blue shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're saying there is no potential that's intrinsic to anything's nature.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So everything we do is intrinsic to our nature. What?
No, nothing. Nothing is
Oh,
intrinsic to our nature.
sorry, nothing. Yeah, you're right. No, nothing would be intrinsic to our nature. Yeah.
Yeah, so then there is no potentiality in the nature of states of being. All of it is just I don't even know what it is. I think that kind of reduces to like an absurd worldview.
Um, I mean, how do you mean? Uh, why is it absurd?
Well, for example, I have the active potential to be an adult human male, but my cat doesn't, and it never will, because that's intrinsic to my being.
I mean, like again, like we have to get it like imaginative with like thought experience experiments. Like you could imagine that like you could like subject the cat to certain physiochemical like whatever like processes. You could like gene
But
splice or
we
something and like
could, yeah,
create a
that
human
that's
being.
that's all passive potentials. We could do all sorts of things. But what I'm saying is like it's intrinsic to my nature. It doesn't revolve around that we could do. It's just like this is what's going to happen. That is my potentiality inside me.
I mean, not like without air. Like
But that's all part of my
why
active potential, right? To take in air, to grow, to take in nutrients, calories. That's all part of my active potentials.
I guess what I'm getting at is that like we're kind of arbitrarily splitting up like active and passive potential according to like whether whatever possibility for a being is present in its like nature in a vacuum. So I think like the assumption is that like it's an active potential because if you just like leave a kid to be, assuming he has access to all the right resources, he'll grow into
But
an adult.
but taking in those resources are part of its active potential, right? So like I think we need this distinction because, for example, both me and my cat have passive potential to wear blue sweaters. But again, we do not have the same active potentiality within us.
Yeah, it's the things that are true of John's nature are not always true of a cat's nature. Therefore, there's a distinction in what's true of both beings' natures.
Um, and when you say like nature, do you mean like the attributes of the thing in itself?
Yeah, what's intrinsic to it.
I guess what I'm getting at is that nowhere in the universe is there a thing in itself or like a first place like predicate. Like I reject like for like good reason like the possibility of there being like objective knowledge that's not mediated by a subject. Even the
Yeah,
premise of like an
I
objective
agree with you.
morality is
That's
mediated
the
by God.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's the problem of the one and the many, right? But even in the problem of
Yeah.
the one and the many, you still have like a totality of a decision, like what is identity, right? If you're just gonna reject that there's a totality of the many, then you're rejecting like identity in itself. Because like what makes John John, right? I am John. Now, John includes like 2 ears, 2 eyes, eyebrows, like consciousness. Now, if I lose my eyebrow, do I cease being John? We would say no. And this creates a problem of like, Theseus' ship. What exactly makes John John? And we don't have a complete coherent understanding of that, or like how many hairs you have to lose on your head before you become bald. But there definitely is like a standard of identity. There is a standard of what John is, and that's a totality of it. And that is within my active potency. So the totality of John has active potency. Now, if you just simply say that there is no totality, that there is like all broken apart parts, there's just many, then it really becomes impossible to define anything. And it becomes almost irrational to have conversations. For example, every word that I just used in that conversation is a totality of different words.
Yeah. I guess what I'm getting at is that I presume we're interested in like a question of like moral absolutes as opposed to like moral conventions, like maybe a Nietzschean would embrace or a Marxian would embrace.
Sorry.
All
You
good.
just
But
said
like
something that makes me
the
sick.
thing that's unique about like identifying yourself as like a distinct identity from say like the chair you're sitting in is that like you have you're like a subjective being.
A
That
subjective
that
being?
that
So I'm mind dependent?
or you're a subject. Um
But what I'm saying is the problem with the one and the many is if we don't encapsulate the one and we just focus on the many, then you actually cannot distinguish me between the chair. Me and the chair
What
are
I'm getting at
identical.
is that what I'm getting at is that metaphysically and epistemically, subjectivity conditions like what is picked out as like a discrete object as like one among the many.
Yeah. So what
So
we need
like
the
so
one.
like you need. I mean, yeah, like for practical purposes, but the one isn't out there like in
But
nature. Like
but the
that's like a
one.
determination you make.
But what I'm saying is, without the one, everything reduces to absurdity. For example, the law of identity ceases to have meaning.
Yeah.
Right. So then
I mean, like,
we're
like
living in an absurd
that's the thing.
worldview.
I mean, it's not an absurd worldview, you know. Like I like traffic and concepts of like chairs and tables, but like it would be kind of absurd to say that for the Rock there is a chair.
What?
What did he say?
The base the onto like the metaphysically basic concepts that we use to like divide the world at the corners aren't like out there in the world is what I'm getting at.
I still don't understand your contention. Also, I got to do because Philbro conversations lose audiences, so I got to do a poll. We're gonna see. Yeah, I still don't understand what your contention was.
I guess my contention is that there's nothing like essential in a fetus that like constitutes having a future like ours. It's conditioned by things without itself always. Because there's no person in a vacuum. There's no fetus in a vacuum with definite attributes. There's nothing in a vacuum
Right.
with
Yeah, again, if you want to deny oneness and you just want to hold on to many and you want to ignore the law of identity and the laws of excluded middle and you just want to go into like this solipsist type view, sure, but we have nowhere to go and we're just living in an absurd worldview now. And it becomes impossible to have a rational conversation. Because even in my rational conversation, the words I use rely on many words being placed into one. So if we're going to deny that this word that I'm using has an inherent meaning of totality of many words, then it becomes incoherent and it's impossible for us to even move forward. But you have been voted off the island, but I'll let you get the last word because you've been civil, and then we'll move on.
I mean, that's all from me.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate your time. God bless.
How do you feel about Philbro conversations, John?
I hate philosophy so much. I hate it with a passion. Like so much. Like every cell in my body, the totality of the cells in my body just die every time I know I'm going to have a Philbro conversation.
So like, technically you can claim self-defense and kill the Philbro? That's what he said earlier. Holy W.
All right, let's bring up another guest.
Is it blasphemous to say like holy hair?
Holy, I don't know. I'm gonna do quick, just some quick supers, and then we'll get to talking to you. Thank you for the donation. Wish I could do more, brother. Have a great weekend. Everything helps, right? You know, you don't have to ever say, I wish I could do more. The fact that you've just done something is just a huge help to this channel. When is the Christianity is True stream you talked about happening? It'll probably be next week. Mitzrayim, always holding down the channel. Appreciate you. Shoveling coal into the engine to keep you afloat. Appreciate you as well. Hey, don't always agree with your rhetoric, but W. I appreciate that. You know, if you can say W when we don't agree, that's a huge W. No arguments for life beginning at conception yet. We haven't gotten there yet. Sorry to interrupt. Been listening to you for a while. I suppose I owe you. Oh, yeah, we did that. Yeah, appreciate you. The difference between a fetus and a newborn is merely location, nothing else. Both have equal moral consideration based. And Mitzrayim, don't know support. Mitzrayim almost single-handedly holding down this channel today. What a goat. What a goat. W's in the chat, guys. W's in the chat for Mitzrayim. W's in the chat, guys. They still like W's. Everyone W's. Oh, big heart sign emoji.
Is
Oh,
that,
yeah,
is that mocking
W's.
me?
W's in the chat, guys. No, I'm mocking everybody who does that. As
Oh,
soon as
okay.
it's like,
So
as soon as they get like a big like donation, like, oh, everybody put W's in the chat for this person. W's, everyone W's, big heart emoji. W's.
That
Yeah.
does not. Yeah, let's just clarify. That doesn't sound anything like me. Just in case it was implied, because I felt some shade, you know. I don't know if it was
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 21. I'm
I was
good, and
not
you?
expecting that bassy voice from that profile picture.
What is this profile picture?
All
Oh
right,
my
man.
gosh.
All right, abortion is child sacrifice. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, I think let's just get clear on terms. So, I guess how would you cash out abortion, and then how would you cash out sacrifice?
Divine, I kind of ran for a while there. Do you want to go, or you want me
Yeah,
to go?
sure. Sure. I would define abortion as the intentional termination of the fetus in the womb with the intent to kill it. So basically, the lethal termination, should I say, would be a better definition. And sacrifice, I would just define as giving up something for something else. I think John
Wait,
defined it as. I don't
hold
really
on, real
know.
quick.
I
Somebody
didn't
said,
research
"Great
it.
to see a Christian agnostic collab." Are you agnostic now?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Where are these ideas coming from? Hold on. And earlier they said I had abuse allegations. Now they're saying I'm agnostic. I think I'd rather be called abusive than agnostic. Oh my gosh. Come on now, chat. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so sacrifice. I don't usually use that word, but I would just say I think it's just to give something up for something else. I think that's how you define it, John.
Give something up for something else.
Yep.
So, like, okay, to
Absolutely.
have, maybe you say to have Y, you need to give up X.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. And like, are the semantics of sacrifice, do they pack in some type of morality, right? To say a sacrifice is wrong or no?
No, sacrifices can be good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so what's the symmetry breaker from abortion and sacrifice here then?
What?
Sacrifice. Yeah. I mean, I think I understand this question, but saying it's sacrifice, isn't the reason why it's wrong. Like that word isn't like the motivating reason.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh,
Like,
then I'm
if
confused on the
if it is
question.
the case that sacrifice doesn't entail, yeah, if it is the case sacrifice doesn't entail any moral language, like, look, I'm
Mhm.
not seeing why the mother couldn't, like, you could say she's having the AB because, well, she's giving up the life of the baby because
Mhm.
maybe she wants
That rhymed.
she wants freedom. You could like stipulate a plethora of different wants she
Sure.
has, so she's giving up the baby for those wants.
The baby?
That's a sacrifice.
Yeah, so
The
sacrifices can
fetus,
be wrong.
baby.
Sacrifices can be good. So, for
Yeah.
example, like I
No,
sacrifice a
what I'm
dollar.
saying,
Hold on,
I'm
hold on.
sorry.
Let me say something. I sacrifice $1 for a chocolate bar. That's not necessarily wrong. Could be a good thing. Gives me nutrients. I sacrifice my child to ball. I think that is a bad thing. You know, burning your child alive. I think that's pretty awful. So like there's an implication when I say child sacrifice here that you are doing something equivalent to sacrificing your child to ball. You're doing something that is wrong for the sake of yourself.
Wait, you are doing something? I just asked, is it wrong? And tell it in the semantics. The answer was
Right.
no.
So
Now you're saying something different?
My goodness. Okay. All right. So I'm not saying something different. I'm saying when you ask a specific question about the word sacrifice, does it entail something wrong? No. The title, right, is a rhetorical goal. There's an implication here. So I'm clarifying the implication. So when you ask question A and I answer question A one way, and you ask question B and I answer question B a different way, that's perfectly fine.
Are you saying the conjunction of child and sacrifice?
You got a phone call.
Yeah. You having this prompt throws
Wait,
me
hello?
off.
Mic check?
I usually say abortion is
Mic
immoral.
check, hello?
Hello?
Yo.
Okay, can you guys hear? I'm sorry, I got a call.
Yep.
Yeah, so is what's being said here the conjunction with the term child and sacrifice is what makes it wrong, or is that not the case?
No. I really don't
Okay,
like
well then,
you're
okay,
making
so
you're
look,
making something deeper than it actually is, right? So I'm just gonna
Yeah.
say
no,
in
what
all
I'm,
hold on, I'm just gonna clarify and you can't say a double and if you want to argue I'm doubling back, then you're not arguing in good faith. This is my clarifying position and this is where we're gonna go from. In all circumstances, child sacrifice is wrong.
okay, perfect. So okay, you are saying that you're saying the conjunction with the term child and sacrifice is what derives
That's
the wrong maker
nope.
because what the
No,
you
that's
just said
not.
in all
That's
circumstances.
no. That's not what he
I
said.
did not say the conjunction of the two words makes it wrong.
Because
Mhm.
look, sacrifice implicator and tells or
Right.
talks
So
nothing
are
about
you going to argue
wrong
in
or
good faith or are
rightness.
you going to just argue the semantics of the word sacrifice?
No. Look, what I'm saying
Oh,
is I
no,
want to get
look, I'm giving you an
clear,
option here. Either we're going to
bro.
actually continue the conversation the
I'm
way
good
it's
faith. I'm
intended to
good
be.
faith.
Well, then argue in good faith. So are you going to argue that there's a justifiable reason to sacrifice your child or not?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead with divine
Sure.
order. Go ahead.
So in my view, right, under your semantics of sacrifice, one justification, I could render this informally. We could do a thought experiment. We could stipulate a world where there's a dichotomy, and the dichotomy goes as this: either the mother has the AB to live, or she unalized via the pregnancy. In this view, I don't see why the AB is impermissible.
Why? Okay, before you go divine order, why did you say it like that, and just instead of saying like the simplest form of like, can the mother unalive her baby to save her life? Like, are you just
No, I
trying to sound
stipulated
smarter than you are?
No, the dichotomy was necessary to convey the concept. Like I do it that way so it could best.
I think
explain what
you're
I'm-
just trying to sound smarter than you are. But go ahead, divine.
Bro, that's irrelevant. Well, I thought we were doing good faith.
So did I. Go ahead.
So,
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know if me and John have it. I think we discussed earlier. We might have a different view on this. If like you could just conceive in some possible world that for some reason, which I don't actually think exists in current day, the only way to save the mother is to like kill the fetus. For some reason, I don't know why this would be, but again, it's nomologically possible. Whatever, we're in the realm of philosophy. Then
So,
I could argue. that
Devon,
it
you would
would be
agree.
permissible.
I'm sorry. Okay. You would agree.
So I could agree with
You granting that is contradictory to Steele's semantics.
Well,
You agree,
the
right?
semantics on the word child sacrifice, I don't think is too relevant to whether or not you can provide like a valid pro-choice argument. Like, I mean, I could
No,
literally say
okay.
abortion is immoral.
This
and
is
I don't.
this isn't about this is about abortion being justified, and here's why: because his semantics on child sacrifice entails the wrong maker, says in all possible worlds, all scenarios, it's wrong.
No,
But you disagree
no,
with
that
me.
isn't, no, that isn't true, because wouldn't we say that sacrifice can be justified? It isn't. Sacrifice isn't always wrong.
No, he said child sacrifice is always wrong.
Child sacrifice is always wrong.
Yeah, that's what John said.
John, when you say
There will
something's
be
wrong, are you saying it's unjust?
Well, you're not arguing with me. You're arguing with divine.
Oh well. Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, if you want to just debate my view, well, I mean,
Well,
when I
okay.
hear the
I
word
wanted to debate the prompt.
Hold on.
Yeah. Okay.
When I hear the
So
word-
hold on, just real quick. If the only thing that you're interested in is debating the rhetorical, the only thing you're interested in is debating the semantics of how the prompt is, instead of understanding the clickbait nature of it and actually arguing the rhetorical goal, I'm going to move on. So which one are you want to do?
I want to talk about your view, not right.
No.
There's
Answer my
problem.
actual question. Are you here to argue the rhetorical goal, or are you here to argue a semantic of a clickbait prompt?
Oh, the prompt is clickbait. Well, I want to talk about. Not,
So
you don't have
answer.
to
Okay,
talk-
last chance to answer the question. Which one are you going to do?
We can do option A,
Which was option A?
the one that was not about the rhetorical prompt.
Was not about the rhetorical goal? All right. Well, I
Yeah, to
appreciate your
talk
time.
about your
then.
actual view and the substance.
Okay, so are you here to talk about the rhetorical goal, or are you here to talk about the semantics of the prompt?
The rhetorical goal.
Okay, I appreciate your time, man.
I
God
don't-
bless. Come
bro,
back when
come
you
on,
can track
chill.
better.
John, I want to clarify. When you because I probably shouldn't have asked you during that conversation. I just think it was throwing me off. Like his responses were just throwing me off. It's not that he was saying anything that was like difficult to respond to. It was just kind of like a weird approach he made. That was kind of playing with my
Well,
head.
yeah, what he's trying to do is, and people do this all the time, is they see this, and what they're trying to do is not actually argue the pro-life, pro-choice movement. They're trying to argue the semantics of the word sacrifice instead. And I'm just not interested in that.
And I'm not used to that. I think it's because I usually say it's immoral, so there isn't really. You can't really
I
argue
just
much
like
semantics.
the title, so I'm going to keep it.
Yeah, for sure. I would also I just wanted to ask you, when you say something's wrong, does that automatically mean it's unjust?
Yeah, so we can debate later.
Oh,
but
okay.
yes. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello. Thank you so much. I am 39.
All right. Abortion is wrong. Go ahead and prove us wrong.
Absolutely no. I do not want to prove you wrong. I've been here for like
Well, thank you
an
so
hour
much.
plus. No, one moment, please, before you drop me down. There was something that I wanted to say because I've been in the chats for.
You're more than welcome to start your own live, but we're just looking for disagreeers.
Oh wow, bro's ruthless.
Hello, how are you?
I'm ruthless.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 24.
All right. There's a child. Abortion is wrong. Go ahead and prove us wrong.
Well, I originally requested up, but then I saw that you were being clickbaity because I was going to bring like a moral nihilist standpoint from it, but it's okay. I was just going to say, you said you didn't like philosophy or you hated when field bros come up.
I
If
just
you're
hate
arguing-
philosophy.
But if you're arguing theology all day, that's a branch of philosophy.
Yeah, I didn't say I don't use it or it's not important. I just don't like it. Just like broccoli is good for you, but I don't like broccoli.
Okay, so like Christianity is good for you, but you don't like Christianity.
What?
That's not an entailment of what he said.
And I could just
Also-
bite that bullet and say it's true. Like there's lots of things in Christianity I don't like, but I think are morally better and superior, and we should hold to them.
Oh, okay, well, you know, that's decent. So like you're basically like you don't hold your faith as dogmatic. You're selective to parts of it.
How the hell did you think I came to that conclusion? That's actually
Because
the
you
opposite
said-
of what I said. I said it is
Yeah,
dogmatic.
that is yeah.
You said I don't like parts of Christianity.
Yeah, but I still hold to it. That's dogmatic.
Okay.
Yeah.
But shouldn't you like what God has given you?
No.
Intrinsically.
Where's
Why?
where's the rule state that I have to like it?
No, God says the opposite, that man will actually love sin. Right? That we love sin. We love our own desires.
Okay, so basically it's only not liking things that God has told you not to do, right? But what if
What?
God tells you something?
How are you
something that
jumping
is
to
good,
these
but you don't
huge
like it?
leaps in logic?
Hold on. Yeah,
Because-
you're like,
because- look at
it's like we're saying
John
something
said-
that you're saying something else.
All right. You know what? I was getting off topic. Let's talk about abortion.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, finally. My gosh. What, bro, why is nobody talking about abortion today?
Nobody ever wants to do the topic I actually put above my head. Anytime I do a topic, they come up and talk about something different.
Yeah, prove me wrong. Abortion's evil. Why is it okay to kill your kids? There you go. Answer that.
Because I valued it's okay to kill children.
What?
Damn.
Does this
Yeah.
apply out the womb?
Yeah, it applies everywhere. I just think it's okay to kill people. Can you
Oh,
prove me
what the
wrong?
okay. Yeah, your view doesn't correspond with the moral law.
I don't correspond with the moral law. What law would that be? Is it metaphysically written across the universe, or is it like a society written law, or what?
The moral law is God. God is the ground.
Well, actually, you know what? I just
the moral law.
I'm going to let you argue, but I just want to see how consistent you are. Are you willing to get in a knife fight with me and see if like?
Sure, we can if you want, but
All right.
I don't. I'm
Let's set it
motivated.
up.
I'm not a motivist. I'm just saying nothing's right or wrong intrinsically.
Well, I
right?
just want to see if you're actually holding to this or if you're just making an argument. Let's set up a fight between me and you.
Bruce,
Yo,
Bruce
bet,
offering
let's
him
do
on.
it. You're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Bet. Let's do Montreal in front of Toronto Square, wherever that is. The big square in Toronto. Well, that wouldn't be Montreal. I don't know. I don't know bits of geography.
Well, okay,
in
so
Canada.
my email is bigjohnsteele@gmail.com. Why don't you email me and then we'll run a GoFundMe to get you flown to where I am. If you're near Montreal, it's not that far, and we can do a no rule fight at my gym.
But you said with knives.
Well, if you want to do knives, we can do knives too.
Well,
But-
I don't want to get feted, bro.
You don't want to get what?
Feted, like the feds. I don't know if there's gonna be like a trap sting operation where
Well,
like.
then we won't do
like a
knives.
Lord-
We'll make it sanctioned.
Yeah, that's pretty dope, actually. Let's do it, bro.
Okay, you got my
Let's
email.
dude. All right, bet.
I have a friend who says he'll pick you up.
Yeah, that's dope as fuck, my boy. Let's get it. All right, I'll email you.
Okay. Oh, he left.
Oh, he left. Oh no, I wanted to. Yeah, he's definitely not going to email you, John. I wanted to speak to him more about what we were talking about. You know, people are saying, somebody just said that they didn't go along with Divine and John's script. He agreed that it's okay to kill born children. Like,
Kill anybody.
he's already lost.
Kill
yeah, he's
anybody.
lost. I don't.
But if he
Unfair.
actually shows up to like the sanctioned battle, then he genuinely believes it. He doesn't think there's anything wrong in that. So like he would be consistent. We'll
Would you
see.
kick his ass?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd have no choice. My life is on the line.
Are you black belt?
In what?
Whatever martial arts you do.
So I'm a black belt in Muay Thai, kickboxing, Kempo, and I'm a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
So you know how to fight.
Yeah.
Why did you learn how to fight? Like, what was the motivation?
I was a bouncer.
Like a security guard?
Yeah, I was a bouncer for bars and clubs, so I needed to learn how to fight to make sure I could do my job.
Did you get in fights all the time when you used to work at a bar?
Oh yeah, I mean, there was a lot of fights.
Anyone ever pull like weapons?
Yeah, I've had a broken bottle pulling on me, a baton pulling on me, a few knives pulling on me, a needle pulling on me, a machete pulling on me. I think that's it.
Never a GUN?
No, never had that. But in the bar I worked at back home, after I left, about a year or so after I left, the other bouncer I worked with saw somebody get hit in the head with a GUN at 22 from like point blank range.
You survive?
Yeah, he survived.
2-2 LR. That's a really weak round, right?
Yeah, it's not strong. It's something that you'd use
Small.
to take out squirrels.
Yeah, like an air rifle.
Yeah. And a girl I knew was pew-pewed through his shoulder outside another bar that I didn't work at the time, but I worked at later.
Crazy. What's the GUN laws like in Canada right now?
You can only have hunting GUNs registered and only used for that purpose. So rifles.
The UK is even stricter than that. Can you guys own a crossbow?
I don't know. I think so.
Do you know what's crazy? In the UK, you can own a crossbow, and there's one crossbow that they sell, and all you have to be is 18 or above. That's
Crazy.
it. Okay, so you don't need any license, and this crossbow can shoot 8 bolts in 4 seconds.
Hello,
With a
how are
90
you? And
pound
just real
bowstring.
quick, how old are you?
32.
All right, man. Unaliving your children is morally wrong and you shouldn't do it. Prove us wrong.
I gotta pee.
Go ahead, go pee.
I think that, I guess there's a bunch of different ways to tackle this. The one I was kind of struggling with, though, in the last conversation was, I'm not sure I could say that killing innocent children is wrong. Because we've done it so many times in the defense of the Republic.
Okay, do you think we should live in a world where we're allowed to do that?
Yeah. I mean, obviously. I mean,
So you think there should be no repercussions for me, like, I don't know if you have kids, but me going and taking out your child?
well, no, I'm saying it's contextual.
What do you mean?
Well, like if we drop a nuclear bomb on a country, there's a lot of innocent children that are killed by us.
Yeah, I think that was wrong.
Okay, but I mean, there's always going to, so every single war needs to be
But
fought.
notice how you're not really answering my question, right? My question is,
No,
do you
no, I
think
can't.
do
I
you
was
think
just
I
saying-
should be able to like just unalive your child without consequence?
No, that would have to be some contextual thing. Like if I had, I don't know, done some horrific thing and I was holding my child and I had a bomb set someplace else, the only way to end that bomb was to kill me and my child was there, then obviously the child would be innocent and be murdered for my offenses. And that would be the context under which that would
Yeah,
occur.
but yeah, that's fine. But you do not think I should be allowed to go unalive your child, yeah?
Like I said, it would be context dependent.
Yeah, you keep adding on, but just like, can I do it or can't I?
Well, I don't understand what you mean. You're saying something
Just 'cause I
blatant
want
without any
to.
context. Just because you want to?
Mhm.
And my child is, what is my child in this? And so there is no, is my
I'm
child
back.
50? Are they 1 year
It's
old?
a child.
What is my child?
It's in the realms of children.
Okay, so this is like
2
they're
years old.
under. Okay, so they're just a 2-year-old sitting in my living room,
Mhm.
and you just walk in and you kill them.
Yep.
No, there would be no there would be no relevant context that would be defensible for that. I don't.
Okay, why is that wrong?
What's that?
Why is it wrong?
Because we're each imbued with inalienable rights.
Okay, so this human has a right. Now I'm not going to get into the argument of rights. I'm just going to give your worldview. So this human has an inalienable. What was the word you used?
Inalienable or unalienable, either way you like, either IN or UN.
We're just
Unalienable
gonna
rights.
say an intrinsic right because I'm not going to try to pronounce that. So
Sure.
this child has an intrinsic right. All right. Now you need to tell me why your 2-year-old has this intrinsic right, but the child inside the fetus, like a 2-month inside the fetus old, does not have that intrinsic right.
Well, I would say actually wouldn't be relevant their rights or not. It would be that, like, I mean, it could be a full grown adult inside
Mhm.
your body. It's not really relevant to their age or size, or it's the fact that they're inside your body and you don't want them inside your body.
Okay, so if it's in your body, inside,
Mm-hmm.
so just location, is it about using the body or just being located inside the body?
Either doesn't, yeah, just if someone is inside of your body, let's say there's a little
Uh-huh.
12-inch tall man and he's living inside your body, you can say, no,
So,
get out.
so just whatever's inside your body loses its right to life.
Correct. That would be self-defense, just objectively, yeah.
Okay, so every time I have sex with my wife, I lose my right to life.
Well, you aren't inside her body. Like your entire person isn't inside her body. But yeah,
I am
you would
inside.
lose
I
it-
am inside her body. Yeah.
Yeah, you do lose your right to life if you don't leave her body when she tells you to.
Okay, so then it's not being inside the body that gives you a right to life. Then.
It is being inside of the body with not leaving the body upon request. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the actual location of being inside the body that gives you the right to life.
Well, that would be the requirement, because if I was telling you to leave my
Well,
body,
no, you're
and
adding
in-
you're adding a stipulation. You're adding in
no.
preference, right? You're saying
that's
I'd
not a
rather you not be in it, so therefore it gives this more value. But by that definition,
That's what.
but
that's
hold
what-
on, hold
that's-
on, hold on. By that
Okay.
definition, the body being inside a body alone does not determine whether something has a value of a right to life or not. Correct?
No, because the body could be dead. It could be anything. Yeah.
Right. So being inside a body doesn't give something a right to life. So what gives it a right to life?
No, you said that's what doesn't negate its right to life. You said.
Yeah, so being inside the body doesn't determine whether you have or do not have a right to life. So what gives something
Correct.
its right to life? So the child, the human child, has an intrinsic right to life. Why
Correct. That
doesn't
would be
the
our
fetus?
I didn't say it didn't.
So the fetus does have an intrinsic right to life.
Correct.
So then why are we
Well,
allowed?
I
Why
don't-
are we
I
allowed to
don't-
unalive
I don't
it?
believe that, but I'm fine with that if you believe that.
Okay, so then why are we allowed to unalive it?
Because that is the means by which it is removed, if you want it removed.
Okay, that's not the question I asked. I'm just saying, why is it allowed to unalive it?
I just told you that is the answer.
That's not the
Because
answer.
I'm
You're not telling me why you can unalive it. You're just saying we're removing it and it dies. That you're giving me a description, not a prescription.
But I just told you the exact thing. If you were inside your wife
Mhm.
and your wife told you to be outside of her body,
That's another
and you
description.
didn't do it.
You're just giving me another description. I want a prescription.
A prescription for what?
You're trying to prescribe a moral law, a moral rule upon us. So all you're doing is describing something. You're saying it's in the body. I want it out of the body. And so by
But that's
removing
the
it,
na-
hold on, let me finish. By removing it, it dies. That's just description.
Well, it's not, but I'll tell you, the moral prescription is that this is intrinsic, inalienable. You forfeit your inalienable rights once you infringe on the inalienable rights of another person.
Okay, so your argument is that if something infringes on a right to what?
Liberty, life, pursuit of happiness, in the context of,
No,
in
in
of
this
it
specific
being-
scenario, what is the fetus infringing on? Which right is it infringing on?
your liberty. So, for instance, like let's say you're a woman.
That's an umbrella term. Very specific. Which right?
I'm literally I'm trying to get through a
Can I
sentence.
ask him a
So
que-
let's
can
say
I ask
you're a
him a
woman.
question?
I
Go
want
for it,
to
go for it.
explain.
Okay.
So let's say you're a woman, and every day
You don't
wake
need to
up
get.
and
You don't need to give a big elaborate explanation. It's a simple
I'm not
question.
trying to.
You just need to tell me the right. What right are they infringing on?
The right is to do to or have done to whatever you choose to do to or have done to your person. That's your most
That literally made
fundamental-
no sense. Which right are they infringing on?
I just defined the right.
Which
That's
right?
liberty.
The name. What is the name of the right?
Liberty. It's your
What is
inalienable
liberty?
right.
The liberty to own property?
I just defined the exact liberty. The liberty to do to or have done to whatever you choose to do to or have done to your person.
The liberty to do to whatever you what?
The liberty to do
Uh-huh.
anything you want to yourself. You can
The
do
liberty to
anything
do whatever
want.
you want to yourself. Yeah, we're not
Yes.
talking about yourself. We're talking about the person inside yourself.
But you are inside of me, and I have the liberty to do anything I want.
I am
to
not
myself.
inside of you, and I will not tolerate those accusations.
You're putting
Can I-
another
can I-
person. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I really have a burning question.
Go for it.
Can I ask it, John?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of like a reductio in your view, but I'm also going to phrase it's going to be phrased really as a question. You
Okay.
said that if John was having intercourse with his wife and she said stop, that he loses his right to life and she can kill him. Okay.
Correct.
Let's say that the reason why he's in her is because before he went to sleep, John's wife gave him a drug that she knew by giving it to him, there was a good chance that he would then develop a condition where let's call it sleepwalking rapist syndrome.
Sure.
Okay. She gives him this pill and she wakes up in the night and John is inside of her. John is going to be inside of her for 1 minute. Or she can use a shotgun next to her and blow him across the room. A pew-pew, should I say, sorry. Does she A, have to withstand this 1 minute of John being in her? Or B, is she justified in, because his right to life according to you will be gone because he's in her body, would she be justified in ending John's life even though she caused him into that state of being in her body in the first place?
Can you
'Cause I would
use
say
a different example besides me and my wife?
I am sorry. This is random woman and
started
random
it,
man.
so okay, yeah.
Random woman and random man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I can answer the question, but I will say also after that, like, that you're actually framing it, putting the blame on the person being inseminated. But let's just say, for your argument, yes, she still would have the right to eradicate him if he were to go inside of her and she doesn't want him.
So you can drug people, they end up in you, and instead of having to wait 1 minute for them to leave your body, you can end their life.
Well, let's do this. Let's say you need, let's say it's 1,000 years in the future and you need really like in-depth surgery. And so doctors, they have this mechanism where they can shrink down a minuscule size and they enter your body. And then they start performing the surgeries. While they're in your body, you say, I no longer want you in your body, but they need about 20 minutes to leave because of the process. Can you just say, nah, and just squish them?
I would say that would be the agreement. If you didn't make an agreement, then yes. But if you signed something, then maybe, I mean, we're talking about true science fiction at this point. But in the science fiction analogy, I would say that yes, you can eradicate them, but most likely you would sign deliberately
you can't
contract
unalive them.
Sure, if you didn't sign some sort of explicit agreement and requested it. So in this scenario, like a real life scenario, if a woman doesn't request you to inseminate her, you have no right to inseminate her. You can assume you can inseminate her.
What if she's
So
unconscious
unless she actively,
and this is the only method to save her life?
well, if she's unconscious, then it would be her body, her liver would be in the charge of someone else, some other, just like a child is in someone else's.
No, there's no one else there. She's on the
regard.
side of the road. You found her, right? You got to pick her up and you're like, okay, we got a life proceeding procedure. But the only way to do it is to
Okay.
shrink down to a minuscule size and enter her body. Actually, we could just use any surgery. You don't even have to use a shrinking minuscule thing. They have to open her up and put their
Okay.
hands inside her. Do they lose their right to
Okay,
life
so
as
you-
soon as they do that?
If she wakes up and says, "Take your hands out of my body," and they won't do it,
That's
then
not
yeah,
the
of course
question I
she can.
asked you. Do they lose their right to life the moment they enter the body?
I just told you she has to reject it. That is
Still
that
not
is
the question I
forfeit.
asked you.
But that's the forfeiture.
You're answering
of
a
your
different
inalienable right to
question.
life.
Did I ask you?
I'm-
Did I ask you? Does the consent? I said if they once
I
they
already
enter the
told
body,
you
they
that you
lose the
can
right to life.
I told you you can put your whole body inside of a dead body. You haven't lost your right to life.
Right.
That's not relevant.
Right. So basically, what you're saying is what gives somebody a right to life is another person's opinion.
What gives someone a right to life is the forfeiture of your inalienable rights. So if you're inside somebody else's body, you have forfeited your right to life.
So just being inside forfeits your right to life.
If they request that you leave and you don't do it,
Right. So then it's
you
the
have
preference.
forfeited. Yeah, it's a preference. If
So it's
someone
just
is-
the
I- if I
preference.
pre-
The being inside or outside
prefer
doesn't
not-
change it. It's just the preference.
if I prefer not to be murdered by someone,
Uh-huh.
and I end their life prior to them murdering me, yes, that was the preference that I wanted to live. That's what forfeited their right to life.
No, because
Was
your
their
argument. So
entitlement
for one, I don't believe in rights, but I'm just granting your worldview, right?
You don't believe in rights?
I don't believe in rights, but let me make my
You
argument.
believe in God? and you
Let
don't
me
believe in
make
rights?
my arguments. Right. So
Go for it, bro.
let's say you have this, you're saying you have this intrinsic right, this intrinsic value. In that intrinsic right, intrinsic value is the right to life. The right to life is absent individual preference, right? You just have it. It's just there in the ether. It does not matter what one's
Correct.
preference is, whether or not I want to be unalived or I don't want to be unalived or whether somebody wants to or not want to. I just have it. It's just there. But the problem is
Right.
with this entering the body aspect, it does not negate your right to life unless you include somebody's preference. So it's not
Right, and that's
actually
called
the
the
body. It's not actually the body. It's the preference.
And I'm explaining to you what inalienable rights are and how they function. It's the forfeiture of your inalienable right to life. When you go into someone else's body, you have forfeited. If they want you to leave and you don't leave, that is
Okay,
the
you my
forfeiture of
friend,
your
you my
inalienable
friend have
right.
earned the silly goose card. Congratulations, you've earned the silly goose card. So, you've admitted several times that entering a body does not forfeit your right to life. Several times. The only symmetry breaker here that actually gives you or does not give you the right to life is the person's preference. So therefore, using Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is that what gives somebody a right to life is just preference.
No, the inalienable rights are imbued by our Creator. So that they're imbued in you. And then
Appreciate
you
your
have the
time.
capacity to forfeit the enjoyment of your inalienable rights. That's how they function.
Yeah, God bless. We're not going to go full circle 10 times.
That was an interesting conversation. I have bad news.
Hello?
I have 2%. Oh.
You have 2% what?
I have like low battery, which
Plug in
means
your
that my
phone.
phones. I can't because I'm using earphones.
Well, then
and my other
unplug your
phone will
earphones
drop
and
on
plug in your
TikTok.
phones.
Well, if I do that, then I'll sound terrible. You heard my audio earlier.
I think it's better than you just abandoning us in the middle of war.
I'm not abandoning you.
I only got 10 minutes left on the live anyways.
I can do probably one more.
All right. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 42, and yeah, no, I think you needed a few more females because it's been a very predominantly male discussion. I'm not sure.
Did you
if
assume my
always-
gender?
Sorry.
Did you assume my gender?
Well, you sound and look male, so yeah, I guess I did.
You assume I am a female. I identify as female.
Well, I don't believe you because
Why
I
don't you
think
believe me?
I think it's rage bait, and I just
Why?
don't believe
Just
it
hold on. Give me a
because-
reason
John,
outside of like your own
John.
intuition. Why
because
don't you believe me?
Because you're coming across as very misogynistic, and that's
Women.
why
So it's
women-
impossible for women to be misogynistic?
Generally, they aren't actually. No.
Have you met my wife? She's more misogynistic than me.
Well, I guess it runs in your family then, doesn't it? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah. But that
so
doesn't
now
change.
you're
That
at
doesn't
home.
change the fact that I'm still a woman.
You are trying to just rage bait and talk nonsense, basically.
John, let
you
me-
will
John, let
argue.
me-
But you have
will
no actually
argue
data
still.
outside of that your feelings, right? I'm
So
a
you
woman.
say
let
that
me
you and
debate
your wife are both misogynists, right? At least that's a good admission. So you've now admitted your wife's more misogynistic than you.
Yep.
Being a misogynist isn't something to brag about.
If a misogynist is just anybody who is against the slaughter of like unborn humans, yes, I'm a misogynist.
Well,
I'm also
I'm talking
against
about the
the.
definition
Hold
of
on,
the
hold on. Pop, thank you for the galaxy. Instead of making $2 today, I've now made $5. So anyway, what was I saying? $5 and 3 hours, bro. I'm loaded. So anyway, Miss whatever your name is, Miss Piggy, I think. I don't know.
She left the app. She's still here, but like she left. the
Oh,
app.
can you come back? Come back in the app, please. Anyway, yeah, PayPal link in the bio if you want to donate. I'm on stream for like 10 more minutes, so that's your option. Yeah.
So
So as I
anyway,
was
I've
saying,
been interrupted.
a
I was actually
misogynist,
speaking, and you are a
shh,
misogynist.
be quiet,
I
be
was
quiet,
actually speaking
be quiet, please,
first
please be
before
quiet,
you
please be
interrupted
quiet,
me. No,
please,
you be quiet.
Sorry,
No,
no. Sorry. This is a misogynistic channel, and men
You've
have priority.
just admitted that you're a
Men
misogynist.
have priority, and you and I are women, so he has the priority to speak. Go ahead, Divine.
Okay, so just listen, okay, just calm down. All right, I'll let you speak in a second. All right, good. Keep the muzzle on. So, if I was a misogynist, I think I would want more females to be killed. And if you're pro-choice, you advocate for the killing of millions of unborn little girls, which is what a misogynist would want. If I was a misogynist, I wouldn't want more little girls to be born. That's the opposite of what I'd want, because misogynists don't like women. So that would be, I think you would be more of a misogynist than me by that criteria. But do you have an argument for abortion today? Because I don't want to waste any more time on rhetoric. So
You gotta unmute
invite
yourself.
her to
now.
unmute yourself, yeah, if she can figure out how. I'm doing my skincare right now. Do you do skincare, John?
No.
You think that's feminine?
No,
He's just said his wife's more misogynist than him. Misogyny. I'll give you the definition of the word misogyny. It means
she didn't
prejudice
listen to a word
against
you
women.
said.
Prejudice against women. So he's just said his wife even has prejudice against women.
let's-
That's not
I
something
don't-
to
I don't-
brag
I-
about.
You're not
But I
talking
just
to
did.
John, you're talking to me.
You're a
Just-
prejudice, and your
just
wife
talk
is
to me.
suddenly prejudiced
Just talk to
against
me, all
women.
right? Just talk to
no,
me, okay?
no. Why can he
What's
not
the
speak for
argument?
himself?
Well,
Why
because
can he
it's
not
just
speak for
wasting
himself?
because it's wasting
No,
time.
because
About
he's a
we actually
coward.
have a debate
Because
to
he's a
have.
coward.
It's not a
Because
We
he's
have
cow.
a
If I was
just
a
debate
said
to
his
coward, I
have.
wouldn't have told
wife is a
everybody you were misogynist.
misogynist.
We have a debate
I
to
would have hit
have.
it.
That's so you've just
I
admitted you
wanna.
have prejudice against women.
Yeah, and you're kind of proving my
You
case.
you are prejudiced against women.
Yeah, you're proving my case. Though.
Yeah,
Right, he's
you are
listen,
prejudiced against women.
Miss P. Listen, he's obviously being satire.
Hey,
Now, can
dickhead,
we
you
please?
listen. Your attitude
Why am I
is
being called a
Modern Brain,
dickhead?
thank you so much for the
What a
donation.
prick.
Why am I being called a
Honestly,
dickhead? What did I do?
what an absolute prick. You absolute moron. I mean,
What did I
seriously,
do?
you're just obnoxious. The
Okay, do you have an
host.
argument for abortion?
I'm not talking to you. I was talking to the host. Why can't he have a discussion with me? Why is that?
Well,
Again,
because
He's a misogynist, and his wife is a misogynist. Definition of misogyny: prejudice against women. Get a
yes.
fucking dictionary.
Yeah,
Get a
I
dictionary.
don't disagree with that.
So you're prejudiced against women. What a scumbag. What
But I'm
an
also a woman, so
absolute
it's allowed. Like, it's my own
scumbag.
people.
You
Miss
are.
Potter,
I don't
listen.
care. You are
Prior-
disgusting.
prior
You're not a
to-
woman.
Yes,
You're
I
a
am.
troll. You're not a woman. You're a troll. This channel is a joke. You're a scumbag. You're a troll. You're everything that's wrong with society, people like you. Everything. You're on here, coward,
Am I a
rage
coward?
baiting. You're a coward. You're
does
a
it make me
rage.
a coward,
how
though?
do you look at yourself in the mirror and think, so proud
You
of
look
what I
pretty
do?
good. I don't know. I
I'm
think you
very
look pretty
handsome.
good.
What's your
Yeah.
proper job?
I'm very
What, do you get
handsome.
paid?
What
What
are you
do you
talking
do
about?
for a living?
This.
We don't. We
Fuck
beg for
off.
donations.
You are absolute
I
scum of the earth.
I'm a
Everything that's
misogynist.
wrong
Being a
with the world, you
misogynist online is what I do for a living.
scumbag. Absolute fucking scum of the earth.
Miss Potter,
I
can
can't
you
even
calm
be
down?
around
I
people like
honestly
you.
think you're transphobic.
Well, I'm trans.
You're trans?
I'm trans. Let's
Me
play
too.
your game.
Me too.
I'm trans.
We both identify. I identify as a woman. What do you
At
identify
least
as?
I'm not a misogynist.
Do you identify as annoying or what?
Do you identify as stupid, huh? Let's do your game. Yeah, I can do this. I wonder when you're gonna cut me off. Let's just see how brave you
I
are.
can't.
You didn't know what the word
I can't
misogyny meant.
actually kick you until the chat votes to kick you out.
Didn't know what the word misogyny. Now you're a self-admitted misogynist.
I never said I didn't know what it means. I admitted
You
to it.
identify as a woman, but you say that you're a misogynist, and your wife's a misogynist. Wow, someone to be real.
Yeah, you
fucking
just keep
proud of.
repeating truth. You just
Being
keep repeating.
prejudiced against women.
You just
And how
keep.
do you think
Hold
that
on.
benefits society? How do you think that benefits
I've listened,
society?
Linda. I've listened to you talk. Right.
Discriminating
Right.
against
Hold on.
women.
Hold
Wow.
on. Hold on.
What
Hold on.
an
Hold on. Hold on.
brilliant
Hold on. Hold on.
argument.
Hold
What
on.
an absolutely brilliant
Hold on. She's still. Thank God someone called her. So yeah. Why is anything I'm saying wrong? You're just stating things that are true. Like you're saying 2 + 2 is 4. Oh my God. Oh my God. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Wow, that's amazing. Water is wet. Oh my God. Oh, she left. Where'd she go? I was having fun. Oh.
I really wanted to, John. I was trying to actually have a debate with a British person today. That was like one of my goals.
We had a few British people up here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they were all. They weren't my good old Jezebels, you know.
Okay, well, we'll see if we can find a Jezebel for you. All right, guys, we just hit our donation goal. Thank you so much for helping this channel go. We appreciate you guys. All future proceeds will not be going to anybody else. All right, as anybody else in the chat, sound off if you're from Britannia. Sound off if you're from Britannia.
I need to thank you for having me and thanking your audience.
All right. Hello, how are
Wait,
you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 37.
All right. Abortion is awful. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
I just want a civilized discussion. I'm quite a civil person. I don't think it's awful. I think there are justified reasons for it, personally.
Okay. Divine wanted to go, so Divine, go ahead.
Yeah, what's the argument that would justify killing fetuses that wouldn't also justify killing newborns?
Okay. So for me personally, if it's something that's inside me, that relies on me physically, not just kind of emotionally and just to be around the thing, or it can be supported by some other biological being. If it's just solely sort of dependent on me, kind of like a tumor, then it's up to me what I do with that thing.
Okay, can you kill it because it's solely dependent on you, or because it's inside of you?
Both, because it's
Okay,
biologically,
so
internally
okay,
dependent on me.
okay, great. So if a child is going to be born in 1 minute, it would be okay to kill that child.
That's an interesting question. For me, no. For me,
Great, then you
no.
just contradicted yourself, because you said that I asked, can you kill it because it's dependent on you or because it's in you? You
Yeah,
said
no,
both.
I did.
Okay, so a child that's
I
going to be
did.
born in 1 minute would also still be in you, therefore you should be able to kill it, but you just said you shouldn't be able to, which is a contradiction to your opening statement.
No, you're correct. I think the difference for me is so the difference I think would be, for instance, if you had an abortion at the UK limit, which is obviously a lot earlier than the kind of just being born kind of limit. At that
24
point,
weeks.
yeah, 24 weeks, I think it is. At that point, it hasn't had a huge biological impact on the female, the mother. But at the point of birth, the damage is done anyway. So you may as well
But
let
why
that
can't
per-
she
let,
kill it?
let
It's
that
still in
baby
her
live
body.
and pass it on. Pardon?
But why can't she kill it? It's still in her body.
Because the damage has been done. So for me, there's no positive at that point to terminating their life. So there would
Why
be a
does she need a
positive.
positive?
Why does she need a positive to terminating the baby?
Yeah, why can't she just say it's my body, my choice, and anything that's in my body independent on me, I get to kill?
Because I think the choice is a positive in itself. So even if it's a mental or physical kind of choice, more physical, I'd say,
How,
in my argument, I suppose.
that isn't telling me why she can't kill it a minute before birth.
Because it's illegal.
Well, that's an appeal to legality fallacy, right? Like, if it was legal to do it before a day before birth, would you now agree with that? Do you just follow whatever the law says, like a sheep?
No, I don't think so.
Great. So you see how we can
Like I
distinguish
said, the damage is done
morality and
biologically
legality?
anyway to the female. Like her belly's all stretched out.
Not necessarily.
Well, at
What if she had,
just
what if she had a
preterm
crypt,
birth, her belly's stretched out.
what if she had a cryptic pregnancy where they have no symptoms
Very
up
true,
until the
but they're
point of
rare,
like
aren't they?
well, sure, but they would show a contradiction in your principle. If a woman didn't know she was pregnant up until the
Well, the
moment of labor,
exception
let's
proves
say,
the rule, doesn't it?
if there's a contradiction in your view in any area at all, the view fails. It doesn't matter if the hypothetical I give you is as rare as 1 in 2 or 1 in 2,000. That doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant. So the question is, if a woman had a cryptic pregnancy, therefore they have like no symptoms until they go into labor, and she finds out like just before, like I don't know, like as she's going into labor, why shouldn't she be able to kill that child? It's in her body. It's dependent on her body. Are you contradicting your opening statement? Do you want to go for a new
No, I
argument?
think what it is if that child is removed immediately from that woman, it's viable unto itself. So
What do you mean by viable?
Able to live without the woman. So it's not actually it's not dependent fully on the mother at that point, is it?
Okay, so it's
So
about
if you
dependency.
remove
So if
the
somebody's
child,
dependent on your body, you can kill them?
yeah, basically.
Okay, great. So does this principle apply out the womb or just in?
So how do you? It depends how you're going to define.
If a child
dependent on my
was around,
body.
if a child was around its mother, it needed its breast milk. There's no food around other than the mother. Does she have to breastfeed it? Yeah or no?
Email me,
It's
Striker.
anyway. So
What? Sorry,
I was talking to him in
what
chat.
does she? So if she decides to breastfeed it, it's up to her, isn't it? But at the end of the
yeah,
day,
but
the
would it be
child is
wrong to
alive.
refuse the breast milk and let it die?
We'll add some further context. If a boob
The
is
woman
literally
says
riddled
that the
with
child's.
cancer, is that
I never said
correct?
the boob. I don't know why you're adding new things into my hypothetical. Right?
But you've
Logic
added a
101, you
new thing
don't.
yourself, haven't you? You've added in the
No,
fact
I've
that there is no other
stipulated.
option and to
No.
breastfeed.
Yeah, I've
So this is
stipulated
a very
the. I've
individual
stipulated.
situation. So
I've stipulated the hypothetical. You answer the
I can't
hypothetical
change
I
it.
ask you. No, you can't. What? If somebody asks you a hypothetical, you can't change the hypothetical they've asked you.
But
It's like
if
logic
the answer to
101.
the hypothetical is dependent on context, surely that's relevant.
Well, the context is the child is entirely reliant on the mother's bodily resources. You said that justifies killing the child.
Okay, but my boob
The
is very
woman
tumorous
doesn't
with
have
cancer, so what do I do?
Wait, why are you? So this would now entail a case where the woman can't breastfeed, which would be analogous to a case where a woman can't stay pregnant. That's not
Also,
analogous to
some women can't
99% of
breastfeed.
abortions.
Just to
I,
clarify.
I'm stipulating she can, but she doesn't want to. Just as in 99% of pregnancies, a woman can continue, but she doesn't want to. Unless you're implying that most pregnancies are going to kill women, which is not true.
No.
Great. So then most pregnancies would be there is no significant threat to the woman's life, and there's no significant threat of significant permanent bodily harm. Fact, 1 in 5,000 pregnancies kill a woman. We could apply that same stats to the child that needs breast milk. And it's irrelevant whether it's a 1 in 50,000, 1 in 5,000. It's completely irrelevant because you said that if somebody depends on your body, you don't have to give them your body. You can kill them. You can let them die. That's what you said.
I said biologically, as in attached to my bloodstream.
So now it's attached? So now you're adding new stipulations?
No, sorry. I literally don't mean to. I'm not going into an argument. I'm not getting kind of heated,
You're changing your argument for the third time? Because earlier it was if it's dependent on my body, I can kill it. Now it's if it's attached to my body and dependent?
Just real quick, I want to introduce everybody to the misogynist.
Hi.
Yeah. So Amy, can you kill it because it's dependent on you, or because it's dependent on you and in you? Because you contradicted yourself twice.
Okay, so yeah, no, again, I'm not looking to get heated or anything. I'm pondering upon this subject myself. I'm quite a logical person. I don't tend to get heated, but I think if it's literally physically dependent on me, and for me that doesn't include when someone's
Breastfeeding would be physically dependent because they require your internal bodily
there are
resources.
alternatives.
Oh my gosh. No, there isn't. There is no food around. Why are you adding new things in? I literally stipulated that the only way to sustain the child is with her body.
So children in the past were raised with things other than breast milk, like
Yeah,
really.
so the problem. So let me just say here, the problem here is you're not willing to actually engage what's called a reductio, is where you take an analogy and you see if your worldview is consistent. If you have to change the analogy, you're actually conceding that your worldview is not consistent.
Perhaps my worldview isn't consistent.
Great, then
I'm
it
not
fails.
really,
The
like I
argument
said,
fails.
I'm not one to get heated. Okay, it might fail, but for me,
Great, abortion tomorrow.
wow. Okay. Well, good evening to all.
Okay. Thank you.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Are you waiting for me to kick you, or?
Yeah, I don't understand. Are you just taking the L? I mean, I would if I was you. Because it's either you agree that it's okay to starve newborns to death because they rely on our bodies, or you contradict your principle, which is that we can kill people because they depend on us. Well, then you go down some weird route of like, oh well, no, if they're dependent on us and attached, and then I'm going to show you how that would include killing babies
Oh wow!
before
Does
they
your
cut the
argument
umbilical
depends
cord.
on mocking my voice? That's interesting.
Yes.
Who mocked?
Yes. No, the validity of my argument doesn't depend on that. But the point is that whatever you say, whatever response you give, I'm going to show you how it's going to lead to absurdities. If you say that we can
I
kill a
never
child
said
because it's
his life
if
is
you say we
absurd.
can kill a child because it depends on us, then I'm going to give you the breastfeeding reductio. If you move and
Okay,
say
but you could
because
kill a
it's because
child
it's hold on,
if it was
hold on,
riddled with rabies.
hold
I would
on,
kill a child.
hold on. If you say we can kill a child because it's attached to us and dependent on us, then you would have to agree it's okay to kill children before they cut the umbilical cord, because that child
Can I
is still
just-
receiving nutrients and it's still attached. If you want to say it's because it's in the body and dependent, then you would have to agree with abortion a minute before birth. Whichever way you take this, it's going to lead to a bad view.
Sure. I mean, I'll just leave it at this. I think it's okay. I think abortion is okay, and I think it's up to the woman. I think there's
No
reasons
argument,
for
John.
killing
Don't let
newborn
her
children.
rhetoric.
If a
Don't let her
newborn
spam rhetoric.
child-
Don't.
If a newborn child was born with rabies and he was a danger to everyone
let her
else,
spam
I would
rhetoric.
murder it myself.
I'll let her go.
So
It's okay.
goodbye.
It's going to happen.
Thank you.
I'm just curious to see if she can figure out how to leave the app.
I am old. Forgive me now.
How old again?
37.
Bro,
Oh my
there's like 3 years difference between the two of us.
Are you 34?
Yeah.
Damn, you look kind of old.
I am old. I got unk status.
People call me Onk because I'm 22, bro. Onk at 22 is crazy.
All right, chat. This is usually when I'd end it, but I'm not really rushed today, so we can keep going, or we can end it now.
I actually am rushed. I have 1%.
Yeah,
and I'm not unplugging my phone. And I'm getting downstairs. I need to finish. I need to go do the dishes.
You've done your job. You can leave whenever you want. Do you want to
Can I
plug
say-
yourself
can I
before
say-
we go?
Yeah, can I give an outro?
Yeah, but to give the outro, you got to turn your camera on.
Oh, please, John. I've done a whole 3 hours with you. I brought all my followers in here.
I'm joking. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for everybody, my followers who came in and watched. Thank you for the gifts. If you would like to follow me and you're a John supporter, that's appreciated. And whether you're on YouTube, make the effort, come over to TikTok, come on now. Or just give me a follow. I'm on the guest requests box if you're on TikTok.
A lot of my
give John a
followers
follow.
don't have TikTok.
Well, they should download it for me. That's a great thing, I can tell you. They would love my lives. If you want to support me, you can go to my link tree in my bio. I have a PayPal. Since I made $5, I deserve all your donations. John deserves nothing. He is actually a millionaire, and he just does this to grift. So that is everything. Thank you for having me up, John. And yeah, man, we should do it another time.
Do it?
Your wife is there. Don't make her jealous.
I don't think she can get jealous of a British guy.
Can she hear me?
Yeah. No,
You
she
have-
can't hear you.
You have a lot of boyfriends, so.
Yeah, I already have a lot of
What?
What's another one?
Oh my gosh, that's been exposed.
It's not
Okay,
exposed,
well, anyway.
it's known. Everybody knows I want to see Fan without a shirt on.
Is an exploring reality fan?
Yeah. I finally got a picture of him without a shirt on, and it was glorious.
Yeah, this is getting really, really gay.
Huh? It's not gay if you got the socks on.
Let me check. Well, I'm not wearing socks.
Wow, that's gay.
What do you,
dude.
what do you think? What do you think?
That's
What do you think
gay.
I'm wearing right now?
That's gay. I'm hoping nothing but socks.
What? No, seriously. What do you think I'm wearing?
I told you.
What if I told you it was just briefs?
Say it slower.
No, this is weird, chat. I don't like this. How do you guys? No. Oh no, I regret all of this. Oh no. Okay, I don't know what to respond to that. I've been outgayed.
You can't hear
Wow.
through the headphones.
Can.
You can?
Mhm.
You can. He said he likes to see me in briefs.
Sounds
That's
like
what he
something he'd
said.
say.
Oh.
He's
I got a
he's
buddy at the
really
gym I
gay.
train at. Every time I walk into the change room and he's just wearing his underwear, I look him dead in the eye and go, yes.
Wait, I'm not speaking on TikTok right now on my account, so I can say whatever I want.
No, because it's pushing through to TikTok.
Wait, no, but like I'm saying like not within reason. I'm saying like the word like gay. Like if I say gay on my lives, they get taken down. Even though I don't say it in a bad way. If I'm like, "Oh, are you gay?" They're like, "Oh, we're going to ban you." So
Why don't you
that's
put your own
bad.
headphones on? You're awfully close to me.
Yeah, you're complaining. See, he's complaining that a woman is close to him, and he's talking about men in briefs.
Yeah. It's
So
it's
you
not it's
complain
not
when
it's
you're
not
wa-
about what you feel on the inside. It's about how you act it out. Right? As long as I don't act it out, I'm not in sin. But I can feel what
Okay,
I
I
feel.
said I was going. I'm tired of these gay shenanigans. I'm going.
All right, baby girl, I love you.
I love you too, Daddy.
He did it. He did it. He did it. All right, guys, we'll do like maybe one or two more or something like that. Thank you so much for us reaching the dono goal. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. Let's bring up the next guest. And we'll probably just do one more because I do gotta. I love that joke. John is my favorite black female YouTuber, or YTer. I put my notes away and everything because I thought I was gonna be done, but then I remembered it was Friday. Okay, we tried on YT. They're not connecting, so let's try TikTok and see what happens there. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
My name is Lane. I am 34.
All right, man. Abortion is wrong. Prove me wrong. Go ahead.
I got a question for you. I think there's different levels here. And like, do you consider like the Plan B pill and third trimester in the same umbrella?
Yep.
Okay, so
Now
that's where I have always.
the Plan B pill is a little bit of like a weird thing because like it can prevent conception, but it can also like cause a miscarriage with conception. So in the scenario where it's like causing the miscarriage, I think that's absolutely wrong. And I don't think we should risk that. But if all it did was like prevent the conception from happening, I don't see something wrong with that, but I wouldn't take the risk.
Okay, so you're speaking of contraceptive. Now I'm a strong Catholic. I've always, considered myself
Well,
against.
if you're a strong Catholic,
pro,
you have to be against Plan B.
and that's why I was asking you this, because I personally have had, exes and stuff like that use the Plan B, never considered it sacrifice, as in the title here. I figured that I was, kind of nipping it in the bud before it came to a situation to where,
You're not being a very good. You're not being a very good Catholic if you got a whole bunch of exes using Plan B, bro.
Oh, I agree.
Okay.
I sin every day.
As long as we're on the same page. Like, I'm not trying to judge you. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
Well, it was a long time ago, but
Yeah.
I've
Fair enough.
sat here, and this is something that I've got to move forward. I have a 17-year-old son, and I want to move forward with the right, teaching him the right things. And I've told him about the Plan B pill. So
yeah, that's fair.
And listening to you, I listen to you a lot, quite a bit, and so I think that you are correct. Plan B pill. I have no reason to, which I don't anyway, but have to judge anyone else if I've condoned the Plan B or third trimester is such a no-no. It's all the same thing then. It's so I guess you have straightened my way of thinking. So I do appreciate it, sir.
W is in the chat, guys. No, I'm sorry, bro. Awesome. Well, thanks for letting me know. I do hear what you're doing in the background, so I do got to let you go before we get demonetized. So appreciate you, man. God bless.
All right, man. Thanks.
That was a good place to end.
But the grift, Abby, the grift. I mean, we literally just have one person in the queue. We'll do that person. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
What's up, John? I am.
Can I do it or can't I?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, I don't understand what you
Why
mean.
can I hear you
Just 'cause I
from
want
like
to.
5 seconds? Okay, hold on.
Just because you want to?
I'm not leaving.
That's weird.
And my child is.
I'm
my
swiping
child
out.
in this. So
I'm
there's
gonna
no-
kick you and then you can come back up. I thought he was listening to me on the YT. Well, he said he could just hear it double. He didn't know why.
Okay, that was weird. I was listening to you. That was weird. Okay, that was like the YouTube stream coming over hella delayed. Sorry about that.
No problem. All right, man. Abortion is wrong. Prove me wrong.
Cool. I'm 26, by the way.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
No worries. Yep, I got you. Well, I actually can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
Okay. What is it if I asked you to like point to like the value or like the worth of protecting the fetus or the baby, whatever? What would you point to, like pre-sentience?
Like physically point to?
Just no, like your moral grounds, your morally relevant point to say, hey, this deserves protection.
Yeah, I'd say from like a secular perspective, it's flow.
Future like ours.
Yeah. But like from a Christian perspective, I'd say because it's an image bearer of God.
Okay. Future like ours. Okay. Could you defend this position? Like, what would you like justify the reason of like let's say a 95-year-old man who's like in his sleep, like could I like unalive him while he's sleeping? He's towards the end of his life. I don't know if you could really argue flow.
Yeah, you can still
Like, would
argue
you
flow
flow?
there. They still have a potential future. It's just not a huge future, but they still have it.
Okay. I don't know if in like the breakdown of flow, if they give any kind of like distinction on like how much future is left. My understanding is that like I don't know if flow would really apply to someone like
You have no
towards the end
idea
of
how
their
much is left with a 95-year-old. People have lived to be like 110 years old. That's a significant amount of life.
Okay,
That's
let's
where
just
the
give them that-
potentiality comes in, right?
Okay, let's give the reductio. Then we know that their life is going to end in 5 minutes, or like right when they wake up within 60 seconds. Can I unalive him prematurely in his sleep?
No, I don't think we cause. I don't think we cause death, but we don't necessarily have to save life.
Okay, from the secular standpoint, though, why couldn't I cause the death?
Yeah. Again, I'd say because of our potential futures. So even if it's like a 5-minute future, that's perfectly fine. And I still
Isn't
don't
the
think. I
point
still
of
don't
flow?
think. I still don't think that we should like unalive innocent people, right? I think that's like an intuition that we have. Again, I think there's a big difference between life-saving processes and life unaliving processes, and I don't think in any scenario we should do unaliving processes for an innocent person.
Okay. Do you think that animals have flow?
No, that they do not have a potential future like ours.
Do you think that severely disabled humans have flow?
Yep, they have the active potential future like ours. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they still have the potential future like ours. It's an active potential within their nature because they're members of rational kinds.
Oh, so it's a human thing.
Yeah. Well, it's a rational member kind of thing. So like
so if I give
so
you
like for
some
example, if
alien
you found
reductio
aliens,
that-
yeah,
yeah,
if aliens were members of rational kinds, I'd say that they'd have like the same.
Damn,
intrinsic
John,
right.
you're not gonna let me walk you down that path. You're just gonna cut me off prior to giving you the alien reductio. That's not
I'm sorry,
very nice.
bro.
All right.
I'm sorry. You go ahead and I pretend I was sleeping. I didn't hear.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, that's good. I was gonna go down the alien reductio. Okay, so of a rational kind, which covers alien species. Okay. Okay. I guess my perspective. I take a sentient position, so I don't know if you want to ask me a question, but I guess I would say that it's fine because I would say that what we value is like experience, like awareness.
Yeah. So I'd simply just like do the traditional like you say sentient. If I fall asleep, do I lose my value?
If you fall asleep, do you? Yeah. Can I do yeah? No, I would just say that you have the capacity to deploy it.
Yeah. So it's the
fetus
potential
doesn't have the
future.
capacity to- kind of. You have the current capacity to deploy it. The fetus doesn't. That would be the morally relevant distinction.
Yeah, so you're just talking about the composition of the thing having it. So the problem with that is
Sure.
if somebody is brain dead, they have the components, the capacity to deploy it. They're just simply not deploying it, and then you'd have to give them the same value. Oh, where do you go? Dang. Should I do my lives like this from now on?
No.
Why not?
Cringe.
Why is it cringe?
'Cause
Looks cool. Oh, he's back.
That was so weird. I literally just got. It was as if I got kicked. I didn't even touch my phone. That was weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Did you get scared because did you concede the argument? Was that a dub?
That was a big W. I hope you got the clip.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm trying to grow my following, so you're a good person to start with.
Yeah, that's what a lot of
Okay.
people think, actually.
Yeah, I bet.
Anyways, go ahead.
What did you say though? You said it's like if somebody's brain dead, because I would argue they don't
Yeah.
have the capacity to.
Yeah.
to
So
deploy
so for example, let's say we have this human, we examine their body, and we can tell for like all intents and purposes they have all the components and the capacity to actualize consciousness, but for some reason they're just not actualizing it. And then we can even look into the future and see that they will never actualize it. Does that person have value?
Say the tail end of that one more time.
So like we can look into the future and we could see that they're never actually going to actualize their consciousness. Like it's just not going to happen, but they have all the components to do so. For all intents and purposes, we can't actually tell why it's not actualizing, but for everything we understand, they should be able to do so. Does that person have value or no?
Yeah, you're saying that we would never be able. They're not ever gonna have the self-awareness then, so they basically are asleep and they're just gonna stay asleep or something like that.
They will never actualize a conscious experience, but they have all the components to do so.
Yeah, you're testing my principle of yeah, if that's even relevant. I guess I guess that's not what I care about then. I would say that I would say that Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead. You can walk me down some really weird places here, but I really do want to hold to like awareness being the most important thing. So I guess I can't bite that bullet. Hold on. John, hold on, dude. There might be a way out of here. Hold on. Yeah, I can't bite the bullet if you could do anything while they're asleep. Okay. I mean, I guess damn, I just don't want to concede. Can I ask you one question before I concede? Because
Of
actually I
course.
think you won. All right, cool. Do you have any exceptions for abortion?
Nope.
Okay. I'm obviously like, I'm gonna ask you like about essay. I don't know if I can say that, but even if like they're essayed.
Yep, that's not an excuse.
Wow. Okay. I think that's kind of absurd.
I don't think so, right? We wouldn't say the same thing for like a 2-year-old child. If a mother gave birth to a 2-year-old child, and every time they look at that 2-year-old child and is reminded of their essayer, she shouldn't be allowed to unalive that 2-year-old. So I don't think she should be allowed to unalive the child in the womb.
Yeah, but I could probably make a case for I would just make a case from like self-defense or something that you should be allowed to unalive it because you are practicing self-defense. You're removing something that was forced onto you without your consent.
So what are like how's this self-defense?
Because it's something that was put onto you that's causing you harm, and you want the harm to stop. You didn't consent for this to happen, and so just as I would be able to remove you from being on top of me if I was uncomfortable or you were hurting me, I'd be allowed to remove you. So I think you should be allowed to remove the unwanted.
Right.
baby.
So every time I enter the room with the 2-year-old, it kicks me in the shin.
Yeah, you should be able to punt that little. I mean, I think it's different.
Why?
You want the morally relevant distinction, John?
Yeah, I want the distinction, right? Like if it's the case that this child, right, causes like a certain amount of harm to my body, that it supersedes my parental
I got
duties.
you. I got you.
Then it should
Yeah,
be
I
the
got
case
you.
that every time I enter a room, the 2-year-old kicks my shin. Well, by self-defense, I can kick it into a wood chipper.
Ready? Check this out. Ready?
Okay.
Check this out. No, you would just use gentlest means. So you actually, even during the abortion, you would actually just remove it. If it is unalived in the process, that's unfortunate, but you don't have to go in there and unalive it.
Yeah.
You just
So
remove it gentlest means.
yeah. So hold on. Me and the child are alone in a cabin in the middle of Alaska, and there's no one near us. What do I do?
What do you mean?
Like it's just me and the child. We're in the middle of Alaska. There's
Are you pregnant?
thousands and thousands of no, this is a born child, 2-year-old child. Thousands and
okay.
thousands of miles in every direction. There's no way for me to advocate my parental duty, right? But every time I enter the room, the child kicks me in the shin. Can I throw it outside to the wolves?
No, you don't know. You use gentlest means possible, and it would be to put it in a different room.
Yeah, but once I just
With
put it in that room and let
throwing
it
the wolves
starve?
wouldn't be. No, you can still feed it. I don't think any of this is entailed.
Oh, so then I
this
have to
condition.
so I have to give up like my caloric intake for the child. So I have to sacrifice something for the child.
I didn't say you wouldn't have to sacrifice anything. I just said gentlest means you're allowed to remove. So like it wouldn't be throwing to the wolves. That wouldn't be gentlest means. You could still have to sacrifice it, right? Like even getting an abortion, you have to like get in your car, you have to go do something. But
you're saying
this
I
wouldn't
still
be
have a
entailed
parental
with gentlest
duty.
means.
I still have a parental duty to sustain this child's life.
Okay, wait. I think we're going in a different category now. Do you still have a parental duty to? Wait, no, John. We're going down a different route. This was about if you're essayed, not just generally.
Yeah, this
if
is a
you
2-year-old that came from SA that we now have born, right? And we live in Alaska in the middle of nowhere. I have no way to advocate my parental duties, and every time I enter a room, it kicks me in the shin.
Okay, I feel like there. Okay, I don't know if. Okay, when what's your direct question? Sorry.
Yeah,
you
do I have a parental duty to keep that child alive?
Do you have a parental duty to keep this child alive? Yes.
Yeah, so I'd say it's the same thing with the child in the womb, right? I can do everything I can to stop harm happening to myself, up into unaliving that child.
Well, no, but this isn't. It's there's gonna be levels to harm. I think you can agree. So, for instance, if the level of harm you're experiencing during this pregnancy from your rapist is going to be more significant than like a 2-year-old kicking you in the shin, unless you have like really weak shins or something.
Well, the grape has already happened. That's done. That
Yeah,
harm's already done.
which
We can't turn back
also
the clock and change that.
yes, which I'd also argue is why it's not as analogous, because I would probably say you probably already like adopted or consented now to the responsibility because you
No.
didn't do this
There's
prior.
there's lots of scenarios where you wouldn't be able to consent. For example, maybe you're in a prisoner of war and it happened there, and you had no means to abort. Like we can keep giving reductios to show you that this is called trot out the toddler. Basically, any scenario that you apply to a child in the womb, I can also apply to a 2-year-old and see if you're consistent.
Okay, sure. I would actually just say that I would actually compare this because I'm really trying to think this through. I think that I would feed the child. I would want other people to feed the child, but I would say that this is more like this is why like there's a distinction between positive and negative rights, right? So like it's just like it's nice to feed the homeless people. I want people to do it. Should you be like legally or like morally held responsible for not feeding them? No. I'd say you're in the exact same situation here.
So you're saying that the mother should be allowed, or the father, whatever scenario is, can allow their child to starve to death.
Okay, can I answer directly and then can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Okay. Yes. And now my question to you is, are you aware of homeless people in your city that are starving to death, and are you allowing them?
Yeah,
to starve to
I don't
death?
have a parental duty to those homeless people.
Who cares?
Yeah, I do, because there's certain duties and responsibilities. But as a Christian, I actually do have a duty to help those when they ask, and I do try to uphold that.
From a secular standpoint, though, why would it be relevant that you
Yeah,
have
from
like
a secular
biological
standpoint,
connection with
if we're just doing like a strict secular, like I'm just trying to make the flow argument from a secular perspective,
sure.
so people don't go like, John, you're just appealing to your religion. But at the end of the day, I honestly don't think if there is a God, there's really a reason to do anything. Like I think like if you don't want to feed the homeless, fine. If you want to unalive your babies, like that, you go for it. If I want to take this pen and just start stabbing my wife in the face, like there's really no reason I shouldn't be allowed to.
Her eyes got all big when you said that. That was funny.
She's used to me threatening her.
She said, "Wait, what?" Okay. I mean, yeah, I agree with you. You end up in like some nihilistic worldviews for sure. I guess my point is, I don't know if it's relevant. Like, I think that I don't think you're getting an ought from that parental relationship. You're just describing it.
Well, what I'm doing is that I'm challenging your worldview, right? You think there are certain parental duties, assuming like I can't just take my child and just starve it because I don't want to. You think I have to like put it up for adoption, things like this. I'm basically taking your worldview and showing that you're not consistent. I do have a consistency, right? I do think there are parental duties. I do think there are obligations. I do think humans have innate value. I do think we're image bearers of God. And because of my consistent worldview, I can say this has better explanatory power and better explanatory scope. Your kind of viewpoints are arbitrary and ad hoc to get to the point where you feel justified in unaliving an innocent human being.
So from my perspective, unless you can outline the inconsistency, I think I'm actually being more consistent, only because my point is that there are times.
We'll test if you're consistent.
Wait, can I land it?
Hold on. Let me just one question. We'll see if you're consistent. It's a very simple question. Do you think somebody should be allowed to abort the child for whatever reason they want?
No.
So just Brad and Stacy hook up, and she doesn't want the child. Can she abort the child?
No.
Okay. What about in a scenario where she just doesn't think she can afford the child?
Sorry, and let me just clarify this real quick. It's not a question to you or anything,
Mm-hmm.
but I was being good faith earlier when I said, to be honest, like I think actually you have a more consistent worldview. So I actually might have changed my mind. I think that truly the ones that I'm not going to get over, like I'd maybe adopt like some kind of like causal or something, but like, anyways, I'm going to say no pretty much to anything that you say that just seems like out of convenience, but I just don't know if we're going to get around like the essay part. That's the part that I'm curious about.
So are you basically, is your position that no for every abortion except for essay?
And no, dude, like minors too. The minors can get abortions, I'd say.
Okay, so minor is an essay. That's your, but everything else is no?
Life. I mean, if like the mother's like being unalived or something from it, then that too. But I'd say everything outside of those, yeah.
Okay, so those three stipulations: mother's life's on the line, SA, and children. Those are the only three scenarios where somebody should be allowed to have an abortion.
I'm thinking because I feel like you're about to load up something that I'm like, oh.
I'm not
well,
loading
shit.
up. I actually think that's a very at least I think it's more honest of a worldview than what most people have.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then, yeah. I think yes. I just don't. I think what I can totally get on board with is I don't think anything is convenient. Convenient. I don't think anything is convincing from the standpoint of like convenience arguments.
Okay.
These have always been really weak to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So then all you have to tell me is what is the relevant difference between the 2-year-old conceived in any of those manners and the 1-month-old that's inside the womb. You just have to tell me the ontological difference between those two things.
Okay. The ontological difference between one more time.
1 month in the womb, so it's still
Yeah.
in the womb. It's been growing for a month, and the 2-year-old. So you got to tell me the moral relative difference between that, because I'm assuming that you wouldn't say that we could unalive a 2-year-old in those scenarios.
No, you're saying, but they were conceived via SA. That's
Whether
what
it's
I'm saying.
SA, right? I
Yeah.
guess mother's life is on the line. That would be a consistent one. But let's say SA or a child, like it's a minor that had it, or it's through SA.
The honest answer to you is that I think that if I don't hold this perspective, I think that I have to bite really crazy absurdities. So yes, I guess the morally relevant distinction between them. I mean, ontologically, I don't know if I have an ontological distinction. It would be like there's nothing about the baby. It's the responsibility and what I expect the person to do for the baby. That's the difference. And the situation that they are in is where I would like differ my opinion on it.
But what we're talking about is we're talking about aughts right now. So
Yeah.
a mother who is SA'd with a 1-month-old can unalive their child. A mother who is SA'd with a 2-year-old cannot. I need to know the symmetry breaker.
It's that I would not support, I'd go back to the gentlest means. I would not support the baby being intentionally unalived. I would support in both situations, remaining consistent, that the baby is removed. The mother is not having to take care of the baby with the gentlest means
Right,
possible to remove it.
But the thing, you could say gentlest means as much as you want, but one you can, one you cannot.
Gentlest means.
So is there ever a scenario where the 2-year-old, you can do it? You can unalive them.
Well, no, you can't have the intent be to unalive them. I don't like how you're asking me. You have to rephrase it. I am not okay in any circumstance with going in and saying, hey, the intent is to unalive the kid.
But you can you could do that with the 1-month-old.
Byproduct.
You could do that with the
Well,
1-month-old in the womb.
No, you'd have to go into it saying that I want it removed, but I think the baby should still be cared for up to whatever medical technology we have. So gentlest means that I'm not okay under both circumstances with the intent being to unalive the kid.
Okay, so for all intents and purposes, you know for a fact that it's going to unalive child. We'll say the one in the womb is child A. Okay, it's just that way I'm not always clarifying, and the one outside the womb is child B. So child A, the one inside the womb, you know for all intents and purposes that the procedure will end up with its unaliving. Child B, is there ever a scenario where you know for all intents and purposes it will end up with its unaliving, where you say, yes, we can do that?
Is there ever a scenario where I'll know in child B that it'll end up with that child being unalived? Is there ever a situation which I would say, yes, that's morally acceptable? Is that the question?
Yes.
This is a good question. I don't know, because I don't know if I'm only delaying because I'm really thinking about it.
I appreciate that than somebody who just like rambles.
I think that for me, if you knew 100%, I do think there's circumstances which I would deem morally acceptable, even if I had the future knowledge that this would result in it being unalived. Yeah, for child B.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
I think that's abhorrent, right? And I can't argue against that because that's your consistent worldview. But yeah,
But what
you're
if
basically saying in these two scenarios, you could if you have to advocate your right as a parent, unalive the child, you can do it no matter how old they are, and I think that's pretty grotesque.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Okay. Um, I I think that your worldview will also result in you biting some pretty bad bullets,
Try it.
and some
Yeah,
absurdities.
people have said that to me. Try it. Go ahead.
Okay. One of the big ones is going to come down. Pro-lifers do this in reverse to pro-choicers about threshold of pain in pregnancy. I can just give you a threshold problem as well. If you're, let's say, is that your wife?
Mhm.
Okay. Let's say that your wife was pregnant and she wanted to get an abortion. Now, just follow me here. I know your answer, but would you let her? Or would
Nope.
you think that it's okay?
Nope.
Okay. Let's say that she was, it actually wasn't 9 months. It was going to be 18 months. Would you let her?
No.
Okay. Let's say it wasn't 18 months. It was actually 5 years that she had to carry this person. Would you let her?
No.
Okay. Let's say it was actually 25 years that she had to maintain this pregnancy and cook this person before they were born. Would you think that's acceptable then?
Nope.
Okay. So I would point out that this is an absurdity. And I think that if you would expect your wife to carry someone and have all of the experiences of pregnancy for 25 years and that it would be unacceptable to cut that short or
Yeah,
remove it,
this is
then
like the
that would
mountain.
be that would be absurd.
This is what makes a mountain a molehill fallacy. So like exactly how many days and years does it take for something to become like wrong? Either it's wrong or it's not wrong.
Well, no, you and Divine, I guess just call out Divine. Divine was doing this exact same thing. He was asking about thresholds of when someone can be removed. I think you were too. If it's just a second or if it's just 10 seconds, it's the
But
where's the neck and the shoulders, right? I mean, it was the same thing but in reverse.
Yeah, but that's seeing if you guys are consistent, right? Because if you say bodily autonomy, well, we say 1 second before it comes out of the womb, is it wrong? And you say no, well, then you don't hold the bodily autonomy. So it's testing that worldview, right? Now, this mountain and the molehill you're saying is like, how long does somebody have to endure pregnancy before it becomes evil and they should be allowed to abort? Well, I don't think there is a time period. I think there's a parental duty. You have a parental duty to maintain your child's life.
Well, then what's with the why would this be a mountain and a molehill fallacy? You just
Because
answered it. You said that
because
it's fine.
no, I didn't say it was fine. What?
Wait, not the fallacy, but I'm saying you said if it was 25 years, if you just accepted the hypothetical, the reductio, then you just said it's
Because
like
here's the thing, because it's
sorry, but
perfectly
it's not fine. I meant
right.
that it's not fine.
Right. So at 25 years, I said it's fine.
I know. I
So
misspoke.
so
I
here
was
here's the
thinking
thing. Here's the thing. At 9 months, if it's perfectly okay, then 10 months it's perfectly okay. 11 months is perfectly okay. 12 months, it's like where do we draw the line where it's like all of a sudden it becomes not okay anymore?
By the way, this fallacy, I actually would reject that this is the fallacy that I'm I would reject that this is the fallacy. The fallacy would be like if I then got to the next part and I asked you, okay, so at 30 you're not okay, but at 29 you are. I didn't ask you that
No,
question.
it is that fallacy. So for example, how many hairs do I have to lose on my head before I'm bald?
Like 1,233.
So if I lose 1,232, I'm not bald?
Yes.
So do you think that's like arbitrary and ad hoc? Like do we count
I-
like
I'm
when we
just-
see
I'm just
somebody,
being-
yeah, but when we see somebody that's bald, we don't count their hairs, right? There's no actual way to like calculate and determine when somebody has baldness. They either are bald or they're not bald. Some people will say you have to have like no hair at all, right? But then you have eyebrow hair. So technically, are you bald? Or it's just like you have the cul-de-sac. Are you bald? So
Go ahead.
So it's like it's a philosophical problem of like how do we determine like and I think that's an issue. Like if you're trying to determine moral value based off time, I think that's problematic in itself.
So I maybe, and again, I would probably still, and I don't mean to go in circles, this probably isn't very entertaining, but I would reject that this is what I'm doing. To be honest, I think what I'm doing is I'm outlining like, I think that I think it is completely reasonable
So
to say that past.
can I show you how it is what you're doing?
Wait, John, can I just please make this point, and I'll
Yeah.
make it quick. I won't
Yeah.
and I won't say something that I didn't already say.
Yeah.
Okay, so like for instance, right? Like this is relevant context, and I think that it matters to like where you would maybe start caring less about the life. And why I say that is because let's say, like we do this all the time. Like let's say like I had to like house somebody, or I had to do something for someone, or even like I had to give them blood or something. Of course, like there's going to be a time that's attached to that, because at some point we are going to look at how much it's inconveniencing us mentally or physically, and we're going to say, okay, we value these things more than we value this person staying alive. And I think you would agree to that, and I think this is just illustrating that eventually you would get there. But go ahead, that's my point.
Yeah. So the reason I think it is that fallacy is because you said 9 months, 10 months, 12 months, and then you said it was absurd at 25. So if I just start going back 24 years, is it absurd?
Well, I know, but I'm being technical and pedantic, but that's where I'm saying I think if I asked you that question to split the hairs, then I would be committing this fallacy. I think if I'm just trying to find your threshold of, do you eventually care more
Yeah. So there
about your
is no
wife's
threshold of
inconvenience
time.
than you care about the life?
Yeah, there is no threshold of time. Either you have the parental duty or you don't have the parental duty.
Okay, so then that would also entail that like if literally your child, God forbid this ever happens, but your child was like, I guess wouldn't happen, but let's just say like your child was dependent on your wife's specific blood for the entirety of their life, and like couldn't get transfusions.
Yeah,
you'd have to be
the
hooked
difference
up the
between
whole-
that's a life-saving process. You don't have to do life-saving processes. You cannot do life-ending processes. She would still do it, but that's a symmetry breaker between the two.
Wait, John. Okay. I'm not, I was about to sound like a douchebag, but like truly, I think that is inconsistent from what we were talking about earlier.
No. Because
It is
because
for
the womb,
child in
the
the
womb,
cabin,
hold
the
on,
child
hold
in
on.
the cabin. Okay, go ahead.
The womb
But it
is a natural environment, right? And taking out of the womb is a life-ending process. The child in the cabin, right? Throwing the child into the wilderness is throwing it to an area where it's not viable, and therefore you're doing a life-ending process. You're not doing it. So there's a difference between the two.
Yep. Okay, I agree in throwing it to the wolves. But one of the things we had talked about was, am I required to sustain or give nutrients to this child in the cabin to miles from
starving
society?
something is a life-ending process.
Well, if your wife is not giving the nutrients of the blood, there's no morally relevant distinction. She should be required to give the blood because it's sustaining the life. It's
Yeah,
the same
so
as the food is sustaining the
giving
life.
blood is a life-saving process. That's not part of our natural environment. So a life-maintaining process, like life maintaining, is like when we're in our natural environment. So given nutrition, environment, and time, will flourish. So if we're given nutrition, right? So that's our food. That's how we thrive. We're in our environment, so obviously not thrown out into the cold with the wolves. And time, we flourish. When you remove those aspects, you're now doing a death process. If you take away the nutrition, you take away the environment, or you take away its time. It's a death process. So getting blood from other people is not part of our nutrition, environment, and time.
John, so I agree with you, but what you're describing to me sounds very much like positive and negative rights. So the kid would not be entitled to your wife's blood supply because this would be a life-saving measure, or like extraordinary. Maybe you didn't use that word, I am, but let's just say extraordinary.
I don't
or
think it's
something.
extraordinary. I think it's perfectly
It's not
ordinary.
I'll use your words. It's not a life-saving measure.
It's the same reason we don't have to perform CPR on people indefinitely.
I understand. So this is what I'm saying though. If we're in the cabin, to require me to give food, and that food be something that nourishes the baby to then continue living. In the other situation where the baby is requiring blood to continue living, there is no distinction between those two things. It is something that I have to give the baby for it to continue living. The death process.
So the difference. I already explained to you the difference. Nutrition is part of our natural viability. Getting blood is not.
So you're just appealing to nature.
It's not appealing to nature. That's our viability. right? That's the whole thing that a lot of pro-choice people argue about, is it has to be viable. Receiving nutrient is your part of your viability.
Are you not just saying that just because it's not a part of your natural process, then you wouldn't be compelled to give it?
No, I'm saying that one is a life-saving processing and one's a life-ending processing. They're distinct. They're different.
The distinction that you made, though, was a natural one, no?
Yeah, so if you need blood, you are dying. You've started the
And if
processes
you're
of death.
starving from food, are you
Right.
dying?
Yeah, so to live, what do you need?
You need food, and
You need nutrients.
to
That's
live, you
part
then would need-
that's part of your life-saving, your life-maintaining processes. Nutrition, environment, and time. Everything requires nutrition, environment, and time to thrive. Right?
Yes.
So if something happens to you where your blood no longer works the way it should be, then you've started the death processes. Your body is no longer operating in an ordered state. It's now in a disordered state. So
No,
what you're
let's say
doing,
they
hold
were-
on, let me
were
finish.
born
What you're
this way.
doing,
There's
hold
no
on, let me
accident
finish. There's ordered states and disordered states. Our ordered state is just a creature that requires nutrition, environment, and time, and we will flourish. That's our ordered state. When your blood stops doing what it's supposed to be doing, it's now a disordered state. So what you're doing is a life-saving processing. That is what makes it different, makes it separate.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, but one, there was no accident that happened. I'm saying the baby comes out of the womb and it has this condition. It is
That's a disordered
required-
state. It's a condition.
Okay, I mean, but again, I feel like this is pedantic because I can say that it's a condition that we require food. All it is at its simplest form is there's a requirement.
Is
There's
food
something
part
that
of
it needs that
humanity's?
is
Hold on,
external-
this is silly. Now
that
this
is
is getting silly.
external from the
This is
baby.
getting silly, and I think you know it. Is a human's ordered state to eat food?
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean?
That's what we're ordered to do, right? For example, a rose is ordered to have thorns and petals. Yes.
No, this implies like that there's like a operator or something, or like
No,
a
it doesn't
director.
imply that there's an operator. There's a consistent
You're
point
talking
in
about
which
order,
something is
there's
ordered
intent.
towards.
That would imply intent, no?
No, it doesn't imply intent at all. For example, are
I
fish
don't-
ordered to swim?
Fish do swim. I don't know what ordered is. Where I'm
So
getting
what
hung
would you
up. I don't
expect to
like-
see from a fish?
I mean, there's lots of things. Yeah, swimming is
all
one.
right.
Of them,
Now you're
yes.
arguing in bad
Swimming.
faith. Appreciate your time, bro.
No, I'm not, John.
Yes, you are.
There's
You
no
100% are.
I'm arguing in bad faith.
Yes.
Because you're saying, what, can I? Before you kick me, can I just
No.
please?
I was going to move on a long time ago, anyways. Yes.
I just had so many questions.
Like what?
Oh, like how you gently abort a baby.
By the way, guys, we got Abby her camera and microphone now. So Monday, she's gonna be right beside me, screen on screen, yelling at people.
It's a lot of pressure.
What topic should we do for?
Not this one.
No. This was specifically for Divine because that's the topic he does, and I
can't
wanted him
do
as a
this one.
co-host, and we like Divine.
We do like Divine.
We do like Divine. Abby can't do this one.
Top tier boyfriend.
Wow, Lord Striker's stepping it up.
I thought you were saving for your wedding.
Yeah.
The caller spoke for the Xenos flow, and for ending the futures of the Imperium's children. Heresy stacked on heresy. To grant Xenos hope while denying it to mankind's unborn. Suffer not the alien to live. I've reported this one to the Inquisition.
Those that know. I know.
don't know.
I understand. I get you. Heresy and heresies.
Mine Centurion says, but I'm too used to seeing the side of her head.
We put the camera beside her head.
Yeah, it's like a side angle.
It's a side angle. So yeah. All right, guys, let's do a prayer and a plug and let's get out of here. We go a little longer on Fridays than we usually do. That's to make up for the days that we don't. That is definitely high heresy for sure. Emperor of mankind would not be pleased. For the emperor. Skulls for the, what is it? Skulls for the something, bones for the something. I forget how it goes. Rise, I'll bake you. No, I'm not gonna rise you because you probably will, and I'm scared. I'm so scared right now.
We're
So
done.
I'm not gonna raise you up.
Listen, fair call on the Starbucks. That's ridiculous.
What?
He said, when my fiance stops spending $20 a day on Starbucks, he'll stop donating to you.
I'm gonna pray that she gets addicted to
There was one
Starbucks.
time I
Blood for the blood, skulls for the throne, or something like that. I forget. how
there
that
was one
goes.
time when I was getting a coffee every day on the way to work,
Hmm.
but like a $2.50 coffee. But I did the math and I was like, this is like $40 a month. That's ridiculous. So I started making my own coffee. We're cheap here.
Well, I'm cheap in certain ways and not in other ways. I definitely have like thousands of dollars of equipment right now, but granted,
Don't say stuff like that.
granted, I do. I'm not gonna lie to people. But granted, most of that was gifted
Mhm.
from like Mitzrayim and Funky and Striker and other people in the chat. So you guys have really helped this channel with just little odds and ends that grow. For example, the camera we're using right now with the lens was a gift from Mitzrayim. And so that means we have a second camera set up for the podcast and for Abby now. Also, now I stay in focus.
Oh.
It takes a second.
Aw, you're so cute.
But yeah, now I stay in focus, which is great. But I'm not too sure I like, and we're in 4K. Technically, this is a 4K image, even though you guys are getting 1080. I have no lights in this room. I'm just this white. I actually am. We're both really pale people. Really, really pale people.
Somebody says you look like their friend Rob Izzy. And that they're in the movie Joker, if you want to see your twin.
People tell me I look like people all the time.
It's because you're a basic white boy.
I got basic white boy look. Basic white boy look. Thank you. I love her too.
Huh? Oh. Mm.
Our Father who's in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. And lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, thank you for this day and these conversations. I ask that you use today to hopefully plant some seeds, hopefully change people's minds from the evil that they're participating in. But Lord, if this is not the path you want us to take, instead you want us to focus on bringing people to you, because if they know you, Lord, then they should abandon these evils nonetheless. Guide us into that. Let it be your words that speak through us. Let it not be ours. Let us trust in you and the Holy Spirit. Let these Christians that listen not be armchair Christians, but instead use their talents and skills to help build the kingdom. And just give us opportunities to be more Christ-like and charitable every single day. And just continue to walk with us and forgive us of our sins. And give Striker back some of his heavenly rewards. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
That's nice. He's feeling guilty.
All right, guys, you know what to do. Go follow me on all platforms. We're going to hang out on YouTube for about 5-10 more minutes. If you have any questions, head on over there. And if you want to support me, you can support me on Patreon. We do daily Bible studies, exclusive content, access to the Hangouts and the raids, things like that. It helps this channel grow, right? Kevin Clark, thank you so much. Oh, that reminds me, we should do some super chats before we leave. Just to make sure I didn't miss any. Do you know the distinction between negative rights and positive rights? I don't believe in rights at all. The only thing Divine Order being on has proven is that the British call up guests and are just as stupid as American callers. Cheers. Modern Brain getting us to that dono goal, but we've surpassed it. Thank you guys so much. John is my favorite black female apologist. Amen. I wasn't going to donate, but John looks cool. It's because of the sunglasses. Appreciate you, Major John. Women do carry for 25 plus years. Many women get pregnant often and cumulatively spend that time pregnant. Does he have an issue with that? It is absurd. I don't know about that, but if that's true, crazy. Mitzrayim giving out those.
They mean consecutively.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. We did this one. And then Kevin Clark is to the pro-abortion people. Remember, every group who denied a personhood to another group has always been on the wrong side of history. Based.
Your fingers focused.
I got to figure out this camera. It's a little too sharp for me. All right, guys, come on over to YouTube. We'll see you all there. We'll hang out for about 5-10 more minutes. God bless. Maybe he doesn't want to be in air prison right now. You ever consider that? No. He's trying to jump out of your arms.
I know. I'm letting him.
Okay.
But then you said air prison, and I stopped him.
Cumulatively. Dude, eternity is a long time. Please do some research outside. I don't know what you're talking about. Talking to me? Bert doesn't have rights. Air prison for air prison is air prison. True. Bert doesn't have rights. How do we like the new camera? Is it better than the old one? Worse? Like, I don't know. It looks really sharp. That's the thing, is like you could see it's almost like looks like it sharpens. It looks a little off. And it kind of like slowed my computer and glitched it a little bit. So I'm not too sure if I like which one we'll use for the main one, but I'm still thinking this one. You're saying it's way better? Okay, we'll keep doing that one. We'll keep doing this one then. But yeah, I really like the fact that it autofocuses. So now, like when I want to show you guys something, I can like, because remember I'd always try to show you something on my phone, and then I wouldn't be able to do it. What are you doing?
Your thumb is dirty.
Okay, why did you move it?
I wanted to see it.
Trying to do something here. Well, let's say like I wanted to show you, this is just some random picture on Instagram. I could just like show you the random picture on Instagram now.
Wow.
It actually works. I don't know why that's the first picture showed up on my Instagram though. Getting fancier every day. What are you doing?
I wanted to know now.
She's so nosy. She really is. She needs to know everything all the time. Is this a daily show? I want to debate John. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays is when you can come up. This dude mad because he's a fake believer.
Who?
Me. I'm not a real Christian. Probably. I don't know. That's the story. Is I'm not a real Christian. I've heard.
It's news to me.
I actually think I've hit maybe like in the future we'll need like new stuff for the actual PC to keep up. I also got to clean that. It's getting dusty. But I think we've hit. I think we've hit the peak. I don't think we can go any further.
Wow.
Everything else now is just extra for the sake of extra. But I think the studio is pretty much this form of the studio. Obviously, our podcast studio can grow, but this form of the studio is done. I think we're locked. Maybe some background stuff. That's about it. We know John's not a real Christian, wife abuser, misogynist. Oh, and the curse words. That's the worst part. What I meant was the guy came in saying it's absurd to expect a woman to go 25 plus years pregnant, but many women do cumulatively over. Yeah, I understand now. That was my mistake. I'm a stupid person.
My mom had 6 kids.
Yeah. So that's like what? 6 times 9. How many months is that?
54.
54 months. That's literally years of being pregnant.
Plus,
that's
like,
crazy.
Postpartum and stuff I would include.
Yeah. So do I believe that life begins at conception? Yes. Yeah. There's no reason to overspend on studio stuff when you already have at this point, everything would be like maybe some lighting in the background would be good. But like I'm saying, there's nothing that's necessity at this point. There's no necessities. Everything up to this point was kind of like a necessity to keep things running good. Do I have a denomination? Secret. Question. God and slavery and genocide and other atrocities in the Bible. It's all a problem of the existence of evil. And where can I get into the debate on the Christian side? There's a good book that I have yet to read. I'll pull it up here for in 2 seconds. There it is. Doom. It's called Animal Suffering and the Darwinian Problem by John Schneider. That's what you want to read. Bert Cam is necessary?
You would need like a little GoPro.
I have a GoPro.
But not a little one. You need like a little one so it doesn't bother him.
And then he can run around with the camera right on his face.
He would hate that.
And he would just show everybody our whole house. Like.
True. But we could get him, I'm going to get him a little office chair. We could attach it to the office chair. Then when he sits there, you could see him.
That's true. All right, folks. Stay sexy. We'll see y'all next time. You're shaking my hand as I'm trying to end things.